really comfortable man-on-man, and he is very comfortable in physical battles because of the amount of weight and strength he's put on.
There's Rizzo now. That shot clanging the post and up and out of play. Second pipe hit tonight by Denver.
Rizzo is tracking in the same way that Stapley did, and the reason is Denver's freshmen play a ton. And that is a huge reason why the upperclassmen of Denver have been able to carry this team. Is the amount of ice time they all got as youngsters. And you take a look at some of the rookie guys that Denver has had between Mazer, Rizzo, Barrett. These guys are playing huge roles, major roles as freshmen in the NCHC, which is not an easy thing to do. But it was Stapley's class that also talked a ton a couple of years back about how much they played to start and how it really jump-started their careers.
Those four, by the way, Behrens, Rizzo, along with Shai Bouillon. And of course, Carter Mazer, all a part of the NCHC all-rookie team. 4 of the 6 represented by Denver. There's a tangle that time as Kaiser ran into Dominic James at the blue line. Pios can't take advantage here, though. Minnesota Luke back in numbers. Ryan Kaiser, the sophomore defenseman, member of the all-rookie team a season ago, sees the puck go up to Biondi. Between the legs pass does not come off. Right now in the slot, his shot blocked by Kaiser to the corner. Rizzo back on it. Right again, another shot blocked, this time by James. Benning. Such a heady defenseman at the back. Second team all-conference, the 4th-round pick of the Panthers. Mazer, another shot block up into the netting behind Ryan Fancy. Bulldogs putting the body on the line here in the early part of the second.
Oh, every once in a while you take a man out, and unfortunately he's wearing the same uniform you are. There's a little collision at the blue line by 2 Bulldogs, and it allowed Denver to get some offense. Cam Wright came up with a great chance right between the circles where he had a good chance early in period number 1. Fant equal to the test. UMD got running around just a little, and Denver couldn't take advantage of a couple of centering passes.
Little face-off win by the Pioneers. +9 now on the dot over the Bulldogs here this afternoon. 3 minutes gone in the second, still 1-0. Luke Milmeyer loses the puck that time. Benning once again back on it. Out of St. Albert, Alberta. Milmeyer checked off it by Bouillon. Connor Capone with a play it in for the Pioneers. Gallatin there, just in front of Carter King. Luke Lowhite. Milmeyer back in the direction of Lowhite. Well read that time by Justin Lee.
Milmeyer scored a very big goal from a spot just similar to that almost a year ago.
How do you remember that, by the way? I'm surprised that you have that recall. Remember a game that you had a big part in, 5 OT in Fargo. Milmeyer, the hero in that contest. He missed the entire first half of the season. Back now after an upper body injury that kept him sidelined for so long. Kobe Roth. Well, tried to find Gilling that time off the skate of Savoy. Anderson able to keep the puck in for the Bulldogs. Gutman, though, in possession. He'll backhand it, but not out. Casey Gilling sees the puck go past him. Up top to Anderson, though. Shot blocked by Gutman this time. Battle along the half boards, won by Gutman. Roth back on it for the Bulldogs and back in on the dump. 5:30 left in the seconds. Bobby Brink leaving it for Lee. Fanti leaves it this time for Owen Gallatin. Stapley came across, but the U was offside.
UMD doing a nice job in the neutral zone to break up some plays, and take a look at the UMD bench, and a lot of veterans there and bringing in a lot of good kids as well as they start to assimilate into this culture. And it's the last swan song for the Bender contingent and that group that is departing. But Scott Sandlin talked a lot earlier in the year about how important a role they have played in laying the groundwork for this next real good young core of players at Amsoil Arena.
Yeah, their current freshmen and sophomores, let's just say they're going to be able to carry the mail for this group and keep that tradition going. They also have an outstanding incoming freshman class as well. Let's just be blunt here. UMD is not going away anytime soon. 3 national titles since 2011 for this program.
Well, the one thing you have to do against the University of Denver is manage the puck well. When you turn it over, Denver can really strike. And early on in the game, as advertised, Denver started picking pockets. Little bobbles, little breaks, and Denver's back check with their speed created a lot of turnovers. Denver can create turnovers anywhere. The one thing they are really good at coming the other way, as you saw that chance by Wright we just talked about a moment ago, Denver is really, really good coming out of their own zone of being above the puck so that their puck support's good and they can get up ice with speed. They're also the same way when they're chasing it. It's something that Dallas Ferguson and I talked about earlier today, the B game being pressure and pursuit by all five to get it back.
Yeah, that's just it. They keep the puck well. When they lose it, they are aggressive in getting it back on their tape. Another save by Fancy. That's number 10 for the junior netminder. We'll catch our breath here at St. Paul. Still 1-0 our score. UMD up.
Five-hour energy, because it's time to hit the gym and work up a sweat. And you're going to need some energy, lots of energy. 5-hour energy for every workout.
Let's flash back to 2017, the United Center in Chicago. Denver, Minnesota Duluth, the game that'll be remembered for Jared Lucas Savages. A face-off, or excuse me, a hat trick in the championship game that night. It was a great game between two great teams who had phenomenal runs to the title. In the end, it was Denver getting the 3-2 victory. Second straight season an NCHC squad had won the championship.
Derek Plonk, guy who knows a lot about winning, won a Stanley Cup. He was in a great spot that year because he played for both teams in the finals. He knew no matter who won, he was still getting a ring. That's a good spot to be in. And as Adam Kraus, assistant coach at the University of Minnesota Duluth, in that video, you showed a lot of Dominic Toninato and Alex Iafallo. Every good line needs a good third, and he was a third for those two guys. I was talking to him earlier today, and I said, what player reminds you of you on your team? And he said, Tanner Latterud, because we were very similar. We were a guy that was really good with two good offensive players. We can contribute to a line, but put us with two good offensive guys, and we could probably make those two offensive guys better.
That's a great skill as a hockey player to help elevate your teammates.
He said Sandy kind of did me a favor by putting me with those two.
UMD, of course, would go on to win the next two national championships after falling in the title game to these Pioneers as Rizzo gets a chance. This shot wide and into the corner. Sandy did me a favor.
That's a great line.
Quinn Olsen back on it now for the Bulldogs. Dominic James, part of the Team USA crew that went to the World Juniors this year. Over to Olsen, trying to leave one for Biondi again. Nothing comes of it in the end. Carter Mazer back on it. Minnesota Duluth, though, has been great on the counterattack. Their transition game has been strong here in this first semifinal.
The one thing they do is they clog up so well. There's another great example of it as they force Denver to try to throw a longer pass. Denver's one of those teams that loves to stretch the rink, but if you're going to stretch the rink on, as David Carr likes to do, you got to make sure that you're swinging guys into areas where they can get passes, and just the stick work of UMD to cut off the obvious passing lanes will often force you, if you're trying to throw that long pass, to throw it way too long and wind up with a defensive zone draw.
You saw a moment ago Denver making their 8th consecutive trip to the Frozen Faceoff. They're the only team in the NCHC to reach the semifinals every year this tournament has been held. Pretty impressive, consistent feat there by this Pio crew as McCade Webster gets in tight on Fanti. Couldn't get the shot away in the end. Carter King trying to keep it alive. Capone now up top to Behrens. Shot through traffic. Off the end boards. King was there. Lelig able to knock it away in front of Fanti. Capone swinging a miss that time. Kelly Up to Milmock. Corona the initial stop. The rebound was there for a moment. Mayhew gets it clear.
Oh, that was real close. There's too many men on the ice by UMD.
5-on-5. Just a pair of penalties late in the first to go along with the one power play that Denver had early stages of the first period. Clean game so far with 12:52 left in the second. Another shot that did not get there. Roth was waiting for a rebound that got pushed to the side of Magnus Krona. Rail on the keep. His shot blocked by Capone. The blocks beginning to mount for both sides. 9 now for Minnesota to lead, 5 for the Pioneers.
Carter Capone's going to block a shot and break a puck.
Yeah.
Doing it. This kid is just an absolute rock.
Tough as nails, the sophomore forward. Capone, the extra skater tonight, but a number that you will see a lot this evening, number 22 in crimson coming off the bench. Anderson's shot saved by Krona, and he will have to keep it with Jesse Jocks lurking.
UMD getting a couple of good looks, and as they like to do, they come in, they gain zones wide, and they've been getting some good opportunities. There's good one-on-one as Milmock starts to drive towards the dot lane, and that's where he scored last year against North Dakota in that 5 overtime game. And I like that shot because he put it a little tighter to the body on the glove side, which meant Krona couldn't catch it, and he put it out there with the opportunity to get a rebound. He didn't have a real good scoring look, but he created a secondary look with a smartly placed shot.
Forced the save out of Krona in the end. 15 stops now for the junior from Sweden. Here's Gutman. Back on the puck now for DU. Bouillon double teamed along the half boards. Won by Cates in the end with Bender there as well. Noah Cates now comes away. 2-on-1. Cates, the captain, fanning on the chance.
Faked himself out.
And just a little bit that time. Cates gets it back though. Another opportunity. Centering feed knocked aside by Lee. You can see what he was trying to do. He wanted to make that pass. DU didn't let him and then ran out of real estate. Here's Gutman now, 2-on-1 the other way. Trying to go high on Fancy and shot over the cage. Benning now goes down. Savoy there to pick up the pieces. Up to Stapley. Pushed to the corner by Cates. Stapley, great find to Devine, who shoots high again off the window. Kelly back to Gallatin to settle things down. Couple of good looks though for both teams over the last several exchanges.
David Carl moving some personnel around too. Barrow and Stapley are an item.
Stapley now finding his man. Sean Barron's joining the play.
Devine and Webster can work in on that line as they have all year long. Webster gives you a little slick speed, and Devine gives you a scoring touch with great hockey IQ. You put either one of those two with a couple of smart vets like Barrow and Stapley, and they can make you look great.
And two talented underclassmen in this Pioneers squad. There is the freshman Devine now, losing out to Goetz. Olsen pushing it through neutral ice. Barron's back to retrieve. Sean, the freshman from Barrington, Illinois. One pass by Benning that does not find its intended target. Icing here the call with 10:19 left in the second.
Okay, going one way. Here comes the Cates 2-on-1 scenario. Cates 21 and dark, gets the line here, takes a look up. He sees a defenseman sticking line. Stop it right here. At this point, it's an obvious play. You go to the net because the pass has been taken away with the stick in the lane, plus you're deeper than the puck now. But Cates is still trying to make that secondary play, over handles. Now go the other way. Here comes Gutman. He doesn't have a pass. No wasting time. Puts the puck to the net, but just missed.
Yeah, great example of two captains that maybe have a little different mindset in those situations. Cates a pass-first guy. Gutman always looking for his shot.
Here's the thing. Gutman's always going a million miles an hour, so he's going to have less time to think about what he wants to do next. Where Cates has got a great ability to downshift from 5th to 4th and think about what he wants to do next. And he created a couple plays, I thought, off the wall last week at St. Cloud, which really showed how smart and how poised he is, Cates I'm talking about. And that, combined with his skill, made a couple terrific offensive plays.
We should mention Noah Cates is an elite scorer. He's a double-digit goal scorer this season. He's a former All-American. He certainly has that in his game. Scored a couple in Saturday's series clinching win against St. Cloud State. His team, though, is going to be going on the penalty kill. Luke Milmock in the box right now for a tripping call with 10:15 left in the middle stanza.
Milmock gets in the way of Barrow. And Barrow's speed as he starts to pull away. Milmock interferes, impedes his path, and that's almost a letter of the law call.
Second power play chance of the night for the Pioneers. UMD's PK was pretty strong on the first opportunity in 5-on-4 as Savoy tries to test Fanti. Easy save, though, for the junior. Denver was just 1 for 17 against UMD during the regular season with the man advantage.
Last 4 games, Denver's got 20 goals. 4 of them have been on the power play, 5-on-4. They've got a 5-on-3 in that. 5 for 27 in that time.
Face-off win here by Gutman. Back to Benning. Savoy. Big-time threat. Second team all NCHC. Gutman shooting just wide from the high slot this time. Gutman waiting for the pass by Brink. He'll set it back to Benning in the ends. Brink once more. The conference's player of the year down low. Mazer tried to kick it back out. Cates doing battle will trickle all the way down to Fanti, who plays it with the paddle over to Anderson.
When you've got Anderson and Rail, either combination, we're going to have a penalty on Denver here. At the end, it looks like it's going to be Carter Mazer, the Michigan native, who's going to get the gate. But to finish the point, when you got guys like Rail and Anderson, you saw how Fanti, instead of holding onto the puck to allow Denver to get a face-off and start from a set position, Fanti kept the puck alive, knowing that he had Anderson, a sure-handed defenseman, to move it out.
Yeah, that's a great point. Denver is plus 13 on the dot. Fanti not happy to let them have another draw in their own ends.
Kids grow up fast. But tragedy can strike even faster. That's why the new Pacifica has more standard safety features than any vehicle on the road. Because we can't make them grow up any slower. We can only help make sure they get there safe.
The 2022 Chrysler Pacifica, an IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus.
Right now, get $1,000 loyalty bonus cash plus $1,000 bonus cash on the 2021 Chrysler Pacifica Touring L.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we were created for officers. But as we've evolved with the military, we've grown to serve all who've honorably served, no matter their rank or when they were in. A Marine just out of boot camp, or a petty officer from 73, and even his kids and their kids. USAA is made for all who honorably serve and their eligible family members. Are we still exclusive? Absolutely. And that's exactly why you should join.
1-0 our score, 9:40 left in the second. Matt Anderson, not sure what Matt's major is, but perhaps a little touch of drama is in his background after this.
Let's see what we got here. You know, there are a lot of awards handed out last night at the Museum of Science here in St. Paul. There were no Academy Awards handed out, but we could do one today. You know, hey, listen, you don't get veteran status for nothing. Matty Anderson drew one there. Let's see how much more he does draw, if any. Right now it's on the board as a 2-minute minor.
You would sure assume it would stay that way.
Yeah, so Mazer is in the box, and Matt Anderson playing in his 178th game. Matty Anderson as a kid played with Mikey and Joey Anderson, both who played here at UMD. No relation. Well, the other two are related. They're brothers. And they played for Jerry Anderson. Jerry Anderson is Mikey and Joey's dad. So you had the 3 Andersons, 2 brothers and Mikey, playing for Jerry on a team that was pretty darn good.
It's a lot to keep straight. So Carter Mazer, you saw the shake of the head. He can't believe he's in the box for a slight head contact. It was called an elbow officially.
And here's the thing,
4-on-4.
defending the official, out of the corner of his eye, you saw a head snap back as 2 players collided. Mazer's a pretty big boy.
Any contact to the head, I mean, that is something that has been consistent all season. Anderson did make the most of his opportunity, though. We'll just leave it at that. Denver trying to create something here with a little extra ice. Stapley at the top of the circle, pushed off it by Gallatin. Mayhew finding Devine, who fanned on the shot. Gilling was there to put him off. Backhanded centering feed by Devine, intercepted in the ends. Roth will send it up, too far out of Gilling's reach. Icing the call with 8:48 now left in the second.
First of all, what a play by Denver to create this with the possession and the cutbacks and the rolls. But look at Gilling, 37 in dark, Legal play to get the stick on the stick of Devine. He didn't hack, he didn't chop, he didn't hook. What he did was he got his stick over Devine's, creating the problem for Devine in terms of delivering the puck to the net. And when you're a big boy like Gilling, big, strong, and smart, those are plays that you can make, and that's why he has been so valuable for UMD.
Talk about guys with a lot of college experience. Gilling playing in his 168th collegiate game today after spending the previous 4 years with Miami.
Gilling, like Cam Wright, playing for his third coach, which is rare in college hockey. And the common link between the two of those, they both played for Chris Bergeron in two different places.
That's right.
Now you think about it.
Berge first at Bowling Green and then later at Miami for Gilling. Kaiser now trying to get past Shai William. Got the shot away in the end. Krona able to push it aside. Big collision in the end. Kaiser will come off. Power play now for the Bulldogs. Mazur in the box for another 20 seconds. You see the numbers on both of these teams. First power play chance of the weekend for UMD. That has not been their strength all season, but they have been great lately. They were 3 of 6 with the man advantage in the series sweep of St. Cloud State 1 week ago. Scott Sandlin has said his power play has come together as the season has gone on, even though they're only around 18% on the year. Mazur now out of the box. Bulldogs, though, still with offensive zone possession. Gallatin, shot wide. James nearly had a chance off the end wall. DU gets it clear, though. Going as far as Biondi, however. Minnesota Duluth's goal score. James able to push it forward. Biondi back on it. Dominic James now. Couldn't spin away from the advances of Webster. Lee on the puck for the Pioneers. Blake Biondi from Jesse Jocks on a 2-on-1 chance. The latter stages of the first, the only scoring so far. The Bulldogs keeping the nation's top scoring team at bay. For roughly 33 and change. Another pass knocked down by Jocks in the neutral zone. Jesse Jocks, a big physical center forward coming forward now. Anderson will send it back around.
You know, one way to earn more ice time is building trust with the coaches defensively. That's what Jocks did for the last couple of years, and that's why he's earned himself a spot in the top 6. But he is so good defensively. Good pickoff of a pass that led to a goal.
Bender that time popping the pads of Krona.
And a good pickoff here in the offensive zone that led to another chance just a moment ago.
Jocks, by the way, also a Hermantown guy, just like Biondi, who he set up for that goal. Hermantown kids have had a pretty good time of it on this ice in recent weeks. Hermantown winning another single A championship in the state of Minnesota 1 week ago here at the X.
For a long time, Bruce Plonk, Derek's dad, was the coach of that program.
Derek Sutton had a big hand in that championship game this past week. There's a battle in the corner now with 5:37 left. Denver with the win in the ends.
Derek's dad was actually my roommate at the Minnesota hockey camps through 3 years that we taught together in the 90s. Oh. He is one interesting cat. We used to just love talking goaltending, talking hockey with him. Just a smart hockey guy and a lot of fun. An avid reader. That was half our conversation. It was kind of like the Book of the Week club. But just a real smart hockey guy, and it certainly runs in the family.
Cool to see those generations just pass on the love for this game.
We always joke about Derek being the only guy who was ever a dishwasher at the Minnesota hockey camps and the Stanley Cup winner at the same time.
A versatile skill set.
That's right.
Derek Plott. Here now is Gallatin taking over. The freshman defenseman trying to center one inside. Savoy able to pick off the pass. Carter now loses an edge in the corner. James, the snapshot goes wide. As Olsen found the freshman in a good area. Shots 18-13 in favor of the Bulldogs. Shots roughly even in this period. Neither side with any grade A chances, perhaps, in the second frame. Biondi along the half wall across to Olsen. Didn't play the puck cleanly. Barron's there to collect. Anderson to Kelly. You heard on the effects mics, reverse. You hear the conversation between these key pairs. Turnover now as Brink takes over. Fancy there, big in the cage to make the shot. Lee Lau, boy, it was Milmock that time who lost his stick. Was flying into the opposite corner. Lee able to get past Milmock and get the shot away. Puck blocked in the end to the corner. Bouillon keeping it alive for Denver. Lee on it. Again, Milmock still without a stick out there. Devine through traffic. Good save by Fancy. Stop number 15 for the goaltender of the year in the nation's top conference. 3:35 left in the second. Bulldogs still on top by 1.
There's a moment. The moment we asked, what if?
What if we could go further, jump higher, or run the whole thing? What if we could be who we're meant to be?
And become who you look up to. This is the moment it all starts.
This is the moment it all starts.
But only if we get the chance to have it.
The overtime went into overtime. What do? You turn to DiGiorno to be MVP. MV Pizza. Fresh baked taste. The win and move. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Scott Sandelin's Bulldogs holding on to the 1-0 lead late here in the second. During the break, Scott Sandelin telling his players, get the puck to the net, get the puck to the net. You got to shoot on the net. That's something he's worked with his players all season long, saying we just haven't scored enough goals. He wants more from his team today, guys.
Thanks, Shireen.
You know, the one thing that Sandelin talked about was tightening up in the neutral zone is to counter the Denver pressure. I think they've done a really good job of that. They've not won the battle on the dot, which is one thing that they wanted to do, but I do think that one of the key components that Sandy talked about earlier this week was stopping Denver early in shifts. And I think on that note, that has been a story of the game and a small part so far.
Well, this is a Bulldog team that is phenomenal at neutralizing high-powered opposition. One of the stingiest teams in the conference, giving up just 2.6 goals per game.
I remember Minnesota Duluth talked a lot about playing St. Cloud last weekend.
Whoa, look at that, Devine creating something out of nothing that time. Ryan Fancy had to be ready as that pass got redirected right back in his face. Big stop here to keep it 1-0.
Well, kind of on cue. They played St. Cloud State last week, who could be very in your face with a lot of speed, cause a lot of turnovers and turn them around. I thought it was a good prep. That was, we're talking about life imitating art. Holy smokes.
Well, we asked Scott Sandelin about that. How does the transition go from one high-powered offense to the next? Is that going to help your team? And he said, I hope so. And it certainly has tonight. That familiarity with the same system paying dividends thus far as Krona forced into back-to-back saves on the back post, though. Waiting for the open net, Kobe Bender. The hot streak continues for the fifth-year senior, and it's 2-0 Bulldogs.
Huge stop by Ryan Fanti on one end. Rell gets his pocket picked. Devine chips one to the net. Fanti stayed awake. To his credit, comes down the other end. Bender, big rig, wins a battle. Then they get a shot to the front of the net, and they never gave up on it. Lee couldn't control the rebound as it kept bouncing around. Cates kept plugging away at it. It was never, ever tied up, and as it rolled through the legs of Krona, the big rig, Kobe Bender, was there to bang it home. Derek Plant once said to me, when you can skate, it really drives other things. Bender is a big-time skater, and on that shift, he was able to get to the front of the net quick. He's raised his level, he's taken advantage of more minutes, he's found his confidence, and in the last 2-3 weeks, Kobe Bender has been a bucket load to handle.
Our officiating crew tonight, Nathan Walker and Joe Sullivan, having a look as Scott Sandelin awaits the decision here. For the moment, you saw 8th of the season for Bender. 4 of those goals now have come in the last 2 weekends. A hat trick on a Friday night a week ago in St. Cloud. And now a major insurance goal for the Bulldogs late in the second.
Okay, both referees are in the box, which means they're reviewing the goal for anything that might have happened in the crease. If there was a linesman in there, I would say it's a different review. But with both officials in there, all right, so they're looking for goaltender interference. That's number one. And I don't think so, because with the puck going into the crease, it becomes any man's game. There you see the puck squirt through the legs. The question is, was it a hand pass potentially by UMD? That I didn't see as we rolled that replay through. So I'm wondering, are they looking at that? If the puck was propelled forward by a hand of UMD as it rolled through, then obviously it shuts down. Let's take a look at the overhead here. Puck comes to the front of the net. So here it comes bouncing through. Take a look at Cates, 21. He's got the open hand here. What happens with his hand in the puck? Does he propel? Oh. All right, so you can make a case that he pushed that puck forward with his hand. The question was he being tackled and using his hand to brace the fall before his hand hit the puck? Now,
the other thing too,
matter.
yeah, inconclusive evidence maybe could come into play as well, because it was called a goal on the ice, so you need indisputable evidence to overturn it. You saw it though. I mean, you could see that open hand was going down. Big call in this hockey game.
That's Nick Krebsbach who's handing the helmets back. So yeah, if the hand, even if he was falling, if he pushes that puck forward with his hand, then it's no goal. It's a hand pass.
Here's Nathan Walker with the call.
After review, the puck was gloved into the net. No goal.
So they're saying that the puck was directly put in with the glove as opposed to the puck being pushed forward. We've actually got the look on the big screen here. The puck gets put. Let's see. Did Bender? You know what? Bender made contact with the puck just across the goal line. That's a really good call. That's a good review, and that's a good call. And I give the guys in the stripes credit.
So Noah Cates, the captain, fighting for every inch in front of the crease. Pushes the puck forward through the legs of Krona. Bender there to tap it home, but it will not count, and it remains 1-0. We didn't have the exact same scenario in Grand Forks a week ago, but Colorado College had a goal chalked off for a shot that was gloved in. As this pass gets popped up in the air, good chance again that Krona had to be ready for.
This becomes a key moment now, because for Denver, this is a little bit of a rally cry. Hey, we just dodged a bullet.
Yeah.
Now let's turn this thing around. The one unique thing about Minnesota Duluth, and it was brought up to me by so many coaches in the conference, he said they don't blink. 1-0 up, 1-0 down, bad call against, goal waved off, it doesn't matter. They've got the same look on their face. They don't blink. It's like a staring contest, and they'll outstare you for 60 minutes.
You don't even blink, do you? Here's Biondi now. Waiting, shooting, and saving is Magnus Krona. 20 stops now for Krona. 17 for Fancy at the other ends.
Good entry by UMD. The game with some speed. Good little legal pick. Biondi creates some space for himself, gets himself inside the dots to improve his angle. And some good traffic in front of the net, but that puck just a little off the ground, so it cannot create a secondary chance. By the way, giving Carlos Di Molina, our producer, credit, as that puck was gloved to the front of the net, even if Bender had touched it, it's still a hand pass. So whether or not the puck went directly in without a touch, or whether or not Bender touched it and then put it in, still would have been a hand pass. So Carlos, thanks for following up my point.
One of the many reasons why Carlos has won a lot of Emmys in his career.
That's true. Got a closet full of them.
Shout out to our director, Sean Jensen, as well, and our camera crew, as well as our folks in replay, giving us those pictures tonight from the XL Energy Center. It was right now, sending the puck around. Can Denver use that disallowed goal as a wake-up call late in the second period, trailing 1-0. They're trying to get back to the Frozen Faceoff Championship game. They fell in the semifinals last year in Grand Forks. 2-1, a tight game that saw North Dakota come back from behind. It's been a couple years since they've lifted that trophy. Justin Lee and company trying to get back to the ship with the victory here tonight. Coming up during second intermission, which is just around the corner, Shireen will chat with a Minnesota Duluth Bulldog. We'll also preview our second semifinal tonight between Western Michigan and North Dakota. A great matchup in the 2-3, and then second period analysis as well in a tight one here.
Dom James a second ago, a little collision in the neutral zone with Lee of Denver. And Justin Lee is a tough character who's been quiet tonight. He's usually the guy that stands out. He's been a little quiet this evening.
Ryan Barrow trying to make some noise here, but could not corral the puck that time. Good find from Gilling, cross ice. Tanner Latteroots, the blast off the end boards. It bounced off the edge of the cage. That would have been a clean rebound. That might have been there for a Bulldog opportunity in the end, though. Kona sees the play go wide. Roth back on it. Off the cage to Gilling. Going to use his angles that time. A couple of fifth-year guys connecting. That shot from Kelly deflected wide. Devine on it for the Pioneers and into the clear. Casey Gilling with 40 seconds left in the period.
You know what the beauty of the NCHC is? Does UMD look like a fifth-place team to you? Like when you think fifth place, you think, okay, so they kind of hung around all year and that's where they sorted out. Does that look like a fifth-place team to you?
They are the number 8 team in the nation, but just the 5 seed in this tournament as Webster gets another good chance. Another stop by Fanti, as UMD comes the other way. 17 seconds to go. Good interception by Benning, freeing Webster. Back to Brink, and now Webster once more gets laid out that time by Matt Anderson. Big hit by the 5th-year senior defenseman. And that is going to be the last action of period number 2.
Maybe
so
not.
As we the last official action, maybe a little something after the whistles here, is these two teams, again, a long history between these two programs. They have played a ton of big games against each other. Here's perhaps why the Pioneers and Bulldogs had a few words after triple zeros came on the board.
Webster had the puck on a stick. It was moving towards it. It just came off it. And in the course of the play, Anderson just levels and went right through his chest. Good, clean hit. That's what Matty Anderson is as a hockey player.
So as we were, after the first 20, same story after the seconds. 1-0, Minnesota Duluth with a berth in the Frozen Faceoff title game on the line. Bulldogs maintaining that 1-goal advantage with 1 period in regulation to go. You're watching the NCHC Frozen Faceoff here on CBS Sports Network.
At the University of Denver, we build an education that builds the world. A foundation of learning. Collaboration is our training ground. The world is your inspiration. Forging the future together. Breaking new ground at the University of Denver. Be a pioneer of life.
One car accident. Everything just fell apart. My car insurance dropped me. I got a ticket for driving uninsured, so I couldn't drive to work. Now I'm behind on the rent. What's next?
Need car insurance? A bad driving record doesn't have to stop you. Get coverage for as little as $20 down with Good to Go auto insurance and proof of insurance on the spot. Visit goodtogo.com and get things back on track. Visit goodtogo.com. That's good, the number 2, go.com.
While you see me on air during CBS Sports Golf and Football, you should know there are dozens of other women at CBS Sports who are vital contributors to our success, such as director, producer, art director, production manager, social media producer, broadcast associate, and so many more. Every girl should know every option and every possibility. If you can see her, you can be her.
Welcome back to St. Paul. The Minnesota Duluth Bulldogs holding on to that 1-0 lead over top seed Denver. Well, joining me now is Bulldogs captain Noah Cates. And Noah, you guys almost made it 2-0 there late in the period, but you've got the lead still. How have you been able to maintain that?
I think just playing hard in their zone, protecting pucks, getting pucks deep. They're a dangerous team, so we can't turn pucks over, and we've been strong with the puck.
They're the top scoring team in the nation, yet you've been able to shut them down. Does it start with Ryan Fanti?
Yeah, for sure. He's been awesome for us all year. We just got to make smart plays, get pucks from zone to zone, and protect pucks when we got them in their zone.
What do you want to see from your team in the third?
Just take care of the puck. We know how dangerous they are. They don't need a lot of room to make it pay. So really being smart with pucks and getting them out of our zone.
Thanks, Noah. Noah Cates, the captain of the Bulldogs. Bulldogs in Denver, the winner tonight will play the winner of our second semifinal game between Western Michigan and North Dakota. We'll check in with those head coaches next.
Your mission, stand up to moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis and take it on with Rinvoq. Rinvoq, a once-daily pill, can dramatically improve symptoms. Rinvoq helps tame pain, stiffness, swelling, and for some, Rinvoq can even significantly reduce RA fatigue. That's Rinvoq relief. With RA, your overactive immune system attacks your joints. Rinvoq regulates it to help stop the attack.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers, including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Talk to your rheumatologist about Rinvoq relief. Rinvoq, make it your mission. Learn how AbbVie could help you save on Rinvoq.
Probably need to feel like you're just a little bit more left.
Nice job. 27.
I'm just trying to do the throwing. Feel like I'm lean on.
The more you rotate that.
That's the play I like.
That launch was on that one.
To give me more nails down.
Yeah.
Again, one more time.
Now go out the Sunday pin.
Five-hour energy, because it's time to hit the gym and work up a sweat. And you're going to need some energy, lots of energy. 5-hour energy for every workout.
One nothing our score through 2 periods here in semifinal number 1. Minnesota Duluth, the 5 seed on top of the number 3 team in the country and the top seed in this tournament, the Denver Pioneers. Coming up later tonight at 8:30 Eastern, we're back with the second college hockey NCHC Frozen Faceoff semifinal. Don't miss another top 10 battle. Western Michigan taking on North Dakota for a chance to play the winner of this game in the title contest tomorrow night, all right here on CBS Sports Network. Earlier today, Shireen Saski caught up with the 2 coaches from North Dakota and Western Michigan at morning skates. Here are those conversations.
Coach, you started this season off with 14 new players on your roster and still managed a 3rd straight Penrose Cup. How did you see it all come together?
Well, starting early in August and having the guys in, that was a huge deal. Getting them all together, getting them acclimated and feeling comfortable with each other. And then we just grew as the season went on. And, you never know what's going to happen when you have transfers, 9 freshmen and 13 returning players. But, leadership in the locker room is a big deal. And I attribute to our leaders in the locker room.
You had 4 tight games against the Broncos during the regular season. How does that translate to tonight?
Well, I think for both teams, I think we were well aware of each other. Both teams respect each other, play hard against each other, and you're going to see a typical NCHC game that's fast and physical, and both teams trying to vie for a championship here this weekend. So it's going to be an exciting game, and I know both teams are ready for it.
Coach, your team has a lot of experience and depth. How important is it this time of year, especially making your first Frozen Face-Off appearance since the tournament has come here to the XL Center?
No, we're excited about our leadership group, and we have been all year. They're big-time players, and they're big-time people, so they've led this group in the right way all year, and they'll do it again tonight.
In your last meetings with North Dakota, special teams played a big role. How key do you think it will be tonight?
Well, I'd say in both meetings, and both times in our building and their building, I think it's going to be absolutely key. Our power play has to execute at a high level, and our penalty kill's got to find a way to stop them for sure.
Great matchup coming your way tonight in the second game of our doubleheader. Right now, though, there's business to be attended to in game number 1. The Bulldogs a 1-0 edge. We'll break down the second period after this.
Kids grow up fast. But But tragedy can strike even faster. That's why the new Pacifica has more standard safety features than any vehicle on the road. Because we can't make them grow up any slower. We can only help make sure they get there safe.
The 2022 Chrysler Pacifica, an IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus.
Right now, get $1,000 loyalty bonus cash plus $1,000 bonus cash on the 2021 Chrysler Pacifica Touring L.
There's a moment. The moment we ask, what if?
What if we could go further, jump higher, or run the whole thing? What if we could be who we're meant to be?
And become who we look up to. This is the moment it all starts.
This is the moment it all starts.
But only if we get the chance to have it.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we were created for officers. But as we've evolved with the military, we've grown to serve all who've honorably served, no matter their rank or when they were in. A Marine just out of boot camp, or a petty officer from 73, and even his kids and their kids. USAA is made for all who honorably served and their eligible family members. Are we still exclusive? Absolutely. And that's exactly why you should join.
Oh, it's the birthday girl! Hey, let's invite Jacques.
Let's not invite Jacques.
Whoa! Sure, he struggles on conference calls, but he's such a dedicated employee.
And he can really pull off stripes.
You're right. Hey, Jacques.
Come join us.
Come on.
Yeah. Here it comes. Oh, there's a wind of some kind.
This might take a while.
Second intermission continues here from St. Paul. Not much to separate the Bulldogs and Pioneers tonight. A berth in the Frozen Faceoff title game on the line. Alex Heiner, Dave Starman with you. Again, good second period. Not a lot of goals in this game, but man, a lot of great action up and down.
There's a lot going on. Like, if you're one of those fans that likes the minutia of the game within the game, there's a lot going on in this game, and that's been the fun part to watch. Goaltenders have been great, and just the chess match has been unique.
We thought it was going to be between these two old rivals. The Bulldogs thought they had gotten the second goal of the game late in that second period. Kobe Bender, who had a hat trick a weekend ago, able to tap this one home from close range after a scrum in front. But upon further review, Dave, no goal.
It was the left hand of 21, Noah Cates, that pushed the puck through the legs of the goaltender, therefore making it no goal. Now, Ryan Fanti has been terrific. Why? Let's take a look at this rip of saves. And what do you notice is the common denominator here? No rebounds. Everything into the glove. They're testing his glove. He's got a great glove to start with. To me, he's one of the few goalies in the country that purely can just catch pucks and not leave rebounds. A lot of guys, have that second glove. It's like a second blocker. Yeah. Not Fanti. Fanti catches pucks. Looks like a first baseman out there.
18 saves tonight for the NCHC goaltender of the year. 9 shots on frame for DU in that second period, just as they had 9 in the first. Pio's pressing to find a way back in this one, trailing by 1 as we move into period number 3, which is coming up right after this. Here from the XL Energy Center in St. Paul, NCHC Frozen Faceoff continues next here on CBS Sports Network. Stay tuned.
NCHC, where the best in college hockey compete, and the numbers back it up. In the past 8 years, 6 teams in national title games and a run of 4 consecutive national championships, 2 Hobie Baker winners, and 46 All-Americans. More than 70 alumni in the NHL with multiple Stanley Cup champions, a leader and innovator in the sport, including a one-of-its-kind pod. One conference, creating champions and improving the game. This is the NCHC.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head? Comb it over? Wear a hat? Just stop. This isn't 1970. Keep your hair and your confidence because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration experts, can give you your real hair back permanently. Check them out today because they're giving away an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card to everyone who texts LIST to 234-234. Dude, you don't have to look like your dad because this isn't your dad's hair loss treatment. People all over the country trust Bosley because they're ahead of the curve. They use the latest technology to give you your real hair back. And the best part, Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Let them show you for free how awesome your hair could look with an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off. Text LIST to 234-234. Ask about the Bosley Guarantee. That's LIST to 234-234.
One car accident. Everything just fell apart. My car insurance dropped me. I got a ticket for driving uninsured, so I couldn't drive to work. Now I'm behind on the rent. What's next?
Need car insurance? A bad driving record doesn't have to stop you. Get coverage for as little as $20 down with Good To Go auto insurance and proof of insurance on the spot. Visit goodtogo.com and get things back on track. Visit goodtogo.com. That's good, the number 2, go.com.
Here's what they're playing for this weekend in St. Paul, the Frozen Faceoff Trophy. The boys will be lifting that 35-pound beauty coming up tomorrow night after the championship game. Will it be one of these two? Denver trailing 1-0. Minnesota Duluth. That first period goal by Blake Bionti, the difference here tonight in our first semifinal. Busy weekends around college hockey conference tournament semifinals taking place all across the country. Out east, Connecticut, an upset of Northeastern. That's a big one for the Huskies, and one that leaves bubble teams quaking in their boots a little bit.
Well, I'll tell you what, that is not good for them right there, because that puts a little bit more impetus on them to win, because now that's maybe potentially one upset out of the way. By the way, that game between the two Massachusetts schools, those are fun to watch. They played last year in the Hockey East tournament, and they will get it going again with, I think for both of them, a real important game heading towards the national tournament.
A lot of critical days ahead for our NCAA tournament picture. We'll find out the full field on Sunday evening.
And Mercyhurst with AIC with a good win. Nice to see.
Let's set things down now to Shireen Saski, who's standing by with David Carl.
Thanks, Alex. Well, Coach, quick question for you as you get ready for the third. What do you need to do to generate some goals?
Yeah, I think we just need to be more connected coming up the ice, transition pucks. They're doing a good job holding lines and stepping, and we need to do a better job getting pucks in behind them to generate some chances.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it. Alex?
David Carl's team has had success putting the puck in the back of the net against the Bulldogs this season. They scored 5 in a 5-0 win back in December. They scored 5 in a 5-3 victory in Denver in February. But in those losses, they've really been held in check. Again, these two split during the regular season. You mentioned that word connected. They got to find some of that chemistry here over the final 20 minutes to have a shot.
And it's funny because when he talked about the UMD, he said they don't really beat themselves when you play them. Obviously, patience and puck management is huge. No hope plays because they play low risk. They take their time, and rarely do you trap 3 forwards with a good breakout pass. And that's, to me, has been UMD's story. They've been above the puck all night.
And that has been their recipe for success through this incredible run over the last handful of seasons. In the last 4 NCAA tournaments that have been played, they made the Frozen Four each year. A couple of national titles in 2018 and 2019, a national title game appearance in 2017. A lot of those games were 2-1, 3-2, low scoring, hard, heavy.
The Bulldogs are the mid-90s version of Jacques Lemaire's New Jersey Devils. I mean, they really are. It's the same mentality. It's a professional mentality. It's an experienced mentality. They know how to shut down a game. They know how to manage a game, but they can also create some offensive chances.
The only difference is this team hasn't led to widespread rule changes across the league.
That's a good point. Yet.
Yes, there you go.
And this game is far from over because Denver could score about 9 goals in 10 minutes.
We've seen it this season. There's Gutman now testing Fanti, able to block her that one aside. How long can you keep the top scoring team in the country at bay? Noah Cates from Adlin for his own squad, gets a hit that time by Barons. Brink now trying to get past The UMD captain finding Mayhew. Rail to an area picked up by Lee. Biondi forces him to retreat.
So I brought up Justin Lee at the end of the period, but I've always been a little quiet tonight. This guy's a riverboat gambler. And to me, he makes a big impact. You think of the big-name defenseman on Denver's team, sometimes his name doesn't come up, but he wants the puck. He does good things with the puck. When he's in the offensive zone, he's in charge with the puck. To me, don't poke the bear. If Lee's a little sleepy tonight, leave him there.
He was a finalist for NCHC Defensive Defenseman of the Year, an award that was won by North Dakota's Ethan Frisch. Those are the guys that don't always get the headlines. Lee, not a big-time goal scorer, but such a key part of this Denver team, especially this young Denver blue line. So many sophomores and freshmen playing big roles in the Pioneer decor. Right from a tight angle, blocked aside. Biondi getting in the way. Kaiser now loses out this time as Rizzo takes over. Right once again, intercepted by Olsen. Bouillon at the blue line. Mazer, Rookie of the Year in the conference. His shot high and knocked down in front. Fancy able to push it aside. Quinn Olsen coming forward, the Bruins draft pick.
Fanty's a real big goalie, who I think his best asset, or is becoming his best asset, is being able to track pucks through traffic low for a tall kid who knows how to use his size to his advantage.
Well, bouncing puck again, and Fancy able to shield off. It is amazing how good of an athlete both of these goaltenders are. As Loney fires one in that Kona knocks away. Carter Loney showing off the skill. Shot deflected. Kona made the initial stop and then gets taken out that time as Lohat got knocked to the ground. UMD buzzing a bit here, trying to add that insurance tally. Denver able to get it clear. This will be an icing call with 16:34 left in the period.
We talked a lot about Luke Milmock in period number 2 and his ability to get scoring chances. And his line had a great job. Milmock comes from a great hockey family. His granddad was a goaltender in Saskatchewan. His uncle Spencer played at Notre Dame in Wilcox, Saskatchewan. That's where Rodney Brindamore played. His uncle Clint and his dad Jeremy played there too. He's got a brother playing at Alaska Fairbanks. Yep. Real good player. Milmock a good player. And his uncle Clint, the GM of Maryland in the North American League. That's a pretty good hockey family.
It is a very good hockey family. Dave, by the way, had the family tree all laid out in front of us here as he was going through.
Well, it's funny. I talked to Luke when we were in Duluth a couple of weeks ago, and I said, I'm seeing the Milmock name all over the place. I said, I know there's one in the North American League. I know there's one at Fairbanks. I said, it's not like Smith, so you guys all have to be related. He tried to explain it to me. I couldn't get it, so Clint emailed me today, and now I got it straight.
He's a great kid. We saw him at the awards ceremony, of course, on Thursday night. Always a smile on his face. Just happy to be playing hockey again as Barrow comes in. Big save by Fancy, and then the fifth-year senior runs over the goaltender. It's going to be goaltender interference against Barrow. Bulldogs going on the power play. Fancy eventually back up on his skates.
Denver with a quick strike. Here comes Benning. Hard through, and Benning was just trying to chip one over. A little bit of a broken play. Barrow comes through, and then you see the stick in the skates.
And I misread the initial signal. It's a slash call against Darian Goetz, which led to Barrow flying in.
Take a look at it at real speed. Here's the thing. Either way, and you look at it from that angle, either way, slashing or tripping, you got something. And you got a great look, great job by our camera crew to show you how fast this game is and how quickly these officials have to make decisions. And we can all bang on the officials like crazy. But, I mean, they are seeing these things in real time at real speed, which makes it at a different angle while trying not to get killed themselves.
A big opportunity here. Safety first, right, if you were in the stripes?
Just ask Darren Dreger.
Oh, boy.
So this will be a big opportunity for Denver. And where Denver is so good, as we alluded to a little bit earlier, is I think they're just trying to work to set the clock back properly here. But where Denver is so good on the power play is in their structure, especially with Benning up top. Gutman is so good in the bumper roll right in the middle of that 1-3-1. You get a guy like Savoy who plays on the left side. You get Brink, who can play on the right side. But the one thing about Brink and Savoy that are interesting is when they both go onto their strong sides, they can both be equally as effective. So you get a one-timer option, you get a catch and release option, which is pretty good. So that gets it started. And I think David Carl signaling that all is good in the world.
It sounds like we've been told that there's an issue with the daylight coming in through an open curtain at one end of the rink, which was throwing the officials off and the players off a little bit. That's now been addressed, and we're going to be able to play on. So Denver, as you said, a great opportunity. Darian Goats in the penalty box. 5-on-4 chance, the third power play of the night for the Pioneers. Yet to find a way through with the man advantage. Bobby Brink, though, really creating that time. Cates with the stick in the passing lane, gets the interception and the clear. And this is one of the best power plays in the country. Denver clicking at 26% on the year. Bulldogs penalty kill really good as well as Gutman sends that one high. Fanti makes the initial stop. The rebound was there. Lowhite able to get it away in the end. Benning, however, keeps the pressure on. Across to Savoy. Benning once again to Brink. Benning at the blue line. Back to Bobby Brink. A Minnetonka, Minnesota native. Cross ice too far for Savoy. One of the most lethal shots in the country. Benning. Savoy again. Off the skates of Luke Lowhite and out to Carter Loney.
UMD had one chance to get it out, didn't. And when you allow Denver to extend offensive zone time with this power play, you are flirting with disaster. And UMD did for a moment. They got a secondary clear by Loney.
There's a Pioneer offense that does not need second opportunities when they're up a man. 45 seconds left on the power play. Booyam activating from defense. Back to Rizzo. A couple of freshmen who have been real good since day one with this program. Barons is passed behind right. Another clear here for the Bulldogs. 25 seconds left in the Goats penalty. 14:34 and counting remaining in regulation. Blake Biondi's goal back in the first period. Still the difference between these two. Stapley. Pushed out wide. That's on by Kelly. Puck sent around. Not out though. Benning the keep at the blue line. Rizzo. The Hurricanes draft pick down low to right. One-timer by Booyam, stopped by Fanti. Gallatin sends it out of danger as Goats exits the box. Third successful kill of the night for Scott Sandlin's Bulldogs. Luke Lowhite waiting for help this time. He'll hold up and allow help to come in the form of Owen Gallatin. Lead back on it, the Manitoba native. Loose puck though picked up by Olsen. James in the corner. Back to Quinn Olsen. Benning tried to send it around. Biondi got in the way and forced the turnover. Olsen once again. Goats. A little too far for James. Right. Benning a little misplay this time. The chance stays now. Kaiser gloved and held by Krona. Quick whistle with 13:23 left in the third. So the score remains 1-0. The Pioneers with a couple of good looks. Cole Gutman, the captain, coming oh so close to finding the equalizer.
When you're the leader in disaster cleanup and restoration, how do you make like it never even happened happen? Let it rain, Randy! Woo! Yes! By being prepared for anything! Woo! Whatever comes your way, there's a pro for that.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
USAA is made for the safe pilots, like Matt, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble. With USAA Safe Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save up to 30% on your auto insurance. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for. Get a quote today.
Approaching the midway point of period number 3. Just one goal in this one between these two top 10 programs. We've been talking about it all night. This high-powered Pioneer offense, 4.5 goals a game, the tops in the country. We're going to see, by the way, the number 4 scoring offense in the nation in the nightcap. Western Michigan, the 3 seed, taking on the 2 seed North Dakota. That game scheduled to start at 7:30 Central Time, 8:30 Eastern.
Keep an eye on this matchup. Denver had the last change here. This is UMD's third pair. Denver threw out its first line, and I know for sure that UMD is trying to keep this pair away from this line of Denver. So this could be a unique shift.
Pioneers able to get it clear here. DU so good at home this season. That also means they've been so good with last line change. 17-1-1 when they've had last change this season. You can count some of that to the altitude.
Yeah, Rail and Anderson were ready to jump as soon as they could. Quick change by the UMD defense.
Mayhew now coming forward, outside the call. Nice job by Cates to hold up the defenseman just enough and prevents a clean zone entry with 12:49 left in the period.
He's had a unique season, Noah Cates has. You know, with the Olympics and the season that Duluth has had with the inconsistencies and trying to find it, trying to get some line combos together that really have stuck, and they really like what they have now with Roth, Gilling, and Latterud. And then Cates drops in with Jocks and Bender. They're strong down the middle. Loney on the fourth line, James on the third, and Jesse Jocks has had a real nice ascension from being a fourth line center a couple of years ago and even playing the wing to holding down that second line spot.
Kept in by Ben, and Cates was quick to pounce on the misplay. It'll go up into the stands in the end.
Where UMD has been, I think, very good is they have been first and harder in critical areas. So you see a low-high play by Denver to try to maintain possession. Puck comes up to Benning. As soon as Benning received the puck, Cates was on him. And we talk about attacking triggers. When a player first receives a puck, that's a trigger. You can attack that player because they might be looking down. They're not set yet. And I think UMD has been very, very good at attacking because Denver doesn't give you a whole lot of triggers. But UMD's been good in that area, getting quickly to pucks in critical areas.
Scott Sandlin did say he liked to compete with his team a week ago. He said they're hungry and they're going to be ready. So I hope we can play like we did last weekend when we get to St. Paul. We've certainly seen that here tonight through the opening 2.5 periods. And now a chance to add to the advantage. Bender leaving one. The chance fell, knocked aside in the end by Krona. Jocks had the opportunity. Bender, pass just out of arm's reach. Send it to Cates, 3-time All-NCHC Noah Cates, now a senior wearing the C. Good duel in the half wall. A lot of people were surprised, by the way, that Cates came back this season. His older brother signed with the Flyers. Cates is a Flyers draft pick. UMD fans very happy that number 21 chose to come back for a 4th year in the maroon and gold. Icing the call here with 11:44 left in the third. At the beginning of tonight's contest, Dave laid out keys to advance. How have you seen this play out this evening?
Well, the goal in the game was from the top 6, so we got that. Denver's possession leading to confusion. I thought early on they had UMD a little bit on the ropes, but UMD settled in. There has not been a lot of backline impact, and part of it was because of what we just talked about in terms of UMD getting the points, attacking from the inside out, playing well from the dots, and taking Denver's ability to use their points to create offense.
Not many teams this season have been able to slow down Denver's blue line. One of the top scoring defense cores in the country. Here's Biondi now coming in, headed off by Lee. James keeping it alive, back to Kelly. Throw it off the end wall, Biondi there. Gallatin through traffic, shot knocked down in front. Stapley can come away with the puck for the Pioneers, so dump it ahead. Kelly there to meet it.
That was a big-time play by Kelly because Devine was on the hunt. That was one of those airmails, Alex, that you and I talked about earlier where we saw an opportunity created by UMD when they got Mayhew in a bad spot. Same idea. Stapley is so smart. I mean, his head is always up. His eyes are always up. Stapley is one of those players, and Scott Sandlin knows this because we've talked about this. Stapley is one of those players, he's an all-of-a-sudden player. He processes the game, and you don't think he's going to do much, and all of a sudden he makes a play, and he almost did it right there with that little airmail pass.
He's had a couple of good looks tonight. So many weapons on this Pioneer squad. The Bulldogs so far have executed the game plan to perfection, keeping them in check, keeping them off the scoreboard as we approach the 10-minute mark of the final period of regulation. Pioneers have outshot the Bulldogs just over so slightly here in the third, 9-7 in this final stanza. Quick whistle will give us a chance to hear from Shireen.
Well, Alex, you talked earlier in the broadcast about Denver and the great streak they've had since a tough start to the season. David Carl talked to us about the grit factor of his team. They were tested earlier, but not often throughout this season. But he likes the grit factor in his team, and he believes they have what it takes to fight through any battle.
That's a great point for this time in the game. They've blown a lot of teams out this season, but they've also won the tight games as well, especially after that slow start. Quick shot there by Biondi, always rising though over the head of Krona.
Capone and Mazer give him a lot of grit up front. Edwards can be gritty. Stapley can play with a little grit in his game. King.
Whistle here for a moment there. It looked like Rizzo was going to have a chance to get by Kaiser and be clean on goal. Whistled over offside in the end, negates the opportunity.
Now this line through the February lost its way a little bit. The Mazer line with Rizzo and Cam Wright, and Wright being the veteran was one of the guys who helped bring them back. They had a pretty good weekend last weekend, so they started to gain some traction and move back in the right direction. This line early in the season was lights out good. Rizzo's going to be a star in this league. Mazer is going to be a star in this league. And Wright, the grad transfer, came in from Bowling Green, which lived on grit, whether it be Bergeron or Eider. I mean, they lived on being a gritty team, and that was a pretty good line put together.
That's what those Falcons teams were known for. Right, a big part of getting Bowling Green back to the national tournament.
Bowling Green's put some guys, but like you just said, Bowling Green's put some guys on pro contracts, and that program was still going in the right direction.
A couple of NCHC teams benefiting from experienced players from that program this season. Right here with Denver, Connor Ford, the NCHC Defensive Forward of the Year for North Dakota. We'll see him tonight in semifinal number 2 against Western Michigan.
Big story in this game has been the UMD PK and not allowing Denver to capitalize on their chances. Like when you look back at what Denver's done on the power play in their last 2 games, 2 for 11, 2 for 7, 1 for 5, 3 for 6, 2 for 5, 3 for 7. I mean, Denver's a team that has feasted on its power play, and for UMD to be able to shut them down so far is the reason that this game is where it's at.
Well, it's been tight 5-on-4. It's been tight 5-on-5 as well. Denver has hit 3 posts in this game. Here is Gutman, who hit one of them, nearly scoring on the backhand. A mazy run that time from the captain, Brink. Great shot block as Gallatin goes down and takes the puck away with his leg. Biondi, his line at the end of a shift. And at the end of a whistle here, as we've got a delayed call, a slash going against the Pioneers with 9:32 left in the third. We will see the Bulldog power play for the second time tonight as the nation's leading scorer heads to the box.
Number 24, 2 minutes slashing.
Come on back. 9:32 left in the third. Still 1-0 our score.
In the jungle.
Overtime went into overtime. What do? You turn to DiGiorno to be MVP. MV Pizza. Fresh baked taste. The winning move. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
1-0 Bulldogs. We just talked about how their penalty kill has been a huge factor in this game. Now they get a chance to get on the power play. Gallatin and Brink lock up. You always know the retaliation is going to get called, and you leave the officials no choice. On that one, Nick Krebsbach, who you see sitting in the penalty box next to Brink, he certainly knows that as well. He'll be officiating one of the next couple of games this weekend. UMD on a huge power play here. Scott Sandlin all year long has talked about the need to extend games. This is what he's talking about. Taking a 1-0 lead to a 2-0 lead and benefiting on a gift.
Starts here with the face-off win by Casey Gilling. Kaiser, the sophomore D-man, up top to Gilling once again. Bender, who thought he scored that all-important second goal in this game. Roth. Good stick by Mazer. Gilling back on it to Bender. He'll leave it for Kaiser. Great move to get by Mazer. Wyatt Kaiser down low. Cates to Kaiser. Snared that time, at least knocked aside by Krona.
That was a 5-on-2 for a minute.
Wow. Kaiser to Roth. Always rising, that slap shot was from number 10. Bender on the half boards. Double teams here. It'll come out to Webster. The sophomore forward will send it down towards Ryan Fancy.
I love players who try to make extra effort plays on a penalty kill to get a puck out, but the golden rule when you're shorthanded, if you're going to leave your feet, you got to be about 1,000% sure you're getting the puck.
And you can't do that against Kaiser, one of the best power play quarterbacks in this league. Biondi tried to get it in deep. It hit his teammate that time. He comes to Olsen in the end. Tied up. Puck comes screen out. Connor Kelly. Gallatin. Here comes the freshman defenseman. Thought about the shot. He'll go wide instead. Quick pass from James over to Olsen. He'll throw one in front. Biondi got the touch. Krona there, though, always behind it.
There's been some shift by Olsen. Keep your eye on him, 15 and dark. He's getting towards the end of it, but he has made some huge little things plays that have extended the offensive zone time for UMD and got him a couple of chances.
And the junior from Calgary having a career year this season. Biondi. Olsen, the touch back to Kelly. 12 seconds left on the brink penalty. Gallatin. Pass deflected. Olsen picks it up. Time winding down on the brink slash. And now we're back to 5-on-5. Biondi shot blocked. Brink out of the box and right back on the puck with 7:24 left in the third. Here comes the junior, the player of the year in the conference. Headed off well that time by Louis Rail. James able to push it down the other ends. This will be an icing though with 7:11 left in regulation.
UMD had a good opportunity. They had a 5-on-2 here for a second as Pios got trapped. The thought process was shoot the puck, and I thought Sean Behrens, 2 in white, made a terrific play, taking the lane away. If Kaiser shoots, he probably puts it off the shin guard. Behrens forced the pass. That's almost like saving a goal.
Big time play from that man, the freshman defenseman. Second round pick of Colorado from last year, a former national team development player. Might be a moment to bookmark here as it keeps it 1-0. 5-on-5 hockey as we approach the 7-minute mark of the third. Massimo Rizzo trying to create space, leaving it for Wright. Back to Rizzo down low. Gallatin kicks it right back to the corner. Rail able to get it clear, only as far as Bouillon. Got some puck behind Fancy. Two-men battle from each side. Mazer checked hard by Benzer. And the Bulldogs get it out to neutral ice. Just as the Pioneers come back. Wright trying to get by Rail. He'll leave it for Rizzo. Mayhew, fresh legs off the bench now for DU. Both of these teams trying to make their way to another Frozen Faceoff Championship game. Noah Cates and company. Here comes Cates, skating in, off the crossbar that time as Cates went backhand. Got by Krona but could not beat the iron. It remains 1-0. Kaiser trying to keep the pressure on here. Banned on the pass. That time he had Cates waiting at the top of the opposite circle.
Whoops.
Right idea. Just couldn't quite execute that time. And this will be icing again with 5:35 left now in the third.
There are times that Noah Cates, with the way he handles the puck in tight and his ability to get strong to the net, he reminds me a little bit of Austin Pagansky at times. He relies on his backhand when he goes to the fray. He's really good at getting to it. Sometimes when you leave the puck out in front of you, you give the goaltender a little bit of an advantage because when the puck's in front of your body, the goalie knows you're not going to shoot. So it gives the goalie a chance to creep out a little bit more before you make your next move. When the puck's on your hip is when goaltenders can get free, a little frozen, because it becomes carry, shoot, pass. All three options are still there.
Kate's a big weekend against the Huskies last week in the quarterfinals. On the road, 2 goals, including the game winner in overtime on Saturday. 3 assists as well on the weekends. And the senior rejoining this team in late February after having that run in the Olympics in Beijing with Team USA. Such a big part of this Bulldog success over the last couple of seasons as Savoy loses an edge and goes down. Gutman tries to take over, but the play comes to the Bulldogs now. Ladler will send it in just across the red line. Booyah back on it. Under 5 to play in the third. Go ahead, Dave.
These two teams have played a bunch of times. They know each other well, but the pre-scout has been terrific for UMD.
As Barrow, you got to think the staff is really pleased with their effort, their play, their execution tonight. It is a one-shot hockey game, though. It only takes one moment of brilliance, a mistake, a lucky bounce, and all of a sudden we're going to be tied up. As for a moment, we're going to head back down to Ryan Fante's end on another icing call against UMD.
To second the point on that is when Denver has tried a lot of their high rolls, when Denver has tried a lot of their possession plays. I got a funny feeling UMD is going to call timeout here because of the tired bodies on the ice. Yes, they are. And they'll take a break. And remember, in college hockey, you call timeout. You can't change lines if you want to. But I think that we talked about UMD being first and getting to critical areas before Denver can make plays. And a lot of it also has to do with when Denver tries their high rolls and they try to move pucks up in and around where you see those frozen face-off logos. UMD's had good sticks to the lane, have been attacking from the inside out. So what David Carl's going to try to do is figure out just ways to find a greasy one here, get a puck to the front of the net. They don't want to give up pucks if they don't have to. But for them, they really need to start getting inside net front to grab some rebounds.
The timeout for the Bulldogs gives the Pioneers a chance to draw something up. Look at that. It's been a while since this Denver team has not been able to find the back of the net. You got to go back over a calendar year, February 12th of 2021 against North Dakota, the last time they failed to score.
By the way, we talked a little earlier about Luke Milmock, and he's got the uncle who's the head coach GM of the Maryland Black Bears. They're on their way to New Jersey to play the New Jersey Titans. One team in North American League that has watched a ton of our games has been the Titans, because our games are on when their games end. So any night they've been home, it has been the NCHC Fest at the arena. So we wish those two teams well as they clash tonight.
It's one of the perks of being out west. On the East Coast, your game's done.
Exactly.
Tune on, see what's going on in Mountain Time.
I've always said I wanted to watch the Super Bowl on the West Coast so that it's over, you can go to dinner, right? The time, unique in the time difference.
See the faceoffs. Denver dominant on the dot, a +12 tonight. Cole Gutman, 15 wins to just 7 defeats, but he does not get the better of Casey Gilling this time.
Gilling's strength has won a few real big draws.
Shot from Lee, deflected. Bobby Brink back on it. Gilling loses out in the end here as Gutman comes back to the puck for a moment. Rail, though, able to send it out of the zone. Four minutes left here. Gutman. Shot taken away that time before it came off. Back check by UMD. You can sense the urgency starting to pick up in the Pioneers. Time beginning to wind down. They trail by 1. Blake Biondi's goal way back midway through the first. The difference in this contest, the only scoring we've had tonight. UMD trying to become the first number 5 seed to reach a frozen face-off championship game. The 5 seed's only gotten out of the first round twice prior to this year.
This isn't exactly your typical 5 seed, right?
Yeah, well, 100%. Usually in any typical conference, your 5 seed's not also ranked in the top 10.
A lot of those 5 seeds are thanks for coming.
Not in the National Collegiate Hockey Conference, Dave Starman. As you well know, of course, 3:13 left now in the third. Mazer, the freshman trying to create, back to right. Got a good look that time. Fancy, though, has been rock solid all night. 28 saves now for the NCHC goaltender of the year. Will that man make the difference? His team needs him down 1-0.
There's a moment. The moment we ask, what if?
What if we could go further, jump higher, or run the whole thing? What if we could be who we're meant to be?
And become who you look up to. This is the moment it all starts.
This is the moment it all starts.
But only if we get the chance to have it.
Are you sweating? Didn't you use Old Spice dry spray?
Of course I did.
Don't lie to me! Old Spice has long-lasting sweat protection.
Okay, I lied.
Let's check out tonight's Geico Difference Makers. You're going to love this, Steve.
Hey, goalies are difference makers no matter what, but tonight they're the difference makers for the right reasons. Ryan Fanti has been awesome, and to me, the big thing for him, not a lot of rebounds, a lot of catching pucks. Magnus Krona, I think, has been great tonight, and I think he's been great all year, and he has had a wonderful comeback season. And speaking of goaltenders, we congratulate Isaiah Seville from Omaha, who today signed with the team that drafted him, the Vegas Golden Knights.
One of the best in this league for the last couple of seasons, Seville. These two goaltenders this evening stopping 57 of the 58 shots they faced. And Fanti would love to stop a couple of more and send his team to the Frozen Faceoff title game tomorrow night here at the X.
By the way, the player development guy in Vegas is an NCHC tight-end guy. That's Will Nickel, who spent a year as the assistant in Miami. Another guy very familiar with college hockey. David Carl looking on. Right now, you're starting to segment your shifts. You're starting to figure out how much can I get my top line on the ice. And when am I going to have to pull my goalie? And when you pull a goaltender, what line is coming up that's going to be a powerhouse line? So when I go to 5, and who's my 6th, and how does that affect my line? So you're now starting to put together lines of 4 instead of lines of 3.
David Carl, finalist for the NCHC Herb Brooks Coach of the Year award this year, now in his 4th season with the program that he's been a part of for so long. His team, though, under pressure here. Quinn Olsen, another nice play from the Bruins draft pick, creating a chance for James.
If there was if there's a little things award tonight, Alex, he'd get it.
A big hit there as Gallatin lays out a Pioneer just in front of the penalty box. Ryan Barrow, who's been through the wars tonight. Booyah! Knocked aside that time by Fanti. 2:15 and counting, left in regulation. Pioneers pushing for the equalizer. Rail getting in the way, but throws it to a dangerous area. Stapley fighting, but could not get control of the puck. A lot of maroon sweaters all over number 7 in whites and crimson. No movement from Magnus Krona here, and certainly not now as UMD gets the puck deep. Tanner Latteroots, who himself just returned from injury a couple of weeks ago, able to keep it alive for the Bulldogs. Oh, found one in the trip that time as Jocks got tangled up behind the play. No call. And now Jocks able to fight his way back and create something perhaps here for Noah Cates. On the wraparound chance, knocked down, gotten it in the end. The important intervention with Jocks waiting.
If I'm Denver, get it to the goalie, get the goalie to hold on to it, call timeout, get the goalie out.
Krona not going to wait for that. He's coming off here. 6-on-5. Extra skater on for the Pioneers. Empty net to the right of your screen. 1:11 and counting in our first semifinal. Minnesota Duluth now taking over. It's Kaiser. Is it going to get there? No. Benning able to track back. 60 seconds left now.
Denver group's been out there a while.
Tired legs for the Pioneers. Good clearance here by Fanti off the window. James, great speed. Benning able to get back. Dominic James, the freshman, happy to kill some time in the corner. 40 seconds left in regulation. Denver needs a goal to keep their Frozen Faceoff title hopes alive. Great job there as Roth nearly set up Cates for the empty net chance. Instead, it comes to Mazur. Under 30 seconds. Mazur pushed the side now. Roth sending one down, and it is in! Kobe Roth, the insurance tally for the Bulldogs. And does that send them to the title game tomorrow with 20 seconds left? Who else but number 10?
Kobe Roth talked to me yesterday about how his roles evolved from being a fourth-line guy whose job was just to chip pucks in to a guy who's a leader and is expected to make big plays. Right there, he did both. He chipped one in, and he wound up potentially sealing this game. Roth, to me, has been as good as any Bulldog and has been as good as any player in the conference for about the last month.
Pitch and sink time now for the Pioneers as Lee fires one. Kona, by the way, back in nets with 12.6 seconds left and a 2-goal disadvantage.
So what did we talk about a little bit as that was starting to happen? Tired legs for Denver. They had a couple of guys long shift. They couldn't get a whistle where they could call timeout and give everybody a breather. And unfortunately, it hurt them. They lost a couple of 50-50s that fresh bodies potentially could have changed.
Little moments in contests like this, a one-shot hockey game for so long tonight. The Pioneers pressing to try and pull level. At the end, it's the Bulldogs who get the second goal of the night. And they will be headed to tomorrow night's championship game here at the XL Energy Center. Another shutout for Ryan Fancy. The league's goaltender of the year notches his 5th whitewash of the season, and Scott Sandlin's team moves on.
Both coaching staffs before this game both said that there's such respect between these two programs, players, coaches, for the other side, that when they play each other and the game ends, neither team feels like they blew the other one out. Neither team feels like they had a bigger advantage. They both feel like when they play each other, it's clean, hard, honest hockey. Now the post-game handshake starts, and I'll tell you what, I thought Denver came out like a house on fire, and the fact that UMD early on was able to, as we talked about, not blink. The fact that they were able to manage the game and then steal a goal changed the entire dimension because Denver spent the rest of the game chasing it as opposed to playing from the lead.
Great game by Magnus Kona, just the 1 goal allowed. Blake Biondi's tally back at the 14:47 mark of the first, the difference. What a night for that man. 30 saves from Ryan Fancy, the junior netminder, carrying his team to tomorrow night's title game. So for the first time in Frozen Faceoff history, the 5 seed, Dave, is moving on, though this 5 seed is a top 10 team in the nation and has a history of getting the job done this time of year. The Bulldogs blank the top scoring team in the country in semifinal number 1. Our Shireen Sasky standing by with tonight's 1 star of the game.
So much, Alex. I've got Ryan Fancy right here. Congratulations. You hold the highest scoring team in the nation. Goose egg.
Yeah, that's a team effort, I think. That's a Bulldog third period, and those guys came out and didn't give them a lot of offensive time or any grade A chances in the third period, so thought that was a really good playoff game from our guys, and that's been 3 in a row, so 1 more and we got a conference championship. So that's the goal right now before going into next weekend.
Blake Biondi scores once again. He's done it all season long for you guys. What can you say about him?
He's just stepped up this year. We lost a lot of good scorers last year, and Blake's been a sophomore. He's a sophomore this year, and one that we had a lot of hope for, and he's really lived up to it, and he scored some big goals here down the stretch, so we're expecting more out of him, though. We're not done yet.
Ryan, thanks so much. Congratulations. We talked about his 30 saves. Maybe we'll call this 31. He gets the game puck. Guys?
Thank you very much.
I love it. Well deserved from one of the best young men in the conference. Congrats to the Bulldogs. They're moving on. For Denver, their season is not done. They will be in the NCAA Regionals at home in Loveland, Colorado in 1 week's time. Once again, our final score tonight in semifinal number 1, Minnesota Duluth 2, Denver nothing. For Dave Starman, Shireen Saski, our producer Carlos DiMolina, our director Sean Jensen, our entire crew, I'm Alex Heinert. This has been a presentation of CBS Sports Network, the 24-hour home of CBS Sports. Back soon for semifinal number 2 between Western and North Dakota. From the Twin Cities, so long for now.
It's the toughest 8 seconds in sports.
That legend in my mind. Y'all don't know my name.
What's the number again?
135, zone it in.
Five-hour energy, because it's time to hit the gym and work up a sweat. And you're going to need some energy, lots of energy. 5-hour energy for every workout.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we only serve those who honorably serve. All ranks, all branches, and their eligible family members. Yep, that is exclusive, and we're fine with that.
Kids grow up fast. But tragedy can strike even faster. That's why the new Pacifica has more standard safety features than any vehicle on the road. Because we can't make them grow up any slower. We can only help make sure they get there safe.
The 2022 Chrysler Pacifica, an IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus.
Right now, get $1,000 loyalty bonus cash plus $1,000 bonus cash on the 2021 Chrysler Pacifica Touring L.
The most thrilling tournament in sports is back. And we've got you covered with up-to-the-minute reactions from players and coaches.
This time of the year, you can't afford to be anything less than perfect.
NCAA March Madness 360 on CBS Sports Network.
Welcome in here to NCAA March Madness 360 presented by Nissan. Adam Zucker joined by Chris Walker, Wally Zerbiak, and John Rothstein. Yeah. We're with you for about the next hour or so, getting you caught up on today's tournament action while the Zamboni does its thing. Minnesota Duluth with the upset, might be the biggest upset of the sports day so far, actually. I mean, Notre Dame over Alabama, that was pretty good. And of course, North Dakota and Western Michigan coming up in about an hour. One of the games that just went final in the NCAA men's basketball tournament over in the East region, and that was Virginia Tech falling to Texas after the Hokies had won the ACC tournament, beat Coach K. All that momentum, 13 of 15 coming in. However, it's Texas advancing. The Hokies on the podium now. Here's head coach Mike Young live in Milwaukee.
Not away, ever. Want to continue to come here, need to win here. That's what we need to do. The great tournament. Texas is a little bit better. I'm not sure I answered your question, Gene. I think it's a pretty special season.
Mark, then one more.
Mark Berman, Roanoke Times.
I know exactly who you are.
To follow up on that, I know you didn't want to lose in the first round again, but do you feel like the ACC championship and back-to-back NCAA appearances, something to build on with the program going forward? And obviously you don't know who's coming back or not, but you feel like the pieces are in place and these back-to-back seasons are something to build on here.
I think it's a pretty good step in a positive direction and pretty good. David.
Mike's coming your way.
Mike, that's the best Texas has shot beyond the arc since Houston Baptist in the opener. How would you assess your defense? Did you think you were
David,
there
we really
on closeouts?
No, it wasn't very good. It wasn't very good. And 36 first half points, 34 first half points. I didn't think we had gotten our feet under us offensively. I thought we were going to be a lot. But I told him, I said, 34 points to Texas in a half is not good enough. We spent so much time, shrink the floor, take care of Allen. We wanted to play 32 and Sensu, Disu, number 4. We wanted to play those one-on-one. We thought we could guard them one-on-one, but we thought we had to put Allen in a cocoon, if you will, and swipe at the ball. Pretty soft defensively on 2 of Jones, made threes. Just we got the right tag, and he gets behind it and makes a shot. David, I think I watched 10 Texas games, maybe more. It's the basketball gods. It's not a very good shooting team. They're very, very good, all right? And, Big 12 and so on. But, combination, a good day for the Longhorns, and not as good a defensive effort as we've come to expect.
All right, Mike, thanks for your time.
Thanks, everybody.
Safe travels back to Blacksburg. Once again, a recording of this press conference will be available in the NCAA.
Wow, they took that off the bird pretty fast, huh? Putting up the slate so quickly. So Virginia Tech falls here to Texas 81-73. Bit of a theme for the Hokies where they've lost in the first round in 4 of their last 5 tournaments. But that will happen when your opponent hits 10 of 19 and also out-rebounds you 10 of 19 from 3. We're going to take a break real quick here and bring back with highlights of the Notre Dame-Alabama game. The Fighting Irish picking up where they left off just after midnight on St. Paddy's Day.
The United States, Mexico.
These are the wins that cement the path to Qatar.
Thursday on CBS Sports Network and streaming live on Paramount Plus.
So with Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more?
Yeah, home, car, motorcycle, all bundled together. Just like that breakfast burrito.
So can I get chorizo?
Metaphorically, yeah.
Carnita.
Just chicken. Just give me a bunch of chicken.
Oh, bacon?
Oh, wait, there isn't too much hot sauce, is there? I have a sensitive palate.
I actually like hot sauce. Can I get chips?
How about guacamole?
I don't really know what we're talking about anymore.
Burritos.
Okay.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
What drives you to outperform the competition and reach new heights? It takes an unrelenting will to keep climbing to the top, and we'll help you get there. For 100 years, the Werner name has stood for innovation, a legacy we're proud to carry on to help you work faster and safer, so we can get you back to what matters most. Werner, 100 years of innovation.
Tostitos avocado salsa. You put all of this in here, so you can put it on, well, just about anything. Tostitos avocado salsa. Get to the good stuff.
Are we going to do what they say can't be done? We've got it all ready to go, and it's short time to get there. These mountains.
Giorgio, look, the peanut butter box is here.
Ralph, that's the Chewy Pharmacy box with our flea and tick meds. It's not peanut butter.
The peanut butter box is here.
I'm out.
Pet prescriptions delivered to your door. Chewy.
What's up, Grammys? Make some noise. It's music's biggest night. Did you see that?
With performances by Billie Eilish, Brandy Carlisle, Brothers Osborne, BTS, Lil Nas X, Olivia Rodrigo, and more. The Grammys, Sunday, April 3rd on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
NCAA March Madness 360 on CBS Sports Network is sponsored by Nissan, official partner of March Madness.
welcome back, and let's get to one of the big finals from the day. And after an unforgettable start to St. Patrick's Day with an after-midnight double overtime win over Rutgers and an interview with John Rothstein and Mike Bray, Notre Dame facing 6-seed Alabama. The Tide losing a starter in the first few minutes, while the Irish had a bench player setting a school record for threes in a tournament game. And here's the injury. Javon Quinterly going down. At first, it looked like his ankle, but yeah, John, that was rough. And
hate to see that. Hate to see that. He worked so hard to get to the NCAA tournament. So did this guy, Cormac Ryan, with the three-point shot. He was sensational. 8-point lead for the Irish. Look at the drive and the finish by Blake Wesley. There was no kickoff between these two teams. We still had drama because of Ryan, who hit 3 after 3. Notre Dame from the first 4 to the round of 32. Yeah. 29 for Cormac Ryan.
Yeah, Cormac and the 7 threes were a Notre Dame tournament record. Notre Dame beating Alabama by 2 touchdowns, not something we've seen in the postseason in football, but in basketball it happened, and Mike Bray is moving on.
When you can get a group to take ownership of itself, you're 80% of the way there. And these guys really had ownership by late January. And then they talk about what they want to do, and they sell my stuff when I'm not around. That's the ultimate dynamic as the leader. It doesn't always happen, but with special teams, they have complete ownership. Every team in this tournament had ownership of itself and leadership. And as a coach, don't screw it up. Don't overcoach them.
You know, people were saying double overtime, long flight, legs are going to be tired, and man, we were gunning and we were ready to go. And it feels special. It feels special for us, and it's our time.
Some of our losses were really unacceptable, but we had some great wins. So I told the guys, let's try to remember the great moments of the season. Some of them will be back, some won't. The ones that are moving on, you know, we got some good memories from the year, and just disappointing end to it.
All right, and so it's the West region where Notre Dame is moving on to face Texas Tech in San Diego on Sunday. That one is going to be fun. Cormac the Magnificent, though, because it's time for tonight's Thrilling Drives, brought to you by Nissan and Cormac Ryan right here. Oh, look at that, a 2, Wally.
Nice.
He had a 2-pointer also.
Yeah.
Over the 7 threes.
Hey, lay it up and in, young fella. Just stick to the threes. I love it. 7 threes, 7 for 9, was lights out from deep. Look at that performance. 10 for 13. Chris Walker, that is efficiency. Raise up and make the shots when you take them. Take the shots you know you can make. Phenomenal performance. We know Alabama allows teams to get into rhythm and shooters to get into rhythm. They dare you to knock down threes, and Cormac Ryan took advantage of that.
Sure did. What was Alabama's undoing in this game? I know Quinterly going down. They have other talented guys, but he's one of their leading scorers, one of their leading assist guys as well. Was that it once he was down?
No, that's not it. It's called defense. That's the other part. I mean, Nick Saban's not there to put the football team out there, but they shot over 50% from 2. They shot over 40% from 3, and 90% from the line. You played no defense, and how about this? Notre Dame turned the ball over 18 times.
More than Alabama did.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, I mean, it just comes down to defending. You know, again, the coach in me says, well, there's an excuse there because they lost one of their best players. Right? But you mentioned Shackelford and his shooting percentage, and J.D. Davis is on everybody's mock draft. So I don't want to hear about who went down. Nate Oates is a coach. You got to get it done. And you're playing against Notre Dame, who I think limped their way into the NCAA tournament. It was a perfect time to win, but again, tough to win without one of your best players. But this is a tournament. It's won and it's done. That's it.
That's it.
No, I think big thing you have to look at big picture. Notre Dame has now won more games in this NCAA tournament than it has won in the last 4. The Irish needed to take a step forward as a program this year. 5 seniors, obviously, and Blake Wesley making up this nucleus. Big step forward taken by the Irish.
Can they take another step forward?
Texas Tech
looked
really good.
Not with 18 turnovers.
We're going to get there.
Not with 18 turnovers. And
they're not going to shoot 10 for 16.
The defense never rests.
They shot 62% from 3.
Yeah, it won't happen against them. Shout out to Cormac Ryan, the transfer from Stanford. So, again, transfer portal.
Paul Atkinson.
Paul Atkinson.
Walking 13 points, 8 rebounds now.
He came in from Yale. Cormac from Stanford.
Ray Wirtz from Santa Clara. That's 3 of their top rotation players.
Yeah. Chris and I were talking over here.
All right. You're bringing us in.
Good job, Adam.
All right. The late afternoon matchup in the East region had another gathering of an ACC team with an 11 seed against the team from Texas. But in opposite directions coming in, Virginia Tech, winners of 13 of their last 15, including that ACC crown over Duke, facing Chris Beard, the former Texas Tech head coach. Chris Beard's Longhorns, who entered on a 3-game losing streak, also had gotten the boot in the first round in their last 4 tournament appearances, which is kind of why Chris Beard ended up coming to town. And in this one, Texas was also making threes. Andrew Jones, 21 in this game, Wally, and Texas trying to take control here.
Yeah, when Jones and Carr make threes, they're tough to beat. How about Christian Bishop? Big finish, raising the roof on that one. But Texas offensively was in some rhythm. They shot 10 for 19 from the three-point line. Virginia Tech was coming in hot from the three-point line. They couldn't get any looks from deep. Texas's defense was stifling. Good win. And guys, starting to realize the Big 12, pretty good conference, and they're faring fairly well in the NCAA tournament.
But I know you're saying that tongue-in-cheek, though. I mean, you were hot on the Big 12. You called them the best conference.
The best.
When everyone was talking about the SEC or
Big Ten.
Big Ten. Yeah. Regardless of number of seeds, you were always on the Big 12 this year. Texas gets the win, 81-73, 10 of 19 from 3. We heard from Virginia Tech Live a short time ago. Here is Chris Beard, unshaven.
We basically set it up for our guys is we got to go beat one of the best teams in the country in the first round. So this will be a confidence builder as the tournament goes on, because I do think we just beat one of the best teams in the tournament, which we'll have to go through several teams like this. But today was about us. I thought to hold that team to 4 made three-point shots was really where our defense was on point. And then offensively, when we can get the 5 guys to double figures scoring, I think we can play with anybody in the country. Super proud of our players. We had some guys that never played in the tournament, never won a game in the tournament, so definitely a happy locker room. We'll enjoy this for a few hours and get back to work.
And a look at the bottom of the East region as Texas advances. They will face Purdue, who made pretty easy work of Yale to avoid a repeat of last year when they were bounced as a 4 seed in that first round. And John, do you think Chris Beard exhales a little bit here? They weren't looking that sharp coming in, and they had to go up against a hot team with really nothing to lose.
Beat a conference champion, but Purdue is going to play a Texas team now coming up on Sunday that was projected as a top 10 team to start the season. So there's going to be a lot of interesting dynamics in that game to watch. Great offense against great defense.
This team is good. Texas, when they knock down shots, they're tough to beat. And, you can lose your confidence a little bit in the Big 12 going up against the caliber of teams that they go up against. They played 2 1 seeds in this tournament the last couple games. It is a 3-game losing streak they were coming in on, but they did play Baylor and Kansas in 2 of those 3 games. So they're battle tested. They're ready. I mean, this team is going to be ready for Purdue. And I just think Purdue, with those 2 bigs, they're awkward the way they have to maneuver on the defensive end of the floor. And if Texas can get their guards shooting the ball like they did today, it's going to be tough to defend them out at the 3-point line and pick and roll.
Yeah, the one thing I will say about Purdue is they can score the basketball.
Yes.
You mentioned, and John says defense versus offense. Texas spent most of the year as the #1 defensive team in the country. But I would say this, how are they going to score inside? They're missing Trey Mitchell, as we talked about. Yep. They have 4 guys, 4 transfers. This was their first time ever playing in the NCAA tournament. Now they have an elite coach who's been to the championship game, who's built a program based on defensive principles. But again, I like Purdue. The only thing I hope Purdue doesn't do is look past them and look at the bottom of the bracket. No. And I'm just telling you, because I know they're going to respect Texas.
Doors open.
They're going to respect Texas, but the door's open.
Door's open.
I'm telling you.
Definitely.
And the bottom line is, I don't think we saw some games today where guys made 1 for 15 and 1 for 14 and won, right? That's what I think. I don't think Texas is going to shoot the ball the same way again. So they're going to have to win in the mud, and they're going to have to muddy the game up, and Purdue's going to have to come with their gloves on. Period. That's the only way they're going to win that game.
It's a pretty good contrast. I mean, Purdue more of an offense.
Elite offensive team against an elite defensive team. And again, Texas is a 6 seed, but Texas at the start of the season was in position to probably be a 2 or a 3 seed based on the forecast. This is a team, let's face it, that underachieved during the regular season based on preseason expectations, lost a key transfer, as you mentioned, Chris, in Trey Mitchell, but now only 1 can go on
to the Sweet 16.
I wasn't sure where that sentence ended. Okay, yeah, and just, I mean, what Chris is referring to about the bottom of the bracket is because you have Murray State against St. Peter's.
Yeah.
So one of them is going to be
The
in
winner
Sweet
of this
16.
game is going to be expected to win, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they're going to be favored, probably. Yeah, the next game.
So it's almost like the opposite of looking ahead to a bigger game, in a way, right?
Well, I hear what you. Well, yes, but yes and no. Like, not saying that they think that Texas is in the bag, but I know as a player, I'm talking about as a player. Okay. You're sitting there going, like, man, if we get past Texas, we're all automatically going to.
at Alto Crypto IRA. With as little as $10, you can now put retirement dollars in crypto. Over 125 coins through Coinbase Exchange, including Bitcoin, all with the full tax advantages of an IRA. Everyone's got their eye on crypto. Get yours with the Alto Advantage. Sign up free at altoira.com/crypto.
One car accident. Everything just fell apart. My car insurance dropped me. I got a ticket for driving uninsured, so I couldn't drive to work. Now I'm behind on the rent. What's next?
Need car insurance? A bad driving record doesn't have to stop you. Get coverage for as little as $20 down with Good To Go auto insurance and proof of insurance on the spot. Visit goodtogo.com and get things back on track. Visit goodtogo.com. That's good, the number 2, go.com.
NCAA March Madness 360 on CBS Sports Network is sponsored by Nissan, official partner of March Madness.
All right, coming up next, CBS Sports Network bringing you the second college hockey NCHC Frozen Faceoff semifinal. Don't miss the puck drop as Western Michigan takes on North Dakota for a chance to play in this year's title match. Minnesota Duluth beating Denver earlier. So that first hockey game was an upset. This would also be an upset. Kofi Coburn, don't be fooled by the 13-9. He's having some issues in there, John.
Yeah, no, he definitely is. But how about Chattanooga? Malachi Smith, the high major guard. Lamont Paris doing a great job. And then, Adam, some big games coming up tonight as well.
Yeah, so Illinois in the South region and this from the West region. The only game we haven't talked about still to come, Michigan State against Davidson. What are you watching for in this one, Wally?
That's an outstanding game. You know, Michigan State more of a shot-making offensive team, and Davidson one of the most efficient shooting teams in the country with Bob McKillop's offense. They have good size down low. This is going to be a tight one, and I think Davidson could definitely pull off an upset, although it's a 7-10, so it's not much of an upset.
Yeah, two really good coaches, a very strategic game. Foster Lawyer used to play for Michigan.
There you go.
So we'll
revenge.
Yeah, there you go. Get back action right there. Love it. Love the story.
There's a reason to watch. That one's over on CBS. That is all from here for now on March Madness 360. Hockey is coming up next. We got more shows throughout the night starting around 10:30 or so.
Grab a snack.
Puck drops now.
Welcome back to the Twin Cities for the 2022 Frozen Faceoff. Our great night of hockey concludes with North Dakota defending their NCHC crown against the Broncos squad, who have big dreams of advancing to their first championship game. Let's drop the puck. North Dakota on the board first. In the back of the net. Yes, the Stars are out above and inside the XL Energy Center in St. Paul tonight at the 2022 Frozen Faceoff. Our second semifinal features another battle of national title contenders as 7th-ranked Western Michigan, the 3 seed, takes on number 5 North Dakota. Both the Broncos and Fighting Hawks swept their way to this year's semis with 2-game series wins at home over Omaha and Colorado College, respectively. Minnesota Duluth awaits the winner in tomorrow night's title game after the Bulldogs were victorious in semifinal number 1. We welcome you back inside our broadcast booth here at the XL Energy Center alongside Dave Starman and our CBS Sports Network crew. I'm Alex Seinert. Dave, we are treated to a beautiful part 2 in this great 3-part drama this weekend. Another top 10 battle between two teams that really mirror each other well.
You got North Dakota's pedigree. You got Western Michigan with just a spur in its boots right now. They can't wait to get at North Dakota. But these two teams both have stellar goaltending. They're both really good on the back end. They're both really good down the middle. They play hard. The loss of Sanderson and Clevin, we'll see what impact it has on North Dakota.
Yeah, the Broncos taking on a shorthanded North Dakota team. Western looking to make it to the NCHC title game for the first time. They are coming off a sweep of Omaha where they had to come from behind. This man played a big part in that.
Oh, beware. It's Granger danger now as the Boston Lunatics have a new favorite. This kid was absolutely terrific, but so were their veterans. In winning Game 2, in which they trailed 3-1 late, their veterans pulled them through. And I'm talking about Drew Warad, Ethan Frank, Ronnie Adder. These 3 guys have been stars, and all of a sudden, Western Michigan's not crawling up and surprising anybody anymore.
Western a lock to reach the NCAA tournament. Their big stars a big reason for that. North Dakota, meanwhile, also moving on to the big dance. Not only are they 3-time defending Penrose Cup champions, they're the holders of this trophy as well. Reese Gaber, a big reason why they won the title last year in Grand Forks.
Oh, this guy can shoot the lights out of a disco. I mean, it's unbelievable the way he gets himself open. He's got a hard, heavy shot, but he's really gotten better at getting himself in a great areas to score, and his release has been tremendous.
Gaber's success this season as a sophomore, aided by the presence of his center, the top center in the country in terms of faceoff wins, Connor Ford. He is standing by right now with the third member of tonight's broadcast team, Shireen Saskey.
Thanks, Alex. Well, Connor, you guys split the regular season series with Western Michigan. What can you pull from that as you get ready for tonight?
Well, each team took advantage of home ice. Now that's out the window. We're a neutral site. So you dial it back to the simple stuff, get ready to play your best you can your way, and just go from there.
The Broncos have a high-scoring offense. What do you need to do to shut them down?
You got to take care of the puck. No bad turnovers. Get pucks in deep. Really good on the back check. Just limit their offense.
No Sanderson, no Clevin in the lineup tonight. Next man up mentality once again?
Once again. Yeah, it's been our MO all year. You know, we've won a lot of hockey games without those two, and we're going to try to do it again.
Thanks, Connor. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Alex?
Connor Ford and North Dakota taking on Western Michigan. The winner moves one step closer to glory. You are watching the NCHC Frozen Faceoff here on CBS Sports Network. Puck Drop is next.
The nation's best hockey fans deserve the nation's best gear, and there's only one place to find it. Get ready for the NCHC season at shopnchc.com. Home to all of the best gear for your favorite team. For exclusive, officially licensed designs you can't find anywhere else. Gear up now or shop anytime at shopnchc.com. Shopnchc.com. Your home for exclusive NCHC gear.
When you know it's time to get back in shape, Total Gym makes it easy to take the first step, then the second, and the third. It works your entire body with over 80 different exercises. Using your body weight as resistance, it delivers cardio and strength training in every workout. Total Gym won't just change how you feel, it'll change your future. Total Gym is ready to ship. Get yours today. Go to TotalGymDirect.com for special offers.
Why do nearly 1 million businesses choose Stamps.com to mail and ship? No more trips to the post office. No more paying full price for postage. And great rates from USPS and UPS. Mail letters. Ship packages. Anytime, anywhere. For less. A lot less. Get our special TV offer. A 4-week trial plus postage and a digital scale. Go to Stamps.com/try and never go to the post office again.
One car accident. Everything just fell apart. My car insurance dropped me. I got a ticket for driving uninsured, so I couldn't drive to work. Now I'm behind on the rent. What's next?
Need car insurance? A bad driving record doesn't have to stop you. Get coverage for as little as $20 down with Good to Go auto insurance and proof of insurance on the spot. Visit goodtogo.com and get things back on track. Visit goodtogo.com. That's good, the number 2, go.com.
College hockey on CBS Sports Network is sponsored by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Western Michigan and North Dakota only met 5 times prior to joining forces in the NCHC in 2013. UND claimed 16 of the first 17 meetings and had won 8 of the last 10, though the two have never met with the stakes this high before. The Broncos and Fighting Hawks split this season series, with each holding serve on home ice. Here we go, semifinal number 2. Brandon Bussey makes his 36th consecutive start for the Broncos here tonight.
He's been really good. Great on low ice, big action stick, keeps pucks in front, been good with his blocker. He's had a terrific season after missing most last year with an injury.
On the other end, Zach Driscoll has been lights out for UND in the second half of the season. Second team All-NCHC for the transfer from Bemidji State.
Feels like the second half of the season he found his mental game, which he felt he lost midway through. He's been better segmenting games. He's been better focusing on games, and his athleticism has really carried him.
Minnesota Duluth awaits the winner in tomorrow night's final. Will it be North Dakota making back-to-back appearances in the championship game, or will Western reach the promised land for the first time? Underway here from the X in St. Paul. Great to have you with us alongside Dave Starman, Shireen Sassy, and our crew. I'm Alex Seinertz. Western, the 3 seed, wearing the road black and gold. North Dakota, the 2 seed, the home white and Kelly green here on St. Patrick's Day weekends in a city that loves its St. Patrick's Day. Because Duluth, by the way, won earlier tonight. The winner of this game is going to have last change tomorrow as the higher seed no matter what. Denver, the top seed, knocked out already. Co-Penrose Cup champs with North Dakota. I mentioned in the open, a couple of defensemen missing in action tonight for North Dakota. Jake Sanderson week to week with an upper body injury. Tyler Clevin out because of suspension. He picked up his 3rd game misconduct in the quarterfinal sweep of Colorado College in Grand Forks. They also have a number of other players, Dave, who are banged up out of the lineup. North Dakota down to 18 healthy bodies here tonight, 1 under the max you can have.
You know, it's interesting. The first game I ever did in this building was the 2012 West Regional, and North Dakota was at the maximum amount of players that they could dress, and that was it. They had no room for scratches, no room for anything. That was a game where they beat Western, and then went on to beat Minnesota. Then they went on to play Minnesota. Minnesota won the regional.
Similar situation tonight. That shot by Josh Paschelt, just pushed wide. Jacob Bauer, who scored his first career goal against UND a couple of weeks ago at the Ralph, the freshman defenseman.
And that leads me to this point. Watch Western Michigan's defense, because they are active. Their dive downs are common. They like to get the puck towards the middle of the ice. They like to get their weak side defense activated, but their Ds are in the high slot all night.
Both of these teams come to St. Paul on a hot streak a bit. Western's won 4 in a row. 7-4-1 over the last 2 months. North Dakota has won 9 of their last 10. Mixed in that run, a sweep of Western in Grand Forks at the end of February. Chris Jandrick now able to backhand one through neutral ice. Brendan Booty helping it along. Aiden Fulp back to retrieve for the Broncos. Up to Dylan Wentz. Headed off well by Jandrick. Western going for a change.
When you get good pace like this, you get everybody on the ice quickly, early, and in flow, and that's important to get your game moving.
Jackson Kuntz now, the freshman who did not play in that Colorado College series. Loses out this time. Cole Gallant's coming the other way. Ethan Frank, the nation's leading goal scorer, waiting. His shot from a tight angle, deflecting off the back of Driscoll's cage.
And 3 in black, Mikey Joyo, who's got a big-time shot, was on his way also.
Joe Caulfield that time trying to get by Joyo with a couple of dangles. In the end, the junior unable to do so.
North Dakota loves trying to gain the zone from the right side. It's amazing. Year after year, a lot of their offense is predicated on getting pucks in on the rush, but they attack a lot from the right wing. So watch that right wing entry with speed, and then how they layer their attacks really well. They've got defensemen that can go. Moore and Frisch will play a big role.
Ty Glover now skating in. Driscoll sliding aside. Penalty coming. Brady Ferner, the junior defenseman, going to be heading to the box here. Called for a hold. 3 minutes, 9 seconds into our second semifinal.
Real good, strong move to the front of the net, and that's what caused the penalty to be taken. Glover is just a big boy, wide shoulders, wide hips, and once he got his lead shoulder down low and inside the defenseman, you're almost tempting the defenseman to have to pull you down to create a better scoring chance. Really nice play by Driscoll to stay with it as Glover tried to go against the grain and tuck it behind the dynamic North Dakota netminder.
There's a good look in the background of Pat Ferschweiler in his first season as the head coach of Western Michigan, his alma mater. He's a local to these parts, native of Rochester. He was one of the finalists, along with the other head coach in this matchup, Brad Berry, for the NCHC Herb Brooks Coach of the Year award. Great first season for Fersch behind the bench. Power play here for the Broncos. Trying to take advantage of the early penalty against North Dakota.
Keep your eye on 3 black. Mikey Joyo has got an absolute laser.
Here by Chris Jandrick.
However, he's not going to be able to get it off if Western's not winning races. And this all started with a face-off win by who else? Connor Ford, who's as good a face-off guy as any that's out there. And North Dakota has had a real good PK because of the fact that Ford has won a lot of first draws, and they've gotten good first clears.
Release penalty kill just under 80% on the season, as you see the now 3-time winner of the Herb Brooks Coach of the Year Award, Brad Berry, or at least 3 in a row. He's won 4 now, going back to his first season in charge when he led North Dakota to a national championship.
Same mentality as any weekend. That's what he was talking about. Keep your foot on the gas, and we need to be playing our best this weekend. You cannot go into this weekend thinking that you're already in the national tournament and can let up. Their mentality is green light is flashing.
Penalty coming here. Jake Schmaltz able to intercept the feed. Louis Jamernick was off to the races, and Aiden Fulp, along with Josh Passolt, taking down Jamernick shorthanded, and we will be playing 4-on-4 for a bit.
Puck comes through the middle, and see 2 Western Michigan defensemen come in, and Fulp put him in a spot where the referees couldn't keep their arms down if they wanted to. That was a really good momentum-seizing time for North Dakota, who did a terrific job on that penalty kill, or that abbreviated penalty kill.
Jamernick's a player that has a knack for shorthanded goals. The sophomore able to draw that penalty. So 4-on-4 early on in the first. Jake Schmaltz, a great chance in front. Bussy back-to-back stops on the North Dakota freshman.
Yeah, that's how you want to make your first 2 saves of the game, right?
You can see the whites of Schmaltz's eyes. The score remains, though, 0-0. Icing the call here.
Brandon Bussy, Long Island native, with a big stop here on a little turnover from behind the net. Miscommunication. Warad thought the puck was already on, so he decided to take off. Good job by Caulfield to get in there and force a turnover. And Schmaltz, Johnny on the spot, sitting right there and waiting.
Schmaltz, a 7th-round pick of the Bruins, has been hot lately. A couple of goals against Omaha 2 weeks ago now in the Penrose Cup clinching overtime victory down at Baxter Arena. 18 seconds left on the Ferner penalty. North Dakota will have about 1:05 on the man advantage once he's released from the box. Reese Gaber gaining the zone, triple teamed here with no help around him. The sophomore first-team all-conference and a finalist for the Player of the Year award in the conference. Jason Poland coming the other way, a classic Broncos player. Ferner out of the box now, power play to North Dakota.
And this is where Gaber gets really, really dangerous. Gaber likes to play on his wing, on that right side. It's interesting because he plays left wing normally, but on the power play, he likes playing on his side so he can catch, release, and drive the net with speed.
A lot of his goals this season have come from that spot in the right circle as Frisch sees that shot blocked up into Rosette over there in the corner. 14-19 left in the first. Here are Dave's keys to advance.
Well, that's apropos. PK efficiency for Western, and so far so good as they get through a little bit here. For North Dakota, they are so good getting out of their own end, and they have been good getting in. I think for Western Michigan, the big key here is first time a lot of these players have seen the big building and the big bright lights and all that goes with it. How they handle it, especially early, I think will determine a lot in this game.
The big stage here in this venue that seats around 18,000. A building which was full 1 week ago for the Minnesota State High School League Championships. One of the best venues in all of hockey. The NCHC Center here in St. Paul, hosting for the first time since 2019. North Dakota trying to get something going on the power play. No luck on that particular rush. Look at Ethan Frank now, hustling back, harrying Ethan Frisch. Aiden Fulp now released from the penalty box, so nothing doing for either team on the power play.
So we talked a little bit about Reese Gaber a moment ago. When North Dakota saw him playing juniors, playing in Dubuque, they saw him play a lot on the off wing, and it was one of the things that they really liked about him. North Dakota's got a situation where they've got a lot of righties, so they've got to have a couple of them playing on their offside, and the way that Gaber played, Brad Berry and his staff were really impressed on how he handled the offside. So it's unique that on the power play, he likes to play on his side. And when I talked to Gaber yesterday, he said it was in his second season in Dubuque. He's playing for Oliver David, who's the head coach at the time. He's now in Europe. He said, I used to be first on, last off, and I shot hundreds and hundreds of pucks every day knowing that I wanted to score more. That was the only way that it was going to happen. So he would set up tires and shoot through tires, shoot through cones, shoot off sticks. And I joked with me yesterday, he goes, I think it's working.
No, he is the definition of a rink rat. Gave her the former USHL Player of the Year back in 2019 for the Fighting Saints of Dubuque. An all-rookie team pick a season ago, and now first team all-conference this year. Daniel Hilson-Dagger back to retrieve this loose puck for the Broncos. Brendan Booty now handing up to try and keep the puck in. Tim Washi, the freshman center, will get it away. Jamie Rome able to push it clear, allowing the Broncos to change. Fifth meeting of the season between these two. Western successful in a couple of close games out in Kalamazoo back in January. Sent North Dakota to their third and fourth consecutive defeat. This team was a bit on the rocks, but since then, they've only lost once. It's been an incredible turnaround for North Dakota down the stretch, considering how shorthanded they have been. UND again got the sweep over Western a couple of weeks ago in Grand Forks. Both of those games, by the way, close as well, including a 2-1 Friday night victory that we did. Ashton Calder, who scored in that game, shooting one in.
It's so interesting because in those series, the team that won one of the games felt like the other team was better.
That's right.
That's how close this season series was. And you think about that first game in Kalamazoo where Western was fortunate to score 3 power play goals, and the next night they finished the sweep, but North Dakota really liked their game in the loss. Conversely, in the 2-1 loss a couple of weeks ago in Grand Forks, Western Michigan really liked how they played in losing that game.
Turnover now. Nick Ports, the freshman, trying to dig in. Good battle with Cedric Fiedler. Matteo Costantini also chipping in. Fiedler now, actually, for just a moment, had control of the puck. Ports again took him off it for a sec. UND trying to get it back down in the neutral zone. Max Sasson, who did not play, by the way, in that series in Grand Forks, a finalist for the NCHC Rookie of the Year award, will send the puck in. Poland centering feed. Ports is there to clean up off the skate of Ford. And here comes Connor Ford. A lot of black jerseys hustling back. He tried to find Gaber cutting in. Play broken up. Reese gets a check in on Hilson-Dagger in the ends. Drew Warrad coming the other way. Puck off the end wall by this year's Senior Scholar Athlete of the Year, Drew Warrad in the conference. Here is number 13 in black and gold. Ford mixing it up. Paul Fields trying to do battle. One in the ends by Poland. Addered. Oh, the offensive defenseman of the year nearly walking through in on Driscoll. Broken up in the ends.
Great stick by North Dakota. This is what makes Adder dangerous. I'll tell you what, Fritsch can do this. Moore can do this a bit. Fulp is a guy that can move the puck. Adder can move the puck. These Ds can go.
Right on cue. That is Fulp releasing Washi. Jandrick back in defense.
And Fulp just takes his cues from Adder. On a lot of occasions, when they play together, he said he knows Ronnie's going to go, so I play off of him. But I also know that I've got room to go too. Now you see Joyo on a deep dive and he gets burned on it.
It's a big shot by Fulp that went wide and rimmed out all the way down. Ness able to come in control. Kuntz. Shot knocked down before it got anywhere near Bussy. Western happy to send this clear. We'll go for an icing though as we drift under 10 minutes left in the first.
Western Michigan, to me, I think is the best back-checking team in the conference, and they're in the elite group in the country. Roll it through. Watch how this happens. Here comes North Dakota on the rush. Stop it right here. Everybody's coming back through the middle. Everybody coming through the middle. The puck's got to come through the middle anyway. Roll it through. And look how everybody is back. Coverage is good. No options to get the puck to the center of the ice. Good speed. This goes back to the Andy Murray days. Western Michigan is as good as anybody in the nation when it comes to back-checking.
Pat Ferschweiler has described this team as being hungry, motivated. They play fast, hard, and competitive. Lots of energy every night out. Lots of positive energy as well. A very positive coaching staff that Pat Ferschweiler has assembled very much in his own image.
Well, he and Jason Herder being best friends is a big deal, and it's amazing how the players feel like they have fed off the vibe of those two. J.J. Cruz, a young, enthusiastic, energetic guy, as we get a hand pass here. And because of a hand pass, there is no change. There you see Pat Ferschweiler. Last week, when they were down 3-1, there was immediate timeout. The team came to the bench. Ferschweiler grabbed the group, looked at everybody, and he said, guys, You can look it up. We score 4 a game. We're going to get there. So just go play your game, go do your thing, and stay with the process, stay with the plan. I asked the players about it. They were like, that's exactly what he said. He goes, he called us all in. He goes, guys, you can look it up. We're going to score 4.
And that was when they were trailing 3-1 to Omaha in Game 2. The Mavericks led in both of those games in Kalamazoo. Western able to come from behind to earn the sweep and move on to St. Paul for the first time in a couple of seasons. Matteo Costantini now trying to get something going on the counterattack. Western back in numbers. Jaminek avoiding the check, but throwing that puck away. Poland back on it. He will just send it in with the backhands. And it will drift out of play. 8:52 to go in the opening stanza here in St. Paul in semifinal number 2 in the NCHC Frozen Faceoff. Still scoreless between North Dakota and Western Michigan.
From the powder to the podium, the world's best riders hit the tracks as the 2022 AMSOIL Championship Chase continues on CBS Sports Network.
Kids grow up fast. But tragedy can strike even faster. That's why the new Pacifica has more standard safety features than any vehicle on the road. Because we can't make them grow up any slower. We can only help make sure they get there safe.
The 2022 Chrysler Pacifica, an IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus.
Right now, get $1,000 loyalty bonus cash plus $1,000 bonus cash on the 2021 Chrysler Pacifica Touring L.
There's a couple of things I want you to pay attention to.
With breakdowns, big names, and tips to better your game.
This is fantastic.
Here we go. Course Record with Michael Breed gets back into the swing of things. Monday on CBS Sports Network.
The NCHC Frozen Faceoff, the one title that had eluded North Dakota until a season ago. We weren't sure it was going to happen midway through this contest. St. Cloud State was up 2-1 going into the third, but a final period barrage by the home team, able to lift North Dakota to the 5-3 victory and their first NCHC postseason championship. They're one of 5 teams to win the title. Only 2 have won it twice. One of those squads, Minnesota Duluth, will be going for their 3rd Frozen Faceoff championship in the last 6 years tomorrow night. Western Michigan trying to join that group of Frozen Faceoff winners. Reese Gaber was the most outstanding player of last year's tournament. A couple of big goals in the title game. Speaking of comebacks, UND had to come back in the semifinals as well. They trailed 1-0 to Denver late.
That was the game where that game went to overtime, and there were 3 defensive zone draws in a row, and Shane Pinto on the left dot won all 3. Shortly after that, Gavin Hayne won the game.
Oh, great feed in front. Caulfield on the backhands. John Caulfield opening the scoring for North Dakota. A beautiful piece of skill from the Grand Forks native, and it's 1-0 UND.
The all-important first goal goes to North Dakota. They gain the line. Western Michigan's in pretty good coverage here, and it's a bit of a broken play as it gets out of the skates. And Caulfield's there to pick it up. Passel had his guy. It was a pretty good situation as Gaber was all tied up. Puck comes off the back. He beats Folk to the net, does Caulfield, and North Dakota ignites the building, which is very pro-green right now.
Great shot by Brady Ferner, the junior defenseman, able to hold up play in the corner. Reese Gaber, a little touch to leave it for Caulfield. And Judd, the junior from Grand Forks, a Pittsburgh Penguins draft pick, able to bury it on the backhand for his 11th of the season. And now a chance for another here. Bussy sprawling. Jake Schmaltz again near the blue paint, almost making it 2. North Dakota seizing momentum here midway through.
Now, the interesting thing is the other side of this, Western Michigan is used to being in this boat. The one thing that they have talked about all year is their ability to come from behind. They're only down 1-0, but this is a team that does not mind looking up at the scoreboard and seeing themselves behind. Caulfield chips this one ahead, beats Fielder wide. Really good play to the net. Bussy has to make a big-time save, and a great play by Warad to come back and eliminate a scoring chance in front. And that's Western Michigan once again showing that commitment to defense and protecting their net.
Ethan Frank on the rush, denied that time. Brent Johnson getting a stick in the way. That first Whalers crew trailing early. But this is one of the high-powered teams in the country. They're not out of this thing by a long shot with a lot of time to go. As it stands, though, North Dakota with the early advantage.
Making friends again, Billy?
I like to keep my enemies close.
Guys, excuse me. I didn't quite get that. I'm hard of hearing.
Oh, hey, don't forget about the tense music, too.
Would you say tense?
I'd say suspenseful.
Aren't they the same thing?
Can we move on, guys? Please.
Alexa, turn on the subtitles and dim the lights. Okay, dimming the lights.
There's a moment. The moment we ask, what if?
What if we could go further, jump higher, or run the whole thing? What if we could be who we're meant to be?
And become who you look up to. This is the moment it all starts.
This is the moment it all starts.
But only if we get the chance to have it.
North Dakota up 1-0 over the Broncos here in the first. We talked to Brad Berry earlier this week, and he said this has been as challenging a year as he's ever had as a coach. From 14 new faces to guys in and out of the lineup due to injuries, the players leaving for the World Juniors and the Olympic teams. He said it's been a total team effort. They've overcome the adversity. And guys, I think that's a big reason he's the NCHC Coach of the Year.
Yeah, 100%, Shireen. Perhaps his hardest coaching job this season, as you said. Replacing half their roster from their Penrose Cup winning teams of the previous 2 years.
And half a roster that signed NHL deals. It's not like they lost 9 guys. I mean, they lost 9 guys that are playing on NHL contracts.
Max Sasson trying to create something in the slots. Over to Dylan Wentz, saved by Driscoll. One of those guys you mentioned earlier, Shane Pinto, who was the player of the year in this conference a season ago and a Hobie hat trick finalist. Left to sign for Ottawa after his sophomore season. Jasper Weatherby signed for San Jose on the first day of school. And he's been an everyday guy for the Sharks all year as the Broncos get a great look that time. Ty Glover joining the play. Ronnie Adder. Saved by Driscoll. Rebound there for a moment. Glover able to poke it home. Ty Glover with the equalizer. The Broncos able to pounce, and it's 1-1.
I think this guy's been their unsung hero all year. What a shift. This guy was a bulldozer on this shift. Went to the front of the net, caused a loose puck, bangs it home. Just before that, he made a play in the corner to keep it alive. Glover's great on the power play. He's good 5-on-5. He's a big oak tree with arms, and when he gets himself invested in the front of the net, he can't get moved out. He went back to the front of the net. He almost ran Bast over. He established himself. He established position. Look at him. He's inside his check. Then he stays with it, and he just kept going. What a job by Glover. They're taking a look at it, whether or not it might be goaltender interference. Tim Walsh is on the headset. Darren Dreger is with him, standing up. That is Ron Foyt, former NHL official as well, who works with the supervising crew. You get to see what the reviewable plays are. And just like we did in game number 1 on a review, that was for a hand pass. We'll take a look and we'll see what comes of this one. Here's Glover comes to the inside. That to me is not goalie interference. Glover's fighting his way back in, but as he's fighting his way back in, he's got Bass pushing him towards Driscoll. Now, here's what comes into play from all the seminars that between the CCA, the old CCHA and the NCHC have talked about. If you take a path inside of the defenseman to the goal and you wind up between the defenseman and the goaltender and you run into the goalie, it's your fault. But if you're coming through and you're above the crease and you get pushed into the goalie, that's a different story. That to me looks like the criteria we're working on right now.
Ty Glover, the sophomore from London, Ontario, awaiting the verdict. Walsh on the left, Dreger on the right, getting a good look at this.
I mean, Adder just pounded it, and this is just something he does so well. It's a great stop. You can see the contact made as Glover runs into Driscoll, and there's the rebound that pops home. So the question becomes, and to me, the overhead camera is the best one here. You look at it that way, and you say guilty as charged. But when you look at it from the overhead, and if we see the overhead again, we'll once again point out, watch Glover coming through. He's 27 in black. He's on top. Stop it right here for a second. Oh, we're going to the announcement, so we'll bring that back up in a second.
After further review, there is no goalie interference. We have a good goal.
Good call. I think that's the right call. And based on what we just talked about, Glover was fighting for space that he is allowed to be in, and he was pushed back by Bast.
I got to say, the way Tim Walsh phrased that, this pro-North Dakota crowd thought he said there is no goal, but he said there's no goalie interference. We get a big crowd from the from the North Dakota section. Big cheer from the North Dakota crowd, excuse me.
He's the Wes McCauley of the NCHC.
And then Tim points to the spot, and it's 1-1.
Wes McCauley, a former Spartan, by the way.
Yeah, there you go. There's a Shireen Sasky shout out. So big goal by Glover, 7th of the season. Max Sasson and Ronnie Adder with the assists. Then Zach Driscoll, a couple of saves in that sequence, but could not stop the third attempt. New hockey game now, back level. Is that shot from Adder again? Testing Driscoll with traffic in front. Caulfield, who scored, by the way, his 7th goal in 10 career games against the Broncos earlier in this period, sends it out of the zone. Battle in the corner, Gaber. Checked by Fulp. Throws it for a moment now as Ford joins in. He gets it up top to Frisch. Jandrick throws one in front. Bussy off the chest and into the catching glove in the end.
That's a good way to give your coach a stroke. Watch the puck fly up in front of you and have to glove it down on a second one.
He had it covered the whole time.
Yeah, right. Brandon Bussy, who is on a couple of NHL teams' lists for free agent signing when this season is over. There are 3 or 4 teams that are really interested and a couple that are checking depth in terms of if they're going to move a goalie out, which could add to that list.
He's played 99% of the minutes this season for Western after being injured nearly all of last year, starting with Game 1 in the NCHC pod. His return to form has been a huge reason why the Broncos have had so much success this year. 3rd in the conference, their best finish for a handful of seasons. Certainly Bussy's return, but also the return of so many important 5th-year players to this Western program. Guys like Ethan Frank, guys like Josh Passolt. You go down the list. It's a veteran team. They're also one of the hardest and heaviest teams in the country again this season. Not an easy team to play against, much like their opponents tonight. Maybe Jammerman, speaking of tough to play against, battling over there. Ashley Calder picks it up. Jammerman cut off well behind the cage that time by Hilsendegger. Puck cleared out in the ends. This will be an icing, though, with 4:40 left in the first.
You talk about some of the players coming back. I was talking to Paul Warad yesterday, and one of the things that he said was when Ethan Frank and Josh Passolt made the decision to come back, it showed belief in their group. And that belief has been a big thing all season long. Pat Furschweiler's talked about it, Jason Herger's talked about it, the JJ Crew, the players, all talking about the belief. It all started when those two came back, which showed how much they believed that this group could make a run based off of the second half of the season last year.
This is a Broncos team picked to finish 6th in the conference. They're now the number 3 seed. And they're looking to move on to the NCHC Frozen Faceoff Championship game with a victory here tonight.
And by the way, they have put a lot of defensemen in the NHL. Western Michigan has.
Yeah, they're going to put another one pretty soon there with number 7.
You got Osterley, you got Witkowski, you got the Kaiser, Tennyson. They put a bunch.
4 minutes left in period number 1. Judd Caulfield with the opener for North Dakota. Ty Glover with the equalizer. Jandrick, the Alaska transfer, taken down along the blue line. Aiden Fulp there to pick up the pieces. Long stretch pass in the direction of Jason Poland. Reese Gaber. Offside that time. That whistle will send us to a commercial break with 3:35 left in the first. The sophomore, Cy Glover, and the Broncos pulling back even with North Dakota.
USAA is made for the safe pilots, like Matt, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble. With USAA Safe Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save up to 30% on your auto insurance. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for. Get a quote today.
There we go. One more. 1, 2, 1. There we go. One more. That's all you got. 1, 2. There we go. Nice. Nice swing. You got it. You got it. All right.
Alaska ship rise to the morning. You know it's calling, leave back home, put down the sorrows and dance to me.
Western Michigan, one of the things that makes them so good is how well they transition to defense. They back check through the middle, they back check hard, they sort out well, and they can go the other way with their speed, but they are so good with their sticks, they're so good at taking away the middle. It makes life miserable for other teams to play against. They force a lot of teams to the outside, much like Minnesota Duluth does, but they're a little faster, I think, than the Bulldogs are, but they are just so good at pushing the pace one way and then being responsible enough to track back the other way and kill plays early.
That effort by their forwards group is one of the reasons why the Broncos are one of the stingiest teams in the NCHC, allowing 2.5 goals per game. Exact same metric as North Dakota this year. Shot off the end ball, bounces out. Mark Senden, the captain, this year's recipient of the NCHC Sportsmanship Award, able to play it forward. Called her back to Bast as UND resets. Shot 7-5 in favor of the number 2 seed Fighting Hawks. Minnesota Duluth will be taking on the winner of this one tomorrow night, 7:30 live here on CBS Sports Network from St. Paul. Trophy on the line on the eve of the NCAA tournaments. I should say 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 local time. Frisch at the blue line, over to Jandrick. Senden. Luke Ranger, the hat-trick hero from last weekend, getting in the way.
I love this third goal. His third goal, he had just jumped off the bench. If you go back and you watch it, especially from the wide angle, he just jumps off the bench. He times it. He waits to see what's going to happen on an undetermined puck. And once he realized that Western was coming up with it, he went right to the hot spot. I don't think he had the puck on his stick for a second.
Shot by Adder just wide. All 3 of Granger's goals in that win against Omaha. Of the special variety, this is a guy that only scored 4 goals the entire season. You had a little fun with Luke. We're going to talk about that in just a minute as Portland fires one in. It deflects to Adder, who hends one right off the leg of Caulfield. Behind the back feed that time as Poland got the chance. Sprawling save, puck still loose out there as Driscoll went down. I think that was Glover that made the initial feed in front. A great chance created by the creativity of the Western Michigan goal scorer.
And a huge play by Jandrick in front of the net, not to panic on the centering pass. Here was the first play as the puck comes rolling towards the net. Driscoll trying to get a glove on it. He and Jarman crossed their wires a little bit. Here's where Adder, who plays like a fourth forward, comes in. And that, you see what Jarman did, 7 in white? He got the puck onto his stick and he didn't panic with it. He got it, he got turned around, and what's the best place to put it? Off the glass and out of the zone. He couldn't put it into a quiet zone, a corner, because he risked putting it off of somebody and it going in. So he took the next best option to try to get off the glass and out. Smart, patient play.
It results in an icing, but North Dakota doesn't mind that when you've got some of the best centers in the country. Faceoff won by Jamernick. And this is Louis Jamernick now on the puck. Headed off well by Bauer. Cooper Moore. Shot to the opposite corner. Nick Ports gets there at the same time as Warad, and Drew wins the 50-50 battle, but sends the puck into the Broncos bench. 1:26 away from the first intermission. North Dakota tied with Western Michigan 1-1. Coming up, we'll have a chat by Shireen with one of the players on these two semifinal squads. We'll also have NCHC Commissioner Josh Fenton here in the booth. First period analysis coming your way as well. Really great scenes last night at the NCHC Awards ceremony as the league recognized Josh for all the work that he has done in his 9 years as commissioner of this conference. As that shot comes in off the face-off win, Sendon testing Bussey. He was able to make another stop, his 7th of the opening period.
Bussey wasn't sure where it was. See a little smile on his face? He's looking around like, I know I had it, I just didn't know where it was. And it was caught up in his equipment. Bussey's a backwards goalie, catches with the opposite hand, catches with his right, not his left. It was interesting to watch him and Seville go at it last week. It's very rare you see two right catch goalies against each other.
Isaiah Seville now officially an NHL signee with the Vegas Golden Knights from earlier today. News that broke this afternoon. One less backwards goalie in this conference.
And apparently, somebody said something along the lines of, as per me, I got to give credit to Brad Schloss, but I got it from Brad, so I don't want to take credit where it's not due.
Drew Warad sending this one in. Driscoll able to cover. Brad Schlossman of the Grand Forks Herald. Used to breaking stories like that. Always got the pulse on the college hockey worlds.
Bussey will soon be an ex-Bronco after the national tournament ends, and I think he reminds me a lot. When I was scouting for Toronto, Ben Scrivens was one of the hot free agent goalies, and I always liked Ben Scrivens and how he played and developed and became a better goalie. I see Bussey in very similar vein to Scrivens.
Here's Frank now, shot blocked by Ford, the NCHC Defenseman Forward of the Year. Ford tried to find Caulfield, intercepted by Adder.
But remind me in the second period to tell you a funny story about the two goalies that I really worked hard to get signed in my scouting career and their last NCAA games. You'll like it.
A tease and a promise
That's
from
right.
Dave. Connor Ford now, the Pittsburgh man, sending one through the arms of Bussey, but wide. Bouncing puck collected here at center ice. Granger playing one forward. Good hustle by Chet Hillebrand. His centering feed knocked down by Gaber just in front of Granger. Puck cleared away by UND. And that will be the last activity of the opening 20 minutes here in our second semifinal at the 2022 Frozen Faceoff. 8 saves from Brandon Bussey did not stop Judd Caulfield's lone attempt on goal. Zach Driscoll, good effort in the North Dakota net as well. Ty Glover, the tally for the Broncos to level things up late in the first. Nothing to separate the Broncos and the Fighting Hawks here after 20. From St. Paul, you're watching the NCHC Frozen Faceoff on CBS Sports Network.
For every get-together, for every spontaneous celebration, for every demanding job, unpredictable event, or peaceful getaway, there's a reliable Honda generator ready to give you more power, more freedom, more security, and the time to do what you want, where you want. That's power you can trust. That's a Honda generator.
See the full line of Honda generators at the Acme Tool Store near you or online at acmetools.com.
Hi, I'm Shannon Storms-Bador. When we started selling my health products online, our shipping process was painfully slow. Then we found ShipStation. Now we're shipping out orders 5 times faster. And thanks to ShipStation's discounted rates, we're saving a ton. Honestly, we couldn't do it without ShipStation.
Join over 100,000 online sellers who get ship done with ShipStation. Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
One car accident. Everything just fell apart. My car insurance dropped me. I got a ticket for driving uninsured, so I couldn't drive to work. Now I'm behind on the rent. What's next?
Need car insurance? A bad driving record doesn't have to stop you. Get coverage for as little as $20 down with Good to Go auto insurance and proof of insurance on the spot. Visit goodtogo.com and get things back on track. Visit goodtogo.com. That's good, the number 2, go.com.
Hi, this is Lisa from 4Imprint. Yes, I'd like 50 welcome wows, 300 customer, I love it, and 200 team member, oh yes.
Certainly. You know, we got some brand new woohoos!
Dial up the wow factor with promotional products from 4imprint. We specialize in awesome items that are certain to awe and guaranteed to deliver some ooh yes. From apparel, backpacks, drinkware to high-tech items. Wow.
I love it! Woohoo!
Go to 4imprint.com and find some wow now. 4imprint, for certain.
The Frozen Faceoff continues in St. Paul with semifinal number 2 on the day. Western Michigan and North Dakota all tied up at 1 after 1. Well, joining me now is Reese Gaber. And Reese, that first period, high flying, a lot of action. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think just what we expected. Obviously, coming here, we know we're pretty familiar with these guys, so we knew it was going to be a battle right off the start, and that's what it's been so far.
Tight games in the 4 regular season meetings. What do you need to do in the second period adjustment-wise?
I think the big thing is just sticking to our game, playing hard. I think when we play hard and fast, it's tough for teams to contain us. So I think getting pucks behind their D and getting on the forecheck, getting traffic in front of Bussy is really important, so we're going to look to do more of that in the second here.
Thanks, Reese. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Reese Gaber of North Dakota coming up. Josh Fenton, the commissioner of the NCHC, drops by to talk with Alex and Dave. We've got more coming up. Stay with us from St. Paul.
This year, make good on your resolution to join a community that knows no bounds. Gather with more friends, experiencing places unknown. And become part of a family that knows the best adventures are the ones we share. Embrace each day, knowing that no matter where you go, it'll be one you never forget.
Shop and buy online with Jeep eShop, where right now, get 0% financing for 72 months on select 2021 Jeep Grand Cherokee models.
Your mission, stand up to moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis and take it on with Rinvoq. Rinvoq, a once-daily pill, can dramatically improve symptoms. Rinvoq helps tame pain, stiffness, swelling, and for some, Rinvoq can even significantly reduce RA fatigue. That's Rinvoq relief. With RA, your overactive immune system attacks your joints. Rinvoq regulates it to help stop the attack.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers, including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Talk to your rheumatologist about Rinvoq relief. Rinvoq, make it your mission. Learn how AbbVie could help you save on Rinvoq.
Say hello to Guinness Nitro Cold Brew Coffee Beer. Swirling with hints of espresso, chocolate, and caramel. From the brewer who invented Nitro Beer. A new way to brighten up your day.
The overtime went into overtime. What do? You turn to DiGiorno to be MVP. MV Pizza. Fresh baked taste. The win and move. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
It is special to have this tournament back in St. Paul at the XL Energy Center. A great day for hockey here in the state of hockey. 1-1 our score between North Dakota and Western Michigan after 20 minutes. One of the big reasons why this tournament and this conference has become such a huge deal in the 9 seasons of the NCHC is the work of the commissioner, Josh Fenton. 4 national titles in the previous 8 seasons. You could go down the list. 27 teams in the NCAA tournament. Consistently the best non-conference record in all the NCAA. We are proud to be joined now by the commissioner of the NCHC. Josh, first off, how good does it feel just to have this tournament back here and it's home. It's home here in St. Paul.
Yeah, I think it's one of the best venues in the National Hockey League, and it's just an electric environment here tonight, and we're so excited to be back in St. Paul, where this tournament belongs in this great building, and I think it's a special experience for our student-athletes when they come into this environment.
Listen, Josh, I'll tell you this. He's one of the most humble guys that I have ever met. Will never take any credit for anything. But I would have to think when you sit here and you take a look at what has been created, it's got to fill you with a little bit of pride. You've worked with a great team, but you were the driving force, and a lot of this has happened. You have to be really proud of this.
Well, I appreciate those kind words, Dave, but in all honesty, it's an army, right? You know that. We've got 8 great member institutions, different constituents at our members, from our presidents, chancellors, athletic directors, head coaches, and everybody in between, and it really has been a good collective effort, along with our conference staff that I should mention, to build what we've gotten to today. I know you led with that graphic of the competitive accolades that the conference has had, but in all honesty, the conference doesn't score goals or make saves. The student athletes do that, and we've got some pretty good hockey players in our programs.
When you envisioned how this would look, obviously you came through the old CCHA, which was a wonderful marketing machine all in itself. You took a lot of great ideas from there. What were some of the early goals in terms of where you wanted to get this to?
Well, I think it really came down to two things. Student-athlete experience. What type of experience are we providing the student-athletes, whether it be at a conference championship or throughout the course of a regular season? How do we do a good job telling their stories, because I think that adds to their experience. And then secondarily is fan experience. Again, whether it's the conference championship Frozen Faceoff weekend here in St. Paul, previously Minneapolis, or how we try to engage fans through social media, NCHC TV, our great partnership with CBS Sports Network. And so we've really looked at what we're trying to do with that lens on first and foremost, and hopefully it's certainly helped.
Yeah, this is a special weekend for you and for this conference every year. Personally, it's your last weekend in charge of this conference in this tournament setting as you're moving on to take over the Summit League, which you're going to be familiar with some of the schools, of course, Denver, North Dakota, Omaha, all part of that multi-sport conference as well. I know it's got to be an emotional weekend for you as things kind of start to come to a close.
Yeah, it really has been. Last night we always kick off the Frozen Face-Off weekend with the award celebration, and we had a great event over at the Science Museum in Minnesota last night. And I think just kind of seeing the culmination of this year and obviously the thought of eventually moving on, no doubt it's bittersweet. We're very much looking forward to the experience that's going to come of the Summit League. But just the experience that I've had in the NCHC and what our family's been able to experience has been very, very meaningful and special to us. And something we're going to miss, but the NCHC knows they'll have their biggest fans in the Fenton household when we move on.
Well, you've done a phenomenal job, again, you and this group, to make this conference what it is. We can't thank you enough for lifting the profile of this conference and lifting college hockey in general. Josh, job well done.
Thanks, Alex.
Josh Fenton, the watch not quite done yet. A couple more games left here in the NCHC Frozen Faceoff, including a good one going on right now in our second semifinal. Analysis of that first period coming your way right after this.
It's true. Everyone gets a free new Samsung Galaxy S22 with a Galaxy trade-in. Any year, any condition.
Really? Even if my old phone looks like this?
Dude,
why?
How could you? It's okay, people. I've trained for this.
It's not complicated. Everyone gets a free new Samsung Galaxy S22 with the Galaxy trade-in. Any year, any condition.
Why choose proven quality sleep from Sleep Number? Because every great day starts the night before. The Sleep Number 360 smart bed is really smart. It tracks your circadian rhythm, average heart rate, and breathing rate, so you know exactly how long, how well, and when you slept. It's even smart enough to sense your movement and automatically adjust to help keep you both comfortable all night. It's also temperature balancing, so you stay cool. Don't miss our weekend special. Save up to $600 on select Sleep Number 360 smart beds. Sleep Number takes care of the science. All you have to do is sleep.
USAA is made for the safe pilots, like Matt, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble. With USAA Safe Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save up to 30% on your auto insurance. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for. Get a quote today.
What's the number again?
135, zone it in.
Nothing between second seed North Dakota and third seed Western Michigan after 20 minutes here in our second semifinal 1-1. Our score after a good opening 20 minutes. Alex Henner, Dave Starman with you. Dave, as we look at the highlights, UND started off the better of the two. Western Michigan, though, certainly worked their way back into this contest over the second half of the first.
It's almost like they like being behind, right? It's amazing. But North Dakota gets a good rush here through the neutral zone. They get a puck to the front of the net. It kicks out of the skates of Reese Gaber. And there was Caulfield, Johnny on the spot to pick it up and put it past Bussy. The goalies will always tell you the hardest saves to make are the ones on broken plays. Here, Ronnie Adder pounds the puck to the front of the net. The big boy, Ty Glover, gets himself in good position. This play went to review for potential goalie interference, and it was ruled a good goal.
A big response by the Broncos. They come back less than 2 minutes after conceding first to even the score at 1 apiece. You see the face-off advantage. We expect that to be shaded in North Dakota's favor, one of the best face-off teams in the country. UND outshoots Western, but Broncos probably outchanced UND in the first 20. More to come here from the X after this second period on the way between UND and Western Michigan. Stay tuned.
What is smart? Book smarts? Street smarts? IQ? EQ? Smart is her. It's him. They're in pursuit of purpose. Smart is knowing failure is success in progress. It's finding your calling. It's choosing your place to become. So, what kind of smart are you?
Are you ready? Ready to go? Are you ready? Ready for more? Are you ready?
When we started our business, we were paying like an arm and a leg for the postage. I remember setting up ShipStation. I think it was just like 1 or 2 clicks. Everything was up and running. I was printing out labels and saving money.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping, like, we're cut in half, just like that.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
One car accident. Everything just fell apart. My car insurance dropped me. I got a ticket for driving uninsured, so I couldn't drive to work. Now I'm behind on the rent. What's next?
Need car insurance? A bad driving record doesn't have to stop you. Get coverage for as little as $20 down with Good to Go auto insurance and proof of insurance on the spot. Visit goodtogo.com and get things back on track. Visit goodtogo.com. That's good, the number 2, go.com.
Got crypto brain? You could satisfy it by getting crypto the same way everyone else does. Or with a tax advantage at Alto Crypto IRA. With as little as $10, you can now put retirement dollars in crypto. Over 125 coins through Coinbase Exchange, including Bitcoin, all with the full tax advantages of an IRA. Everyone's got their eye on crypto. Get yours with the Alto Advantage. Sign up free at altoira.com/crypto.
Back in St. Paul, tied at 1, Broncos head coach Pat Ferschweiler with me. And coach, 5 shots on goal in the first. You had some chances there. What do you need to do in the second?
Well, I think we need a lot of the same thing. I thought we had a great start. They pushed back in the middle. This is a heavyweight tilt. There's not going to be many things. They're blocking shots. They're playing desperate, same as us. So it's a good game.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Shereen.
Alex?
That sums it up. Again, a back-and-forth battle through the opening 20 minutes. Ty Glover's goal able to lift Western Michigan back into level pegging against North Dakota.
This is a big deal for Pat Ferschweiler. He's a Minnesota guy. He comes back here and head coach of Western Michigan. They got a great chance to get through this, to get through a regional, and get to the national championships. And, you know, we asked him about coming home and the friend support and all that kind of stuff. He said a lot of people asking for tickets, and I had the same answer to them that guys would say during the Super Bowl. Give me your credit card, I'll get you all the tickets you want.
Oh. That was a conversation with Dan Dreger here as we get set to start period number 2. He's a fiery competitor. A long pro career and then a long time coaching, including a stint as an assistant under former Western head coach Jeff Blashill with the Detroit Red Wings.
And when those guys came in and took over, they had some real character players, but a lot of players into pro hockey, whether it be the NHL side, the American League side, and one of their former players is Derek Rail, whose Little Caesars 07 team is heading for the national championship. So congratulations to him, Sean Horkoff, and Kevin Hatcher.
The 07 team, how does that make you feel?
You're really old.
2007 birth years. There's a shot by Adder, who was electric in that opening 20 minutes. Shot blocked by Gaber.
That's coming from the dad of an 05. Still, you feel old.
2022, frozen face-off. Just to put a year to that conversation. Western called for icing here. 36 seconds into the middle stanza. Adder, the finalist for NCHC Player of the Year, again, 2-time offensive defenseman of the conference, 2-time first-team all-conference. There's not much the 6'4" junior defenseman from White Lake, Michigan hasn't done here except make a deep run in this tournament and in the NCAAs.
I think he and Nick Perbix are really similar defensemen in terms of the way they play the game.
Brent Johnson now, shot blocked. A guy that does have a lot of offensive upside, like Adder and Perbix, just a freshman. High pick of Washington from this last season for North Dakota. Cooper Moore laying the hit that time. And another as Cole Gallants gets spilled. Yeah, Perbix of St. Cloud State and Adder, your first team All-NCHC D pair. One was on Team USA at the Olympics. One probably should have been, as Saxton fires wide this time. Jeremy kind of poking ahead towards Ports and does so. Bouncing puck collected by Mikey Joyo, another one of these Broncos who's having a career season as an upperclassman. Joyo, all-conference honorable mention this year. One of the top assist men in the country. He battled in the corner, won by Jeremy. Constantini sending it forward. Ports gets sat on that time by Joyo. Puck released by Glover, the Western goal scorer. Tried to toe drag around Luke Bast and couldn't do it.
You got to be real careful when you're that big with that long a stick going against a defenseman that's that big with that long a stick. Room disappears quickly, and Bass gave him no gap.
Glover at 6'3", 200. Luke not a small guy either, just a shade under 6 foot. Time and space goes away quick when those two are going head-to-head. We mentioned Ronnie's effectiveness as an offensive defenseman. Again, two-time winner. Pretty good list here. A couple Hobie Baker winners on this list, Dave.
And if I'll tell you what, the funniest thing is I remember when Will Butcher was at the National Team Development Program, everybody was worried about his skating. And he got to Denver under Jim Montgomery and that group, and boy, did his skating take off. Played on a couple of World Junior teams. Perunovic was a World Junior team guy. That's a pretty good list. The only thing Joey the Leggy had going against him was he was small, but he was electric.
If you look at that list, Perunovic won this award 3 years in a row. Adder now has won it back-to-back years. Pitcher, a part of that 2017 Denver team that made it all the way to the national championship, collecting their 8th national title in program history.
Butch might have been one of the smartest people I'd ever dealt with in all my years of college hockey. This is 19 now. I always felt with him, if you asked him a really, really good question, you get a really good answer. But if you asked him fluffy stuff, you're wasting your time and his. He was just very insightful and very honest. And Brian Leach was that way too. Like, he really reminded me of talking to Brian Leach in terms of being analytical and the way he saw the game and life in the game and just the way it's played and the way the position's played.
Which are a real cerebral player for the Pioneers over the years. Now in the NHL as Washi sets up his man. Loose puck in front. Jamie Rome had the shot. It got through Driscoll. North Dakota defense coming to the aid of the 5th-year senior goaltender. This close from being 2-1, and now Caulfield the other way. Nearly his second of the night on the backhands. Chances flying at both ends. Bussey and Driscoll coming up with big saves. Western offside here. Cool.
It's a game of inches. Really nice job by Western Michigan to gain the zone. They lay their attack so well. Puck hit a post. Puck hit the goaltender, was rolling back in. And at the last second, it gets knocked away. Right after that, here comes North Dakota. What a play by Caulfield. And what a pair of saves by Bussey. And I'm telling you, a couple years ago, Bussey doesn't make those saves because his lateral movement is not what it is today. Today he is really good between the posts. He's got a great push-off on his slides, and he controls his hands so much better than he used to.
11 saves now tonight for the junior from Sound Beach, New York. Where is Sound Beach again?
I knew you were going to ask that question. Sound Beach, it's the South Shore. It's Suffolk County, which is further east. I couldn't pinpoint it for you. So Green Lawn I figured out, but Sound Beach a little. I gotta have to go look it up. It's embarrassing as a Long Island native.
If Western makes the title game tomorrow, Pete Soros and Graphics is going to have to queue up the map of Long Island here that we'll get to pull up.
Reintroduced me to all these places that I've lived near and can't remember where they are.
That's a sponsored element, quite frankly. Dave Starman's geography lessons. North Dakota, after coming so close to making it 2-1, seconds after nearly conceding. Got to keep the pressure on here. A loose puck, though, gets by Johnson. Cooper Moore now collects. Again, UND the reigning Frozen Faceoff champions, winning this title last year at the Ralph. Different format last season, no best-of-3 series. No Xcel Energy Center normal service again this year. Dangerous play that time as the puck scrolled through the slots. Ports this time trying to redirect the chance from Costantini. Western gets it clear in the ends.
3 conference championships will all be decided in the state of Minnesota, all within about an hour and 15 minutes of each other.
Isn't that something? Tomorrow, Big Ten, CCHA, and NCHC. All of those title deciders. Half of college hockey's champs getting crowns here in the state of hockey. One in Mankato, one in Minneapolis, one in St. Paul.
Scott Sandelin's son Ryan will be playing in that game in Mankato. He's a member of the Minnesota State Mavericks.
Scott's wife Kelly with more decisions, although I think we know where she's going to be tomorrow night.
Yes, we do.
Scott does too.
Wendy will be in Mankato.
There's a moment. The moment we ask, what if?
What if we could go further, jump higher, or run the whole thing? What if we could be who we're meant to be?
And become who you look up to. This is the moment it all starts.
This is the moment it all starts.
But only if we get the chance to have it.
That's how you make it. Like it never even happened. Serve Pro. See you tomorrow.
Tomorrow night, we're going to Fort Wayne, Indiana with CBS Sports Network as we bring you the Men's Division III Hoops Championship. Tip-off begins at 6 Eastern between Randolph-Macon from Virginia and Elmhurst of Illinois. The national title decider tomorrow in men's D3 basketball live here on CBS Sports Network.
I saw Macon. I got excited for a second. I thought that was Macon, Georgia.
Just a little bit north, Dave, unfortunately.
I think it was Mercer College that was at Macon, if I remember this correctly.
Speaking of national championships, congrats to the Minnesota Duluth Bulldog women. Their hockey team defeating Northeastern 2-1 earlier tonight in the semifinals, the women's Frozen Four. That title will be decided on Sunday. Pretty good weekend if you're a Bulldog fan.
I think that game went a couple overtimes, too.
They did double OT. The Bulldogs defeating Minnesota to get to the Frozen Four. All those WCHA schools, always so competitive. It's going to be the first time in a long time that it will not be a Wisconsin or Minnesota national title winner. As a whistle comes up here, or at least one of those teams in the national championship on the women's side. In this game, North Dakota's going back on the power play.
Minor penalty assessed to Western Michigan, number 10. 2 minutes, cross-checking.
The dulcet tones of Dan Dreger letting you know that Chad Hillebrand is going to the box.
And he's not going to be outdone in the drama department by Tim Walsh. So as each penalty gets called, the performance builds.
So a power play for UND. Officially their second of the night. Their first was a partial power play. They got the Minuteman advantage after Western took a penalty midway through. North Dakota's power play was stymied a bit against the Broncos until their last meeting. As Jake Schmaltz lines one up, Bussey with the save.
I talked to Dane Jackson this morning. We were talking about the power play quite a bit with some of the changes that had to get made because of personnel. And one of the things that he was talking about was the defense pairing with Moore and Bast and how well they move the puck back and forth, and then with Jammernick being able to run it from center point, but he loves the dexterity of the guys that they have been rolling out up top in terms of their ability to get pucks to the middle, get their weak side guy involved, and get pucks to one-timers.
Here's Gaber now with it over to Jandrick. Frisch. Nice play that time by Adder to break up the opportunity. Here comes Sasson, who scored shorthanded against North Dakota in their second meeting of the season back in Kalamazoo. Gaber now on the rush as the danger passes. Ford. Jandrick over to Frisch. Against Jake Sanderson will be the normal quarterback on this first power play unit. They have gone without him, though, for much of the second half of the season. He missed 10 games in a row before returning to the quarterfinal series against Colorado College, and now a pass is intercepted. Josh Passelt with a head of steam. Passelt shorthanded, but could not get the shot away. Josh has a couple of shorthanded goals this year, and he scored a brilliant tally against North Dakota in 5-on-5 in that 5-2 loss at the Ralph at the end of the regular season.
That's separation speed for you, folks. When they talk about separation speed, that burst by Passelt is exactly what they mean by it. Passelt had Driscoll, I think, dead to rights, and he just lost the puck.
Passelt has been good against UND in his career. 11 points in 14 games played against North Dakota. Nearly had the biggest goal of his career against UND right there. Great penalty kill here by the Broncos. 82% on the season. One of the best PK units in the NCHC. Not a lot of zone time for this North Dakota power play, and Hillebrand is out of the box. Calder, though, off the restart. Backhand chance. Bussy there for the stop.
Josh Passelt with a great opportunity. He just took off. He attacks, gets a stick in the lane here, off the attack, and off he goes. And we talk about separation. He gets himself right into the middle lane of the ice. He's got Driscoll right there. And as he puts the puck onto his forehand, it just skips over on some bad ice, hits a rough patch and goes. Good shot by Western Michigan to force that turnover and Passelt in a great spot and a great read.
You love the anticipation that time of the grad student. Guy that has played a ton of hockey in his career. And shot by Ferner, deflected up and out of play.
You know what's interesting? Western Michigan has got a real good PK, but they've given up some goals on the PK lately. It's not like they spent a lot of time killing. Their last 4 games, 2:38, 6 minutes, 3:21, and 2:08. And in that time, they've given up 4 goals. And when you go back and look at them, they weren't coverage goals. They were just kind of strange goals or real good plays by the opposition. So their structure's been good, despite the fact that the results don't look great in terms of the numbers.
Well, they struggled against Omaha in that quarterfinal series. Just 1 successful kill on the weekend. 3 power play goals for the Mavericks.
They're 3 good ones. I mean, watching that series.
Oh, for sure. Loose puck in front now. Driscoll helping it aside. Johnson trying to get it clear. Nick Port's hacking at it. Up to the captain, Mark Senden. They tried to cut back that time in front of Joyo. He's tripped up and a penalty is coming. Joyo, the senior defenseman, doesn't like the call.
I don't think he should either. As the play comes down, watch Senden. Senden's going to cut to the middle. Oh, you know what? I can see where the call gets made because Joyo's got his leg out. Watch here. See the back leg of Joyo?
2 minutes,
yep. That's a penalty. And the officials with a better angle on it, ice level, than obviously we did up here. And you can see where the penalty happened.
A sweep the leg move by Mikey Joyo that time. Taking out Senden. Second penalty of the period, or second power play of the period, excuse me, now for North Dakota. Faceoff win by 4, gets it started. Here's Gaber. So deadly from that spot, but he shoots high this time. To keep by Frisch to keep it alive. Ford going to work in the corner. Second leading scorer on this North Dakota squad behind Gaber this season. The pass by Jandrick pushed aside and out. How about Ethan Frank, by the way, the nation's leading goal scorer out there on attack on the penalty kill. Ford now, trying to go back door. He had Caulfield waiting. Western ready for it though, and here comes Sasson on his horse. Jandrick able to push him down below the goal line. Gaber there to help it out. It takes a Western pounce, and Driscoll just knocks it aside.
Well, that was a great play, actually, by Jandrick, because he knew the puck was going to go all the way down to a quiet zone below the goal line. He figured he didn't need to win the race, so let the other kid skate hard, tire yourself out a little bit, and then he just pinned him in and waited for numbers. It was actually a pretty good hockey IQ play.
And Jandrick, a grad student in his 3rd season of college hockey. Sort of. He didn't play last year, of course, because Alaska didn't play, period, last year at Alaska Fairbanks. First year with the program. Here's Moore. Trying to leave it for Schmaltz. It'll be picked up by Costantini in the end. Paul Gallant that time, quick to react, nearly creating something out of nothing. Bass able to kick it up now. Moore activating from defense, headed up well by Passelt. Warat will send it down to the other end of the rink. Under 10 minutes to play in the second. Halfway through this hockey game, in terms of regulation time at least, nothing to separate UND and Western.
Oh, sorry, you talked about North Dakota having one of their keys being exits and entries. Exits have been okay. Their entries, especially here on the power play, not been great, and a lot of that to do with Western's pressure.
Frisch, a hard pass off the skate of Bast. Bauer getting ready to exit the box. Frank now coming in on the backhand again. Driscoll another save. Joyo out of the box, back to 5-on-5. Western Michigan's PK now 3 for 3 on the night.
And I'm going to tell you this right now, North Dakota is playing with fire. They're not playing sharp. Western Michigan's jumping all over them. I think UND has flattened out a little bit off the initial excitement of the beginning of the game. And if they play like that and Western gets it into high gear, this could get difficult quickly.
And the Broncos have had a number of great chances, most of which, when they've been down a man in this period, they've been aggressive and they've used this penalty kill, at least these two successful ones in this period, to gain momentum. Here is Passelt now on the toe drag, shooting just wide. It comes all the way around to Ness. Bouncing puck that Port's able to take into the zone. The shot by Jackson Kuntz goes wide as well. Another long rebound that comes all the way around. Jandrick, Kuntz, Frisch. The defensive defenseman of the year in the conference. Sends the puck in, Booty there. Kuntz. A loose puck picked up by Passelt. Shots 18-5 in favor of North Dakota. But the Broncos have had the better of the chances here in this second period for sure. This puck rolling on its edge. No icing here. Fulp able to play it. Booty, good back check, able to win it back for North Dakota against Dylan Larkin. Sasson always eager to jump on a loose puck, nearly had the chance. Fulp over to his deep partner, Roddy Adder. Long pass up, Sasson will leave it. Jason Poland going wide. Driscoll another save. 8th stop of the night for the Apple Valley, Minnesota native. Played in this building as a high school student. Making his, what he hopes is a triumphant return back to the Twin Cities here this weekend.
Went to goalie school here too. He's got a Rob Starber's goalie school. Spent a lot of time with Rob and Jeff Hall, honing his craft right here in the Twin Cities.
Here's Gaber now. Stauber, the U.S. women's coach at the 2018 Winter Olympics, gold medal winning coach. Puck sent in. Penalty coming with 7:03 left in the second. Power play on the way. It's going to be a kneeing call. We'll tell you more about it coming up after this. 7:03 left in the second. Back to the X in a moment.
When you step into a new day, determined, committed, willing to take on whatever's asked of you, that new day is yours to own, yours to shape, and yours to be proud of. Ram, J.D. Power's #1 brand in new vehicle quality.
Right now, during Ram Truck Month, get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn.
5-Hour Energy, because it's time to hit the gym and work up a sweat. And you're going to need some energy, lots of energy. 5-Hour Energy for every workout.
USAA is made for the safe pilots, like Matt, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble. With USAA Safe Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save up to 30% on your auto insurance. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for. Get a quote today.
North Dakota and Western Michigan fans getting a lot to cheer about here tonight. These two programs have two of the best fan bases around in college hockey. The Lunatics are here in St. Paul. Normally, they don't travel as much. They keep their loudness for Lawson Arena. But this year, thanks to Athletic Director Dan Bartholomew, he offered free Frozen Faceoff tickets to the Lunatics, and guess what? They snatched them up. Lawson has been wild this season, Pat Ferschweiler told us. He said, remember, because of COVID-19, these kids were like caged cats. Well, they're having fun now, guys.
That was such a great expression that Firsch gave us the other day. The claws are out tonight, the student section in full force down in Western's offensive end for this period. Their team on the power play, a kneeing call against Reese Gaber, giving Western the man advantage for the second time tonight. Cole Gallas handing it off to Ethan Frank. The Nebraska native firing one in. Glover nearly had his second that time. The redirect, though, went wide. Joyo at the blue line. Shot through traffic and in the back of the net. It is that man again. Ty Glover. Goal number 2 on the night for number 27. And it's 2-1.
Glover's got 2 jobs in the power play. Retrieve puck to take away the goalie's eyes. Mikey Joyo gets a pass. He gets a lane to the net all year long. What Joyo's done so well is find open lanes and get pucks quickly. He doesn't play around with this one. And Glover's there tying up the eyes and attention of the goalie. Driscoll gets a stick on it for a tip. Driscoll couldn't do anything about it. And Glover establishes himself in front of the net and picks up goal number 2 tonight. Western wins a couple of races, and they go to their bread and butter. Half wall, center point, and quick delivery to the front of the net with a good screen.
Ty Glover, welcome to St. Paul. 2 goals tonight. One in even strength, and moments ago on the power play. Joyo and Morad on the assists. Like you said earlier, Dave, this Western team, they don't mind being behind. They know they've got the offense in their locker as Schmaltz fires that one on the outside of the post. North Dakota looking for an instant response here. Costantini centering feed, taken away by Passolds. Ashton Calder now trying to take over. Pass it from Costantini, will send it back in.
I told you a couple of minutes ago, I thought North Dakota was playing with fire right now. They didn't look sharp. Western's taking the game to them. Western's been the faster team. Western's winning more races. And then with a penalty against North Dakota, Western sees the day.
Burner through traffic, blocked wide. Wentz getting out of the zone. Fast, the freshman from Alberta across the corner. There's South Dakotan to play for North Dakota since the 1940s. Jamernick now. Good opportunity that time for the sophomore center. Shot wide though. 5 minutes left in the seconds. Courtesy of Adam Bodnar, the outstanding sports information director of Western Michigan. This is Western's first lead in an NCHC semifinal since March 21st of 2014. The first season of this tournament. They've only been to the semis on 2 previous occasions. Uncharted territory a bit, but certainly not uncomfortable territory for Pat Ferschweiler and this team.
Okay, you see that look on Pat Ferschweiler's face right there? That's why Western Michigan is winning. No matter what kind of game it is, he's always got a smile on his face, and Hilsendagger's been a big reason why they've been good. I was with Dion Van Adder, one of their equipment guys, yesterday. He showed me Hilsendagger's blades. Hilsendagger's blades are like a goalie blade. He uses a wider blade than most players do. They had to create a special attachment to the skate sharpening machine just to be able to sharpen his skates to tell whether or not the blade was even. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. I'll put the pictures on my Twitter feed later to show you what this was like, but I'm looking at the blade, and I said to Dion, I said, is this a goalie blade? He goes, no, it's Hilsendagger's. I said, you gotta be kidding. Because this thing's wider than a ski.
Interesting.
I couldn't believe what I was looking at. So I learned something yesterday about blades and all that kind of stuff. I never saw a skater's blade that thick.
Hilsendagger, I said freshman, he's a sophomore actually, second season with the program. Maybe they just make him like that in Lloydminster, Saskatchewan. Good stick there by Jandrick, getting the puck away from Morad. We'll go all the way down for an icing call here as we drift under 4 minutes left in the second.
So North Dakota's kind of got into game management mode right now, too, with a lot of these icings. We alluded to earlier that entries and exits are going to be a big part of their game. And I've always found North Dakota to be a team that really gets out of its own zone well, mostly because their defense are so good and so skilled. But with the speed and just the way that Western Michigan cuts off ice, they've really pinned them in.
Here's Adder now, a dangerous man coming forward. Shot high and wide, though, of Driscoll's cage. Sasson back to Adder. Through his legs that time, Ronnie lost track of it. Glover on a hat trick down to Poland. Ended up by Ford in the corner.
No hat trick comments, got me into trouble last time.
Luke Granger, he took it well, I believe.
We'll get to it. It's sitting there.
The exact verbiage of Dave's tweet. That's probably a good time. What was your comment when Luke had two against Omaha last week, Dave?
I said, you may never be this close to it. He's got to be thinking, I might never get this close to a hat trick again. I better go finish it. And as soon as I typed it and sent it, he scored.
Pretty impressive accomplishment, helping send his team to St. Paul by Luke Granger a week ago.
It didn't end there. We'll fill you in when we get back.
There's more, of course. More coming here from St. Paul right after this. Ty Glover, the hero thus far, 2-1 our new score.
Your mission, stand up to moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis and take it on with Rinvoq. Rinvoq, a once-daily pill, can dramatically improve symptoms. Rinvoq helps tame pain, stiffness, swelling, and for some, Rinvoq can even significantly reduce RA fatigue. That's Rinvoq relief. With RA, your overactive immune system attacks your joints. Rinvoq regulates it to help stop the attack.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers, including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Talk to your rheumatologist about Rinvoq relief. Rinvoq, make it your mission. Learn how AbbVie could help you save on Rinvoq.
Until tonight, Ty Glover, the sophomore, had not scored 2 goals in a single collegiate game. He's got 2 big ones here this evening. The difference in this contest so far.
And look at where he scored them from. That one was about 2 feet out. Second effort, rebound. This one goes to the front of the net, gets a tip on it. Speaking of that rebound, North Dakota giving up 10 goals in its last 4 games, and 4 of them were on rebounds. That's just about half of the 10 they had given up tonight. Of the 2 they've given up, 1 was a rebound and 1 was a tip. But it's that hard grease pan area that I think for North Dakota has become a concern.
A chance in the slot this time. There is that grease pan right there. Western going to work. Hillebrand had a hack at it. A couple of good saves by Driscoll. Just to finish up on Ty Glover, he played great in that series against Omaha. A couple of assists on the weekend now, 4 points in his last 3 games. Coming up big here in the biggest moments of the season for the Broncos. Driscoll, huge set of stops here to keep it 2-1.
Oh, great reflexes. Just really good play by Joyo and a terrific handle to get the shot off. That was not a great spot to receive a pass. A right-handed shot came to him on his backhand, had to convert it, turn, and deliver it to the net. Deliver it with authority, he did.
Shots now 8-6 in this period in favor of Western Michigan. North Dakota still leading the shots on goal battle overall, but they have been hemmed in for much of the seconds. And a penalty, though, coming. Hugh Larkin getting tangled up with Ethan Frisch in the corner. It's going to be a holding call against the Broncos, and perhaps the turn of events that the 2 seed needed here tonight.
Offensive zone penalty, lazy offensive zone penalty. Grabbing, holding on, pull down your man.
Number 28.
You just can't take those. When you're in control of a game, the last thing you want to do is take a penalty late in the period to give the opposition a chance. North Dakota, as always, will elect to open up this power play with a left dot draw, which Connor Ford tends to win with pretty good regularity.
So Larkin in the box, Ford right on cue. Most faceoff wins in the nation this year. And North Dakota generates something on the power play for the first time tonight. They're 0 for 3 this evening. The Broncos have had the better of it, certainly in the better looks, when UND has had the man advantage thus far. A couple of good shorthanded chances.
And you can tell they're feeling it. When you get an aggressive chase like Warhead just had on a PK where you're chasing your check behind the net, you're feeling real good about your PK.
Gaber down low. Ford trying to do work. Shot did not come off. Good hustle by Jandrick to try and keep it. Oh, now a dangerous play as he throws that one back into a area that you don't want to put a puck in. Jason Poland, though, couldn't corral it. 1 cent left on the Larkin penalty. Sasson will get it deep. Driscoll there to play it. 1:45 remaining in the seconds. 2 unanswered goals, both scored by Ty Glover, lifting the Broncos to a 2-1 lead. Luke Bast. This one's going to be offside.
I guarantee you, Alex, that one of the things that they're talking about on the Western Michigan bench, and they're talking about it quietly, but I have a feeling that the message has been North Dakota, they're a little disjointed, they're a little flat, keep pressing. Get from the inside out. Get sticks on sticks. Get sticks in lanes. Any trigger that's there, push it. Use your speed. Disrupt, and be over-aggressive at doing it because of the fact that you're keeping your opponent on its heels.
Neutral zone face-off win by North Dakota. Bass, the freshman, able to get it in. Tough one in the end, though. Fiedler, the Swiss international, up to Moore. Off the half boards, Calder trying to get chase. Bass now with space, shot wide. Jamming it off the skate, tried to get it back up top. It comes to Moore eventually, the sophomore Red Wings draft pick. Over to Bast again. 1 minute left now in the second. 17 seconds left on the power play. Shot by Costantini, deflected up and into the netting. Coming up during our second intermission, Shereen will have a conversation with the Broncos player on the way. We'll also chat NCHC awards. A lot of award winners between these two teams. We'll also have second period analysis as well. See Jason Herter, a UND alum, former All-American for North Dakota back in the day. Big part of Minnesota Duluth's national championship run in recent seasons. In his first year with the Western program. His team up by 1, but on the penalty kill here. Gaber. Pass thrown in front. Caulfield trying to jump on it. Got tangled up with Adder. Bussey quick to cover.
Jason Herter came over here from Minnesota Duluth, as you mentioned, 3 national titles as an assistant coach and first-round draft pick. He was a tremendous player during his pro career. And what he did is he created a culture within a culture among their team's defense corps. So it's one thing to help create the team culture, but he created another one just for the D. So they have their own identity, their own lingo, their own little world within the big picture, which has really pulled them together. And he is a master of creating culture.
Shot by Frisch, blocked to the end boards. Ford threw that one out. It comes all the way to Larkin, fresh out of the box. Potential 2-on-1 chance now. Warrad to Larkin, in the back of the net! It's a third on the night for Western Michigan. Hugh Larkin out of the box and onto the score sheet. Go crazy, lunatics! It's 3-1.
Well, that's the way you make up for a bad penalty. Western on a really good PK. Puck comes out. He's about to jump out of the box. Stop it right here. Here he is. So he's come over, and now the attack can go north with numbers rolling. Little tap pass, and off they go 2-on-1. And the best part of this 2-on-1 was the patience of Warrat to get the stick of Jandrick out of the lane. Larkin just went to the front of the net with his stick down, and what a delivery. Same day express back in the net.
Second assist of the night for Drew Warrad. Hugh Larkin, just his third tally of the season. The sophomore from Michigan. Her native son coming up big for his home state team. And again, another example of Western's penalty kill creating momentum as Passelt nearly makes it 4. Nick Ports now trying to answer right back. Ports the shot, gets through Bussey, and it's 3-2. The freshman with the response for North Dakota.
Know the time, know the score. Late in period, Feeler makes a mistake, just can't trap it. North Dakota goes to root, and Buss gives up one that he will absolutely want back. That might have deflected off the stick of the defenseman Joyo, but still, that is absolutely a goal you can't give up at that moment.
14 seconds after Western Michigan went up 3-1, the freshman Nick Bortz tallies his first goal since December, just his second of the season. What a time to strike with 7 seconds to go in the period. Western Michigan dominated the second stanza, but North Dakota finds themselves down by just one as we transition to the third. A spot in the Frozen Faceoff title game is on the line. One goal between the Broncos and Fighting Hawks. You're watching the NCHC Frozen Faceoff here on CBS Sports Network.
Work. There's all kinds. There's the work we do in the morning, the work we do in the dead of night. Problem-solving, world-changing, mind-bending hard work. It's what drives us to lead the way, unwilling to quit. Because the work we do, it's bigger than us. It's work worth doing.
When you know it's time to get back in shape, Total Gym makes it easy to take the first step, then the second, and the third. It works your entire body with over 80 different exercises. Using your body weight as resistance, it delivers cardio and strength training in every workout. Total Gym won't just change how you feel, it'll change your future. Total Gym is ready to ship. Get yours today. Go to TotalGymDirect.com for special offers.
Hi, I'm Wolfgang Buck. When I started my online store, Wolfgang Buck Home, I knew there would be a lot of orders to fill, and I wanted them to ship out fast. That's why I chose ShipStation. ShipStation helps manage orders, reduce shipping costs, and print out shipping labels. It's my secret ingredient.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers.
And Wolfgang Buck.
Go to ShipStation.com/try and get 2 months free.
One car accident. Everything just fell apart. My car insurance dropped me. I got a ticket for driving uninsured, so I couldn't drive to work. Now I'm behind on the rent. What's next?
Need car insurance? A bad driving record doesn't have to stop you. Get coverage for as little as $20 down with Good To Go auto insurance and proof of insurance on the spot. Visit goodtogo.com and get things back on track. Visit goodtogo.com. That's good, the number 2, go.com.
A wild second period there at the home of the Wild. Frozen Faceoff semifinal number 2. The Broncos up by 1 over North Dakota. Well, joining me now is assistant captain Drew Worrad of the Broncos. And Drew, you guys built that 3-1 lead. You were feeling pretty good at the time. Talk about those 3 goals that you guys got in a row.
Yeah, obviously we put in the work. Those were coming. Obviously Ty Glover's doing a great job for us, playing his role, being a passer around the net, just what he does great. And then obviously that goal near the end was big for us. Hugh Larkin, great job getting in the net there. So a lot to be positive about for sure.
No question, but then near the end of the period, North Dakota pulls within 1. What's the message to your teammates as you get ready for the next period?
Yeah, just stick at it. I think if you were to ask me at the start of the game, if we'd like to have a 1-goal lead going into the third, we would take it. So obviously just a bit of a mix-up at the end there, but we're staying confident. We just know we need to stick to what we're doing. Not get too passive, just keep tiring them out with our pressure, with our effort, and just stick to it and just have a hard 20 here.
Thanks, Drew. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Drew Worrad of the Western Michigan Broncos. Coming up, we'll take a look at more of the NCHC individual award winners when we continue from XL Energy Center.
leader disaster cleanup and restoration. How do you make like it never even happened happen? Fire it up, Randy! By being prepared for anything! Whatever comes your way, there's a pro for that.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we only serve those who honorably serve. All ranks, all branches, and their eligible family members. Yep, that is exclusive, and we're fine with that.
There's a moment. The moment we ask, what if?
What if we could go further, jump higher, or run the whole thing? What if we could be who we're meant to be?
And become who you look up to. This is the moment it all starts.
This is the moment it all starts.
But only if we get the chance to have it.
Broncos up 3-2 after 40 minutes of play. We'll find out in the next 20 who will play Minnesota Duluth for the championship game of the Frozen Faceoff. It's been a great weekend thus far, a lot of excitement. Let's bring Dave Starman in right now. And Dave, we were co-hosting the awards celebration last night with Alex, and so many great awards handed out. Let's take a look at a couple of the categories in particular. First, let's start off with Defensive Defenseman of the Year. 3 nominees for this award, all very well deserving, in Ethan Frisch, Justin Lee, and Jake Sanderson. What did you like about this group?
Well, Ethan Frisch is just your prototypical modern defenseman. He can play in his own end. He can move pucks up ice. He can get involved. He can score. He can block shots. And he's just a cerebral 200-foot defenseman. Justin Lee, to me, is just a monster. I love the way this kid plays, and I think as you go through the national tournament, you're going to hear a lot more about him. He was quiet today, but I still think his best hockey's in front of him. He's made a lot of progression this year. And Jake Sanderson, I mean, he's the best defenseman in the country. And I think he and Owen Power are just the future of the NHL. And when you take a look at the winner, Ethan Frisch was just a beast this year. So many injuries on the North Dakota back end. He went from being a D4 to a D1, almost overnight, and he was able to play that role. And the last 10 games, he had yet to play less than 23 minutes a night. And that is saying something, and he's maintained his high level of play.
Just a staggering number there, but certainly well-deserved to get all of that ice time. Also, last night we handed out the Forward of the Year award, and boy, these 3 forwards so dynamic, so powerful in Bobby Brink and Reese Gaber and Ethan Frank.
Well, Bobby Brink is just a unique player, and it's been great to watch his career grow. And he can score from either side. He can score from distance. His game has really matured, and he's streamlined a lot of what he does. Reese Gaber, the signature saint, great career in the USHL, great career here. Just a great success story about how hard work pays off, and he's just an absolute game changer. Then you get Ethan Frank, and Ethan Frank I can't believe he's not in the Hobie discussion. I am blown away that he's not one of the top 10 finalists here. This kid had some season. He could play at both ends of the ice. He's got a natural knack for scoring goals, and he can just move pucks really well.
Now, Bobby Brink was the winner of the Forward of the Year this year in the NCHC. What was the difference, do you think?
Probably just his ability to make big plays at any key time. And the other part of it is he's just got this unique ability to score from a lot of different places in a lot of different ways. I think this was one of the closest 3. And it's funny, when I talk to a lot of the coaches would look at these 3 guys and say, hey, it's a pick-em race. But Brink's season was pretty special.
Well, it certainly was. He took many awards last night. I think he needed a cart to get them all back. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. And coming up, Alex and Dave will take a look at the first 40 minutes when we continue from the Frozen Faceoff.
Get the truck that's built to serve right from your living room with Ram eShop. Search, find, and buy your perfect truck online and get delivery from the comfort of your own home. Credit approval, price, and payment calculations all made quick, easy, and safe. The keys are just a click away with Ram's eShop. Right now, during Ram Truck Month, get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn.
5 Hour Energy, because it's time to hit the gym and work up a sweat. And you're going to need some energy, lots of energy. 5 Hour Energy for every workout.
Probably need to feel like you're just a little bit more left.
Nice job.
27.
And I'm just trying to do the throwing. Feel like I'm lean on
The more you rotate that.
the flight I like.
What kind of launch was on that one?
To give me more nails down.
Yeah.
Again, one more time.
Now go out the Sunday pin.
Giorgio, look. The peanut butter box is here.
Ralph, that's the Chewy Pharmacy box with our flea and tick meds. It's not peanut butter.
The peanut butter box is here.
I'm out.
Pet prescriptions delivered to your door. Chewy.
With Drizzly, I can shop a huge selection of beer, wine, and liquor. I just open the app, and it's at my door in under 60 minutes. Drizzly also lets me shop from multiple stores in my area and compare prices on thousands of products.
Ding dong, Drizzly.
40 minutes in the books here in our second semifinal. North Dakota coming back late after Western Michigan controlled period number 2. 1-goal game here as we shift into period number 3. Dave, if you're the Broncos, again, outside of that goal that you gave up with 7 seconds left in the second, almost a perfect period.
The thing is, when you give up a goal like that and you know you're playing really well, you can survive the goal. And the one thing that the Broncos have is they believe in what they do, so a goal like that might not throw them off where it would have more last year when they were a little bit younger and unproven.
Yeah, let's look at those highlights from the second 20 here tonight in our second semifinal. 1-1 game at this point. Western Michigan got to work here on the power play.
I love this play by Joyo. He waited, he faked, he found a lane, got it to the front of the net. Glover was there. Stop for a second. Ethan Frisch is here. It's a power play, so he's playing a little lower like he likes to do here. Coming out of the penalty box right here was the man that was penalized, and all of a sudden now they're off to the races. Stop it. You got to be careful here. You got to make a decision. You're going to go to the net or you're going to go across here. It's got to be a split-second decision, but it depends on this. And Frisch had wiped out on the way back, so that was your manpower. What a play as Larkin finishes after coming out of the box on a great pass. And then Ports picks one up. This might have got off the stick of the defenseman Joyo. Sneaks underneath the glove of Bussey. And that brings us to where we are right now, 3-2.
A huge goal by the freshman Nick Ports that came 24 seconds after Larkin had made it 3-1. You see North Dakota's dominance in the data, plus 16 tonight. Western, though, again, controlling play, even though they have not won much of the stat battle. The Broncos with a 1-goal edge as we move in to period number 3 with a spot in tomorrow night's title game in the balance. Come on back for the third here to the XL Energy Center in St. Paul for period number 3 between these two.
The NCHC, where the best in college hockey compete, and the numbers back it up. In the past 8 years, 6 teams in national title games and a run of 4 consecutive national championships, 2 Hobie Baker winners, and 46 All-Americans. More than 70 alumni in the NHL with multiple Stanley Cup champions, a leader and innovator in the sport, including a one-of-its-kind pod. One conference, creating champions and improving the game. This is the NCHC.
One car accident. Everything just fell apart. My car insurance dropped me. I got a ticket for driving uninsured, so I couldn't drive to work. Now I'm behind on the rent. What's next?
Need car insurance? A bad driving record doesn't have to stop you. Get coverage for as little as $20 down with Good to Go auto insurance and proof of insurance on the spot. Visit goodtogo.com and get things back on track. Visit goodtogo.com. That's good, the number 2, go.com.
This is the feeling of certainty. The feeling that comes from knowing you're inspiring your customers, uniting your team, recognizing achievements, and expressing heartfelt thank yous with promotional products people use and love from the experts at 4imprint. Your partners in creating special moments and memories by making people smile. Enjoy that feeling of certainty with promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
An electric guitar that hits all the right notes. Extraordinary. A coffee tea alarm clock that wakes up your senses. Unreal. A QR code that lets you explore and revel in a curated selection of the world's most unique and unexpected tech, fashion, home, and adventure items. Wondrous. Open your phone's camera, scan the code, and discover all that awaits you at touchofmodern.com.
We're getting ready for the third period here in St. Paul, and Coach Brad Berry joining me. What do you need to see out of your players in this last period?
Well, we got to keep saying about pucks and keep checking the right way, but I think when we get in the offensive zone, we got to get more pucks to the net. You saw what happened there right at the end of the second period. We got a puck to the net and scored a goal. Need more pucks and traffic on Bussy.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it. Alex?
Thank you, Shireen. The defending Frozen Faceoff tournament champions down by 1, entering the final period of regulation. North Dakota lifting the trophy for the first time in program history a season ago. Their opposition trying to get to the title game for the first time. When Western Michigan is led after 40 minutes of action this season, they are 17-0-0. Teams have a tough time coming back on this Broncos squad. That is the task at North Dakota's feet here tonight.
I'll throw this out at you because it's something you think about. We're talking about handling the bright lights, and I think Western Michigan has done a really good job for about the 8-minute mark of the first period straight through. Zach Driscoll, goaltender for North Dakota, has had his signature moment in the NCAA tournament last year when he led Bemidji to an upset of Wisconsin. Brandon Bussy is still looking for that signature moment, right? So to now, this is what you watch. How does he handle period number 3 with a 3-2 lead, knowing that he and his teammates need to shut it down to get to a Frozen Faceoff championship game?
A big moment here for the junior. This would be a big step for Western Michigan program history, moving on to the title game for the first time if this result holds. Again, both of these teams are going to be in the NCAA tournament. The selection show coming up on Sunday evening. There is Bussy.
Both of these guys have had very similar paths. I mean, nothing was guaranteed. Bussy, who was playing on Long Island, played straight through to about his 18-19 year before he went away and then attracted the attention of Western Michigan, whereas Driscoll went to St. Cloud State, well, then went back to Omaha, played in the USHL, wasn't getting a lot of sniffs until Bemidji finally called, and he went there automatically and created a career for himself there, but he was getting a little panicky that nobody was calling when he was in Omaha.
Yeah, 3 collegiate stops for Driscoll, who was an offensive lineman in high school, made the switch to goaltender after his sophomore season. For Bussy, by the way, he was a St. Lawrence commit before he flipped and decided to join the NCHC and the Broncos.
It was the in-state tuition thing.
It's not a bad perk. Calder, shot from the blue line. Bussy alerts and ready.
By the way, New York State does have the most Division I teams on the men's side of any state in the nation. 11.
The capital of New York, of course, will be hosting a regional next week, one that you will be at, Steve Stormer.
That's right. Looking forward to it.
Mark Sendin now, the North Dakota captain. He won a state title back in 2016 on this ice, captaining Wayzata. Here is Sendin now, trying to backhand one towards Bussy. Off the side of the ends. Luke Bast able to keep it in. Shot redirected by Cedric Fiedler. Glover able to get it clear. What a night for him. Jammernick. Pushed aside that time by Fiedler. Kuntz now. Shot from a tight angle that time. Bussy again, close to that near post, shutting down the opportunity for the North Dakota freshman.
Well, on most goalies, that shot from where it was taken is on the goalie's glove side. With Bussy, because he's different, it's on his stick side, so it's paddled down. It's a much more routine save low on the ice than it is on the other side. Bussy handled it really well.
He has made 15 stops tonight. Zach Driscoll has made 12. North Dakota still leading the shots on goal battle. 2 minutes gone here in the third. We were tied up at 1 after the opening 20. Western Michigan scored 3 unanswered after UND took the opening advantage through Judd Caulfield early. Luke Granger now. Whoa, faked himself out that time and blowing it tired. Maybe knocked the netting off the mooring. No, it actually pops back down.
Penalty coming up on North Dakota, and I think it's going to be Ness for cross-checking.
See Castle, yeah, he took the brunt of the cross-check of number 11 in White and Kelly Green.
Granger comes in, try to dig in on his edges and do the wide thing to try to get Jandrick's stick to the outside, spread the feet, and there you see the penalty on the back end of it. The referee's having a quick discussion as to whether or not they should look for
We have a minor
anything
penalty
more.
on the play. The play is under review for a potential major.
So we've talked about reviews and all that kind of stuff. These guys are good officials. I understand about getting it right. I know the coaches want to get it right. There is, to me, not a whole lot of need for a review on that one. Now, the player at the last minute turned their back. The follow-through of Ness is something that's a concern. Now, take a look at it at real speed here. There goes the play to the wall. Player turns his back to protect the puck. Ness nailed him. So when you look at it in real speed, you could just see that Ness is zeroing in on his player to try to separate the player from the puck. The player turns his back at the last second. Ness is already in the act of delivering the hit. The player wasn't defenseless, right? So you look at this real-time speed, you say to yourself, okay, it's a minor for boarding. And now you're going to slow it down. You slow it down, it looks like murder, and all of a sudden it changes the dynamic of what you're looking at. To me, that's a 2-minute minor.
Huge moment in this game. You see the specifics on Rule 50 hitting from behinds.
But you got to take into consideration the fact that the player turned at the last second as the hit was legally about to be delivered from the side. So I don't know. You can't give that a minor. This is where the review bothers me. I don't think it meets the criteria for a minor. I understand protecting the player.
The major, you mean? Sorry.
The major. But this was not a defenseless player at the time the hit was about to be delivered.
Both of these teams awaiting the verdict here. 17:36 left in the third. We know Ness is going to be in the box for the next 2 minutes minimum here.
Here's the other part of it. Call it a minor, and if you need supplemental discipline later, suspend the player later or add a game misconduct later. But to me, this is just extending the obvious, which is it should be a minor. In slow motion, this looks worse. You do this in fast motion, it just looks like boarding.
It certainly goes from a bang-bang play in real time.
See,
so
here
it almost looks like a premeditated hit when you slow it down.
Bang on. That looks worse than it actually was. So you're seeing the collateral damage in slow-mo, but you're not really seeing the play. So I'm a big believer, if you're going to go and look at this thing, you get 30 seconds at real speed at any angle you can see it at, or 45 seconds, that's it. You start going into this frame-by-frame thing, it's like watching a Zapruder film. And it's got to stop.
Well, no second shooter here. It was Ness coming in hard. And Bradbury looks on. He knows the importance of this call. Western has already scored tonight on the power play. A 5-minute all-you-can-eat, as you'd like to say, would be huge in the complex of this game.
Yeah, there should be no buffet here. Not a chance. And here's my thing. I don't think you can give that a major in the context of this game and what it means. That, to me, would be a huge disservice to North Dakota.
Well, Tim Walsh and Dan Dreger, two of the best in this conference and in college hockey at what they do. We'll see what they've decided.
After further review, we have a 5-minute major for boarding.
Oh, it's awful. It's a lousy call. I like Timmy and I like Greg's, but that's a lousy call.
Now, it should be noted, not a game misconduct, so Ness's night is not done. It does, though, mean that Western Michigan gets 5 minutes with the man advantage, as many goals as they can score. We should say, good to see Passold quickly back on his feet after taking that check into the wall. He's going to be good to persist here tonight. Bradbury stating his case, but the gavel has already come down.
All right, well, North Dakota's got to dig deep now. Their philosophy all year, it's been next man up and through the adversity, and this is going to be a big test for them. I know Brad doesn't agree, but he's too classy to blow a gasket here, but I don't really like the call.
So here we go, 17:36 left in the third. Huge opportunity for Western Michigan to turn a one-goal hockey game and extend their advantage and give themselves some cushion as they try and make their way to the Frozen Faceoff title game to take on Minnesota Duluth tomorrow night. No surprise, big faceoff win by Connor Ford to at least make the Broncos go 200 feet to get a chance.
Every one of those faceoffs and every one of those clears becomes magnified in a 5-minute major.
Keep in mind as well, North Dakota missing 2 of their top defensemen. Tyler Clevin out through suspension tonight. Jake Sanderson out through injury. They're also down a man, period. They do not have an extra skater this evening, so an undermanned North Dakota club faced with a 5-minute major that they have to kill off. Drew Warrag with a couple of assists tonight. They'll send it out to Joyo. 2 all-conference players teaming up with another as Frank fires one, partially blocked by Frisch.
Hardest thing to defend is right after the shot. The rebound after the shot is tough. That's where North Dakota almost got burned here. Good job by Western to get it to the net quick.
Here is Frank now. Oh, the rebound was right there. Driscoll made the first stop. Glover was this close to the hat trick. Driscoll happy to swallow up the shot this time.
North Dakota gets through Western's first unit. Now they get Ronnie Adder's group. Real good play here to get the puck to the front of the net. And oh, did Glover not miss by much. But I really like Warrag getting it back to Joyo for the quick reload.
Poland able to help out on the face-off win. It'll go back to Fulp. Now Passelt. Cross ice. Adder back door. Throws one in front. Max Sasson nearly put that one in the back of the net. Passelt now spinning off the tape of Poland. Fulp across to Passelt. Off the skate of Bast. Good job by the Broncos keeping North Dakota hemmed in. Sasson with too much mustard that time on the rim attempt. Schmaltz will chase it. Aiden Fulp able to track it down. Stretch pass to Passelt, too far in front of the 5th-year senior. This will be an icing call. Nearly 2 minutes gone off the 5-minute major.
I don't think Pat Ferschweiler is going to use his timeout here, but he's got a unit that's been out there for a couple of, for a little bit of a chunk of time here. And now he's got a defensive zone draw. Being that he's on a power play, I don't think he wants to waste his timeout because he knows he's got a man advantage, but still you can't change. He's got a couple of guys that were leaning on their sticks.
The Broncos, by the way, 1 for 2 tonight.
Quick change here. So that was a tired group. They couldn't wait to get him off.
Big face-off win for WMU. They're minus 13 in the dot tonight, but they've had a couple of big ones in key moments. Good stick there by Judd Caulfield. We got the scoring started back in the middle of the first this evening. Hear the crowd getting behind the de facto home team tonight. A lot of green in the audience, as per usual, here at the Xcel Energy Center when North Dakota's in the house. 2:40 left now in the Ness penalty. Here comes Frank. The same amount of goals this season as the jersey number on his back. Got tied up with a teammate that time, and North Dakota able to get the clear. Joyo. Ferner, and this will be an offside call. Timing not quite right. 5 minutes gone in the third.
Good standing up by North Dakota at their blue line. And they forced Western Michigan to an offside. So now, I wonder if the Western's called timeout. I think they did. It's interesting because they have Joyo and Adder on the ice together. And sometimes when you feel your power play is a little bit disjointed, you just take your 5 best guys and throw them out there and see what you can do with it. And I think that was the situation that Pat Ferschweiler might have been going into. At the very least, he's taking the 2 top defensemen. Ferschweiler runs the power play for Western Michigan. Jason Herter and J.J. Crew have the PK. So this is Ferschweiler's department, and it was his department last year and the years that he was under Andy Murray when Andy was the head coach here. And I'm sure what he's basically saying is, we're in good shape here. Let's just calm down. We still have another 2 minutes of change to go here. Let's catch our breaths and reset this thing. To me, with timeouts, one of the smartest things you can do is not leave that timeout to the end of the game. You call that timeout just when you think you need to hit the reset button. It is amazing how many good things have come out of some timeouts.
We've seen both of these coaches this year use timeouts early, timeouts in the early part of the second period, just when they felt like their team needed a message, or as you said, needed a reset. Good opportunity here for Pat Ferschweiler to do so with essentially still a regular amount of power play time left on the clock.
I'll tell you what, I mean, this is a crucial moment in the game. You get a 5-minute major and a chance to extend the lead, and you just saw what you just saw for the last minute and a half. I think it is time you bring the troops back in and say, hey, the gravity of this moment is upon us. It's got to get seized. So let's take a breath and go get it.
Neutral zone face-off. Sasson versus Ford, and Ford gets the win. Ford, though, whiffing on the clearance attempt. Pass Schultz, good stick by Bast. North Dakota does, in the end, get the puck down the ice. 2 minutes left on the Ness 5-minute major. North Dakota's PK up to the task so far. Another nice job there is Bast and Sendon double team at it along the wall. No matter what happens, 5-minute majors typically have a huge effect in the complexion of a game, whether for positive for the team that is on the man advantage or for the team that's able to kill it off. UND down by 1. If they could complete this, still a lot of time left, of course. That'd be huge for this group. Now Glover, good feet across to Frank. Shot knocked aside. Rimmed out by Jandrick. And Joyo has to let it go all the way down to the goal line. 1:10 left. 13:40 and counting remaining in regulation. Passelt now. Trying to set things up from below. Up top to Sasson. Burner out of the play for a moment. Blew a tire. It's 5-on-3. Moore able to block the centering feed this time. Poland back on it for the Broncos. Up top to Fulp. Passelt. Down low. Sasson. Thrown across there by Passelt. Adam was waiting. It goes to the corner instead. And the whistle now comes. 36 seconds left on the Ness penalty. 13-12 left in the period.
This becomes a huge momentum changer. North Dakota gets through this thing. Not just that they killed it off, but the way that they killed it off. Western Michigan has put the puck into some good areas, but Driscoll hasn't had to be the best penalty killer on the unit. And that is a huge credit to what North Dakota's done. They have really done a great job at disrupting Western. A lot of it has to do with where their pressures have been. A lot of it has to do with their pushdowns. They have gotten Western into some spots where they just couldn't do anything with the puck.
Broncos have had 4 shots on this 5-minute major. There's number 5, although it goes wide from Fiedler. 25 seconds left on the man advantage. Granger down low. Hilsenberger had the chance. Actually, that was Hillebrand, excuse me, number 10. Joyo's got it now at the blue line. Throw into an area. Frisch will get there. Hillebrand on his hip. Ford not messing around. Another clearance here by UND. And that's going to just about do it here for the 5-minute major on Griffin Ness. Number 11 in white and Kelly Green out of the box. And you hear the ovation, a standing ovation from the people wearing green here at the X tonight.
And right now, Western Michigan looks a little bit like North Dakota did in the second period. It's a little flat and disjointed.
Wentz sticked aside by Driscoll. Quick to react now as that rebound is bouncing off the end boards. 12:15 left in the third. It remains 3-2. Huge 5-minute major penalty kill by the team from Grand Forks to stay within 1.
Say hello to Guinness Nitro Cold Brew Coffee Beer. Swirling with hints of espresso, chocolate, and caramel. From the brewer who invented Nitro Beer. A new way to brighten up your day.
Making friends again, Billy?
I like to keep my enemies close.
Guys, excuse me. I didn't quite get that. I'm hard of hearing.
Oh, hey, don't forget about the tense music, too.
Would you say tense?
I'd say suspenseful.
Aren't they the same thing?
Can we move on, guys? Please.
Alexa, turn on the subtitles and dim the lights. Okay, dimming the lights.
next. CBS Sports Network brings you hoops, tournament post-game coverage, and in-depth analysis as the road to the Final Four continues on NCAA March Madness 360. Final games of the official round 2 of the NCAA men's tournament wrapping up around the country. Our final game of the night. 12 minutes and 15 seconds remain in regulation. Minnesota Duluth, a 2-0 winner earlier this evening over the top seed and co-Penrose Cup champs Denver. Ryan Fancy, 5th shutout of the season, an impressive display of defensive solidity by the Bulldogs, knocking out the nation's top offense and not allowing a goal. That's who was waiting and watching here for the winner of this one. Ronnie Adert, shot high. Bouncing puck in front, nearly tapped home that time. Larkin almost had his seconds. Long airmail pass up to Costantini. North Dakota offside with Calder already in the zone. Shireen Sasky now standing by ringside.
Alex, you talked about the momentum a team can get after killing off a 5-minute major. Brad Berry sensed it with his North Dakota team, called all the players in during the commercial break. Way to go, we got this, let's go. That was his message to his team. Guys?
I'll tell you one thing, Shireen, the one thing that I'm starting to see, North Dakota knows that Western Michigan loves to pull its defenseman in off the blue line during offensive play, and they are really looking for that airmail quick break.
Joy with a quick shot, speaking of the defenseman. Slide, Gallant. Warad knocked down in front. By the way, we talk so much about Pat Ferschweiler and this Broncos staff being so positive. Same story on the North Dakota bench with Brad Berry, Dane Jackson, and Carl Gehring. Here's Gaber, spinning away from trouble. Jandrick blocked in front. Fiedler got in the way. Gaber able to track it down. Reese Gaber, Ford! Oh, the tap-in was there! And Bussey slid across to deny number 21. Oh, the equalizer, Dave, so close. Bussey up to the task.
Wow, what a save. Oh my goodness, what a stop. What a play by Gaber. As soon as Gaber starts heading down with speed, you're like, uh-oh. And then Ford was in a great spot. I figured Gaber was going to rip it because that's his office where he shot from. And the big boy Bussey, all 6'5" of them, gets there to stop Ford.
You could see Connor Ford didn't catch that puck as cleanly as he would have liked. He put it back towards the far post instead of where the open net was. Connor, who was tied for the WCHA lead in goals last season at Bowling Green with 16, has been held to just 4 this year. Really had a huge one to pull North Dakota level. Instead, it remains 3-2 with 10:45 to go in regulation. Another tight hockey game here at the Frozen Faceoff. We've come to expect it. Ports there trying to drag the leg, could not stay on side, and it's tangled up in the ends with Luke Granger. Here's it again.
Bussey's in a good spot here, and as that comes over, great push off. Look at the extension, keeps the puck in front of him, and manages to hold on to it. The one thing that goalies want to do, especially when there's a backdoor potential, is play it post to post and stay within the post. You saw Bussey's left leg was just outside the short side post, but when you're 6'5" and you know you got the wingspan and the flexibility that he does, you could cheat a little short side to make sure, especially with Gaber coming in on his wing.
Bussey has started every game this season for the Broncos. He has been a rock at the back. Biggest save of the night here moments ago, denying Connor Ford, keeping it 3-2. Jandrick firing in and wide. It'll rim all the way around to Johnson. Hassled in the Broncos now coming forward. Entry feed knocked down by Cooper Moore. Here comes Reese Gaber, last year's most outstanding player in this tournament. North Dakota had to come from behind, of course, last year in the semifinals. A late extra attacker goal, sending that game against Denver to overtime. Gavin Hain getting the eventual game winner in the extra frame. A whistle here with 9:45 left in the third. Don't go anyplace. One-shot game here at the X. A spot in tomorrow night's final on the line.
5-Hour Energy, because it's time to hit the gym and work up a sweat. And you're going to need some energy, lots of energy. 5-Hour Energy for every workout.
Oh man, all out of bourbon. Looks like one of us is gonna have to go to the store.
Or we can get drinks delivered fast with Drizzly. Drizzly makes it easy to shop a huge selection of beer, wine, and liquor from wherever I am. I just open the app, find what I want, and it's at my door in under 60 minutes. Plus, Drizzly lets me shop from multiple stores in my area and compare prices on thousands of products.
Drizzly.
Ding dong, Drizzly.
Our game here in St. Paul, the semifinal on NCAA College Tournament semifinal Friday. What do these results tell you, Dave, as you look?
Oh, big upset in Hockey East as UConn keeps moving. Nice job, Mike Cavanaugh and his group. Good job by Quinnipiac, who's going to be a tough team in the national tournament. Good run by Colgate. And how about UMass with a big 3-1 win over UMass Lowell as they beat UMass Lowell in the Hockey East tournament for the second consecutive year. And Bobby Trevino, Long Island native, and a buddy of Bussey's with the game-winning goal.
Yes, he did. Northeastern, by the way, the Hockey East regular season champion. They won that in dramatic fashion. The fact that they are out now makes a bubble team a little bit nervous going into tomorrow and championship Saturday.
They have a great head coach, Jerry Keefe. That program is, Jimmy Madigan did a great job. Jerry Keefe is an offensive genius. And that program is in really good shape.
O'Driscoll here gets taken down. Frank was driving in, chasing the puck. Delayed call against the nation's leading goal scorer. North Dakota with the golden chance now. Power play coming with 9:13 left in regulation.
Frank is charging the puck. Here's the play. Yeah, you know, there is no gray area on that one.
Minor penalty assessed to Western Michigan, number 26. 2 minutes, tripping.
That's not a smart play by Frank. You've got to make every conceivable attempt to get out of the way of the goaltender, especially after the goalies move the puck. That just was not a smart play. And that's understating the obvious. Big moment for North Dakota. They kill off a 5. Now they got a 2. It was a gift of a penalty they got. Just not a smart play by Frank. Now Barry, I have a feeling, is asking about whether or not it might have been like a slew foot or that kind of thing, and should there be more.
You can see him pointing to the corner where Griffin Ness was handed that 5-minute major call. Almost like, you're going to review that. Why shouldn't you take a look at this? I don't think he's going to win that argument.
I mean, this wasn't vicious. But
no, absolutely
just wasn't smart.
Just like we saw Matt Anderson in our first semifinal tonight from Minnesota Duluth. Driscoll makes the most of it, but he gets his leg taken out. It's going to lead to a man advantage for North Dakota. They are 0 for 4 tonight. They were 0 for 8 against Western Michigan in their first 3 meetings this season, before scoring a couple of power play goals in the season finale, at least on the regular season side. This, of course, the rubber match. Both of these teams with a couple of wins on home ice against each other this year. All 4 of the games came in the second half of the season. Tonight is played out very similar, a tight, hard-checking game. It's going to come down to the wire. 9:13 left, 5-on-4 in favor of UND. Connor Ford getting things going with a face-off win, his 16th of the night. Gaber, shot just wide. Reset the game winner again last Saturday against Colorado College. Doing so on the power play. Got a good look that time. Western getting the clear in the ends. Judd Caulfields. Good entry this time. Back to Gaber. Jandrick. Gaber again. Going downhill. Joyo knows that move. Pushes him wide. Reese, the sophomore from Gilbert Plains, Manitoba. Up top to Jandrick. Over to Frisch. Well, loses the puck there for a moment, and that could have been disaster for UND. Warad, though, could not collect it. Good hustle by Ford to get back on side. Gaber creating space to Jandrick. Frisch one-time shot blocked by Addard. Gaber again. Shot blocked in front by Joyo. Big clear that time by Mikey Joyo. 13 block shots this evening for the Broncos. A couple on that sequence. 1 minute now remaining on the Frank penalty as we approach the 8-minute mark of the third. North Dakota chasing the game-tying goal. They led 1-0, 3 unanswered by the Broncos. Gave Western a decisive advantage late in the second, but that goal with 7 seconds left in that second period has certainly made things interesting as Cooper Moore fires when they got through Bussey, but went wide in the ends. Sigh of relief here for Broncos fans. 27 seconds left now on the Frank penalty. Second unit on for North Dakota, Costantini. Back to Moore, who had the great chance a moment ago. Schmaltz. Moore once again. Bass, the one-timer, blocked again by Joyo. Moore able to keep it in. Pass Schultz, making sure that he didn't keep it for long.
That Moore to Bass, the one-timer option has been real good for North Dakota. The pass just came in slow and allowed Western Michigan to get in the lane.
And Luke Bass does have a couple of power play goals in identical situations. Is that now Western a chance? That shot by Sasson went wide. Max Sasson nearly batted that puck out of the air and in. Louis Jammernick now able to get the stick in. Bussey out of his cage to make the play. Quickly off his line was the junior netminder. Sasson, puck taken away in the end by Jammernick, tracking back. Now Sendin coming forward. Mark Sendin. Nice job by Bussey to get the blocker, or the stick, down to stop that centering feed. 6:27 left in the third. Jandrick getting by Hilsendegger. Poked towards Bussey, and that took a unique bounce as it went into the midsection of the Western Michigan netminder.
North Dakota with a couple of real good chances as Moore sneaks his way in, and he puts this one right through a screen. And that's why Bussey looked confused as he was trying to find the puck. Calder wasn't the screen. Calder was a little bit more of the distraction. The screen came from a little bit higher up, so it was a screen tip option, and Moore read it perfectly and put it in a good spot for a little chaos to ensue. Both teams real strong in PK here in period number 3.
Western Michigan now 5 for 5 tonight on the PK. UND, of course, about 10 minutes removed from killing off that 5-minute major. The whistle for icing gives us a chance to look back at the keys to the game tonight. You nailed the top one, Dave.
Well, that one worked. And then the exits and entries component, I still think that North Dakota has been very 50-50 in terms of how clean they have gained the zone to try to create offense. They struggled a little bit against CC, same a little bit tonight.
Another shot by Bass, blocked in the ends.
And as of right now, Western handling the bright lights. We'll see what the last 6 minutes look like.
They have performed admirably here in their program's first trip to the Frozen Faceoff since 2017. They fell in the semifinal that year. They lost in the semis in 2014 as that shot comes in from Bast. Both teams that beat Western in the semis went on to win the championship the following night. Oh, a great chance there by North Dakota as Caulfield finds Bast diving in. Moore in the slots. Not sure that shot ever got to Bussey. Frank can get it clear now. Driscoll coming out, playing the puck for Bast.
Smart play by Frank. He knew Western needed a change. Western had numbers, but if they had gone in, the attack busted, they weren't getting back. And that's a veteran play.
Adder a shot that handcuffed Driscoll for a moment. Good save by the 5th-year senior. 20 stops on the night. Adder now. That one does not get to Driscoll. Reese Gaber getting down to make the block. Now a turnover. Jake Schmaltz. The rim it around for Costantini, who leaves it for Calder. Shot blocked high off the glass. Ferner coming forward. Adder gets there first. Ty Glover, big hit there on Johnson. Again, Glover's 2 goals looming large in this contest. Hugh Larkin's tally off that Drew Warad assist. The difference in this game. 4:30 and counting. Nice play along the half wall that time by Hillebrands. Well, no tripping call that time. Granger got upended as he gained the zone. Jandrick, the touch from Jammernick. The souvenir given with 4:15 left in regulation. We'll catch our breath here. Get ready for another grandstand finish here at the Frozen Faceoff. Western Michigan 3, North Dakota 2. Come on back in a moment.
The Chewy box is coming today.
Calm down, Lenny. We just ordered it yesterday.
Oven-baked apple biscuits! Holy Leroy. Biscuits!
Get fast, free 1 to 3 day shipping when they just can't wait. Chewy.
In the jungle.
Time for tonight's Geico Difference Makers. How about somebody that has scored a couple of goals here in what at this moment would be a winning effort for the Western Michigan Broncos?
His line's been good tonight. Glover, Sass, and Poland. And Glover has just played like the beast that he is. He's been really good in front of the net, really good in the corners. Connor Ford, this guy's a difference maker every time he's on the ice. Not just because of how many faceoffs he wins, because how smart he is, the composure that he plays with, and the way that he can drive his line. He plays with Gaber and Caulfield, and he has made 2 really good players even better all season.
Ford and his teammates trying to come from behind here tonight. And Western Michigan unbeaten this season when they've led after 2. UND trying to change that here. Now a whistle with forward 2 left. Looks like that puck hit the Western Michigan bench.
Now Hillebrand came out of the zone, like his feet were on fire. And the one thing you have to make sure of now, you're protecting a 1-goal lead. You're down under 5 miles here, and now it's a matter of control. You don't have to play in 5th gear now for the next 4 minutes. You just have to play smart and strong. So coming out of the zone with all kinds of speed to the point where if you get challenged, you don't have enough real estate or time to make a second decision that's smart with the puck. That doesn't play to your favor.
Under 4 minutes now. Crunch time here in our second semifinal. Reese Gaber offside this time.
And it was the back check by Western Michigan. It was the fact that the forwards, as they have been all night long coming back, that was Gallant. Gallant came storming back. As he came closer to the blue line, Adder and Fulp knew that they could stand up, and those are 2 long sticks to control gaps between the dots.
Western Michigan out shooting North Dakota 9-5 in this final frame. That 5-minute major, of course, having something to do with that. The Broncos in a winning position right now. Can they manage the game and see things out? Or will there be another twist here in North Dakota's comeback attempt? Ronnie Adder blockered up that time by Driscoll, collected by Gaber. Couple of good checks there by Frank for good measure.
It's a small thing, but Western Michigan's line changes, the timing, the crispness, and the efficiency of them in the last 3-4 minutes has been really good. No tired bodies, no chances. They've kept the puck away from the benches when they've attacked the zone so that they could get a clean line change, because the puck was nowhere near getting turned back around on them. They've just been really smart about it. This is where you can see a little bit of that veteran presence that they picked up last year paying off.
Neutral zone face-off with 3:13 left in the third. The Broncos closing in on their first trip to the Frozen Face-Off Championship game. The number 18 in the country, the number 3 seed in this tournament. And they would be the home team tomorrow night, as would, of course, North Dakota if they come back, as the 5 seed Minnesota Duluth awaits. Western number 7 in the country, by the way. Sorry if I said 8. Duluth, of course, number 8 in the NCAAs. Big stop there by Bussey. Glover coming the other way will send it in.
The reality with this tournament is you kind of had 4 1 seeds.
Yeah.
But somebody had to be first and somebody had to be last.
The NCHC set to bring 5 teams to the NCAAs again this year. These 4 here in St. Paul plus St. Cloud State's second time in conference history they've gotten at least 5 to the big dance. Even though the postseason very secure moving forward after this weekend, both of these teams would desperately love to win tonight and then take care of business tomorrow and lift the trophy at season's ends. UND has already done that celebration once this year. Western would have to go back to the old CCHA days, the last time that they lifted a trophy. Driscoll is off. 6-on-5 situation now as we're under 2 minutes here. North Dakota pressing for the equalizer. Bast at the blue line. Across to Schmaltz. Shot blocked that time. Gallant got in the way. Schmaltz, the freshman, misplaced the puck. Sasson giving chase. Max Sasson to ice it here. Yes, sir. 2-goal advantage for Western Michigan. And it will take something special now for North Dakota to come back and defend their crown this season.
All game long, Western Michigan has been really good up at the top of the zone. Good sticks, in lanes, and Schmaltz just fumbled. It happens, and Western Michigan buries it. Now remember, there was about this much time last year against Minnesota Duluth in the regional final when North Dakota put 6 guys on the ice, scored twice, and erased a 2-0 lead.
I was just about to reference that, Dave, when that puck got fumbled at the blue line. UND very good with the extra man over the years. They have to be as good again. Zach Driscoll back on the ice, by the way. 5-on-5 situation now. Western Michigan restoring their 2-goal advantage that they claimed late in the second period. Unassisted goal by the freshman Max Sasson, again one of the finalists for the Rookie of the Year award in this conference. Sasson's 9th of the season. Second goal this year against North Dakota for the young man. A big one at that. Under a minute now. Driscoll still back in the crease. As we get a whistle here with 48 seconds left in regulation. Again, if this result holds and Western Michigan in a good spot, they would face Minnesota Duluth. The 3 seed taking on the 5 seed. Those two only played twice during the regular season. A split in Kalamazoo on the first weekend of the NCHC.
Matching minors here with Frank is off, as is Potts. And the teams will play 4-on-4 for the next 48 seconds of regulation. Well, Western Michigan, their mantra is we score 4. They got 4 tonight. The 4th one being an empty netter. They were down. They looked comfortable being down. And I think they did a really good job at getting North Dakota a little bit out of their comfort level. No question. The loss of Sanderson and Clevin is a factor here. But I do think that Western Michigan played as well as they could play.
Well, you got to give the Broncos a ton of credit. Again, the way that they fought back in this game after they allowed the first goal. Not over yet, though, as Cooper Moore comes in, shooting wide. Caulfield has shot this rim all the way around. North Dakota needs goals, and they need them now. Caulfield's shot blocked by Fulp. Another block by the Broncos. About 20 now tonight for Western Michigan. 10 seconds left. Gaber taken down by Sasson. Moore. Shot intercepted by Fulp. And for the first time in program history, Western Michigan is moving on to the Frozen Faceoff Championship game. 4-2 your final.
The Lawson Lunatics are going bonkers. They made the trip here to support their team. It's been a special season in Kalamazoo. And Western gets through to the championship game. They played hard, they played smart, they stuck with it. This has been what Western has been all year, folks. If this is the first time you watched them play, this is wash, rinse, repeat. And it's just been their mantra all year. We talk about Minnesota Duluth doesn't flinch. They don't know how to manage, and they know how to manage games. Western Michigan is in that same boat. They're not the same style as Minnesota Duluth in terms of how they manage and shut these games down, but they are really good at being in games where the ebb and flow is going and not getting rattled by what's in front of them.
That was the Broncos' 25th win of the season. They will march on tomorrow night, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 local on CBS Sports Network. Minnesota Duluth against Western Michigan. 2 NCAA tournament teams, 2 in the top 8 in the country will duel. And we will see if it'll be the 3rd crown for the Bulldogs in this tournament or the 1st for the Broncos. Brandon Bussey big tonight. 21 saves this evening, including that huge stop on Connor Ford. The other hero of the game for Western, standing by right now with our Shireen Sasky.
Thanks, Alex. I'm with Ty Glover. 2 goals tonight, 2 important ones early on. Most importantly, the Broncos are going to the Frozen Faceoff Championship game.
Oh yeah, so excited. Couldn't have done it with all these teammates of mine, and we're just super excited, and we can't wait for tomorrow.
It got nerve-wracking there in the third, holding on to the 1-goal lead. How were you able to do that? And then obviously the empty netter, the difference.
Yeah, you know what? Just preparation for that whole game. We were ready for them. They're a great hockey team, and we just kept it super simple at the end. And we all did our jobs and got the result we wanted.
Congratulations. Thanks, Ty.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Alex?
Thanks, Shireen. A brace from the sophomore Ty Glover. A big goal from Hugh Larkin. A number of huge saves from their netminder. Western Michigan moving on. North Dakota's season not done, of course. They'll be in the NCAA tournament next weekend. Once again, our final score, Western Michigan 4, North Dakota 2. For Dave Starman, Shireen Sasky, and our entire crew, I'm Alex Seinert. This has been a presentation of CBS Sports Network, the 24-hour home of CBS Sports. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:30 Eastern for the NCHC Frozen Faceoff Championship game. Good night from St. Paul.
It's the toughest 8 seconds in sports.
I got that legend in my vein. Y'all don't know my name.
Your mission, stand up to moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis and take it on with Rinvoq. Rinvoq, a once-daily pill, can dramatically improve symptoms. Rinvoq helps tame pain, stiffness, swelling, and for some, Rinvoq can even significantly reduce RA fatigue. That's Rinvoq Relief. With RA, your overactive immune system attacks your joints. Rinvoq regulates it to help stop the attack.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers, including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Talk to your rheumatologist about Rinvoq Relief. Rinvoq, make it your mission. Learn how AbbVie could help you save on Rinvoq.
When you step into a new day, determined, committed, willing to take on whatever's asked of you, that new day is yours to own, yours to shape, and yours to be proud of. Ram, J.D. Power's #1 brand in new vehicle quality.
Right now, during Ram Truck Month, get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn.
The most thrilling tournament in sports is back. And we've got you covered with up-to-the-minute reactions from players and coaches.
This time of the year, you can't afford to be anything less than perfect.
NCAA March Madness 360 on CBS Sports Network.
Hey there, welcome. It's NCAA March Madness 360 presented by Nissan. I'm Brent Stover alongside Gary Parrish, Renee Montgomery, and our head coach, Pete Dillon, with you for the next 2 hours, bringing you the latest analysis and live post-game press conferences as well. Let's catch up on some highlights. Starting in the South region, Kofi Coburn and 4-seed Illinois taking on 13-seed Chattanooga. The Mocs' last NCAA tournament win came back in 1997 against the Illini. For much of the game, it looked like history might repeat itself. You want to talk about a scare for Illinois. Late second half, Grant Ledford bangs a three. And the Mocs are up by 5 with 4.5 left, Gary.
And Illinois trying to get back into it. 2 minutes to go. They're down 3. Alley-oop to Coleman Hawkins.
Yes!
Now a 1-point game. 45 seconds to go. Illinois down 1. Missed free throw. Kofi Coleman gets it, sticks it back in. Illinois up 52-50. Last chance for Chattanooga. Malachi Smith gets it blocked, gets it back, gets a good look, and misses it at the buzzer. Illinois wins 54-53. Brad Underwood advances in the NCAA tournament.
They took their first lead of the game inside the final minute. Talk about survival. Alfonso Plummer was huge. 13 of his 15 in the second half. Had 3 big threes down the stretch and big free throws as well. They get the 1-point win. Brad Underwood after the game.
The thing that I like the most is this group stayed connected and stayed together, even when things were not going our way. So we live to play another day. And we'll have to, enjoy this one, learn from it, and we've definitely got to start games better than we started tonight.
I'm picking each other up. Like, whenever Coleman would make a bad play, I would make a bad play, we would pick each other up. So I think that's the main reason why we got it going, in the end. We trust each other, and, we just basically use that trust to, build chemistry and play harder.
Tough way to go out, obviously. The last game is always going to be a hard one, but under those circumstances, I think it was even tougher for our older guys and just for our group as together, tight-knit group. I've done this 26 years. This is my favorite group. So maybe it's not that close, but this is a great group.
Indeed, unbelievable effort. Look at the South Region. Illinois advances now to face the winner of Houston and UAB. And you see that game is in the second half, 9:39 to play. And the 5-seed Houston leads the 12-seed UAB 65-51. So Illinois advances by the very skin of their teeth on this night.
When I tell you, he talked about it, that's a tough one. If you're Chattanooga, you're just sick. Like, there's nothing else to say. You're sick right now. You even get the luck of the Irish, because we've seen a lot of that going on. You get the bounce to go to the right guy. He even takes his time, 1 dribble pull up. Everything went right. They did everything right until, the end when they had some turnovers and some fouls. But, credit Illinois. They stuck with it. Kofi Coburn talked about it. They believed in it.
When you don't play well and you still win, that's great. But I'm going to talk about Chattanooga. I was there when I was at Xavier, before Xavier now, and we played Missouri in the NCAA tournament. They were 11th in the country, and we're playing them. And at the end, you got to play to win, not to lose. All right, I thought Chattanooga got a little